Chapter 1, The Bite Beneath the Magnolia. Chapter Separator. The brush trembled in her hand. It wasn't nerves or caffeine. It was him. He'd come again just like last night. Just like the night before that. His face hadn't changed. Skin the color of polished mahogany. Golden eyes burning like low flame. Hair coiled and shoulder length. Swept back with an old-world grace that made her heart ache for a time she'd never lived. Amara Whitaker blinked hard at the canvas in front of her. The image stared back, half-finished, but alive. Too alive. His expression mournful, distant. Longing felt like a memory crawling up from her bones. She dipped the brush again. Deep crimson this time. Almost black. Her hand moved on its own. Behind her, a jazz record crackled on the turntable, spilling warm trumpet into the humid air of the art studio that doubled as her front room. The cicadas outside had started singing early, or maybe they never stopped. The bayou was always humming, buzzing with ghosts and history and stories whispered between the vines. "You paintin' him again?" came a voice from the kitchen. Amara sighed. "Mama Joe, don't start." Her grandmother shuffled into view, robe swishing, mug in hand. The scent of chicory coffee curled in with her. One eyebrow raised, she took a long sip before speaking. "I've seen that man in your dreams since you were 15, Mama Joe said. "Ain't no ordinary dream, baby girl. That there's a calling." Amara turned away from the canvas. "It's just a face my brain made up." "Uh-huh," Mama Joe said, unconvinced. "And the face don't change after all these years? Same eyes, same lips, same look like he's watching you from the other side of the veil?" Amara didn't answer. She didn't have to. Mama Joe already knew the truth. The truth was he felt real. More real than any man she'd ever touched. More real than Elijah, the jazz musician who'd broken her heart. More real than Jamal from college. More real than the dentist Mama Joe tried to set her up with last summer. The one who wore too much cologne and kept calling her boo. None of them stayed, but he did. Malachi. Outside, a rumble of thunder rolled across the bayou, distant and low, like the voice of something ancient waking from sleep. "Storm's coming," Mama Joe muttered, peering through the window. "Mm-hmm. One of them thick ones, too. Got the feel of it in my knees." Amara kept her eyes on the painting. Her hand reached out, almost without thought, brushing her fingertips across the edge of the canvas, right where his lips curved. "I dreamed his name last night," she said softly. Mama Joe stiffened. "You never told me his name." "I didn't know it until now." "And?" "Malachi." Mama Joe's mug clinked loudly against the counter as she set it down. The silence afterward was sharp and full. "That name," she said slowly, "don't belong to no man around here. Not for over 100 years. Amara turned, heart thudding. "What are you talking about?" But Mama Joe only walked back to her room, muttering prayers under her breath. The record player clicked off. The silence swallowed everything. Outside, the storm broke. Inside, the man in the painting smiled. It wasn't the first time the painting had changed, and it wouldn't be the last. That night, Amara sat alone on the porch, staring out over the still, moonlit water. Spanish moss dangled like whispers from the cypress trees. Fireflies blinked in slow rhythm, like nature breathing. Her sketchbook sat in her lap, untouched, the pencil loose in her fingers. She could still feel him. Sometimes he spoke in the dreams, though not with words. More like emotions that pressed against her chest. Warmth, grief, hunger, love. She'd never told anyone that part. Not even Mama Joe. They'd think she was crazy. Hell, maybe she was. But tonight felt different. The dreams always came with the storms, but this one was thick with tension, like something was waiting to cross over. The screen door creaked. Mama Joe stepped out, her scarf tied tight over silver braids. She handed Amara a bowl of gumbo and sat beside her, humming a hymn too old for words. "You think it's crazy," Amara said quietly, me feeling him like this. "I think the world got more than what we see, baby girl," Mama Joe answered. "Some things come from blood, from memory. Some come from across time, waitin' to wake up again. Maybe this Malachi was once yours. Maybe he still is." Amara didn't answer. She looked down into the gumbo and saw the steam rising like ghosts. She dreamed again. In the dream, she stood barefoot in a field of reeds. The air smelled like sugarcane and iron. Malachi stood ahead of her, dressed in black, his coat sweeping the ground behind him. He didn't move. He only looked at her. His eyes were full of storms. She reached for him, but the reeds pulled her back. And then she was falling into the bayou, the water cold as death and thick with voices. She woke, gasping. It was nearly dawn. The rain had passed, leaving the air clean and cool. She wrapped herself in a robe and padded into the studio. The canvas was still there, but it wasn't the same. His eyes had shifted, slightly, enough to see her now, not just through her. She stepped back. "Okay," she whispered. "You win." She drove into town later that morning, needing to clear her head. Lafayette was bustling with late summer energy. Farmers markets, second-line bands, hot beignets, and church folk in bright linen suits filled the streets. She parked near the river and walked with no plan, letting the town pull her where it wanted. That's how she ended up in the antique store. It smelled like old paper and forgotten perfume. The air buzzed with something she couldn't name. She wasn't sure why she walked to the back, or why her hand went straight to the carved box on the highest shelf. The moment her fingers touched it, she felt heat. Inside was a pendant, obsidian and bone, and on the back, etched in tiny script, was a name: Malachi Lovelace. Her knees nearly buckled. The store clerk didn't know where the pendant came from. "Been there a long time," the woman said. "Owner died, left behind storage full of things from New Orleans, some from Haiti, some even older. You want it?" Amara nodded. "Yes, I'll take it." The pendant felt heavy in her palm, like a piece of herself returning. That night, she wore it to bed, and that's when he came, for real. The dream began as always. Reeds, wind, his back to her. But this time, when she reached for him, her hand touched warm skin. He turned. Slowly, his eyes met hers, and something inside her chest burst open like flame. "You found me," he said. His voice was rich, low, velvet dipped in thunder. Finally. She couldn't speak. Her mouth was dry. "Who are you?" she whispered. He stepped closer. "The man you loved. Long ago. The one they cursed." His hand brushed her cheek. "They said our kind couldn't love, that we were monsters, but you knew better." "What are you?" she asked. "A memory," he said. "A promise. A vampire. Your vampire." She woke up sobbing, and outside her window, just beyond the trees, something watched. The next few days blurred. She painted and painted, unable to stop. Her hands moved faster than she could think, channeling visions onto canvas. Not just Malachi, but memories. Old streets, burning plantations, ships at night, a dance in candlelight, blood and lips, and hands wrapped in silk. Mama Joe noticed. "You're changin'," she said one morning, handing her a glass of sweet tea. "You dreamin' more than ever." He coming closer. Amara nodded. I think he's trying to come back. Mama Joe leaned in. Then you better be ready. If love called him once, love might call him again. But the dead don't always return the way you expect. The warning sat heavy on her. That night, she lit candles, made offerings, pulled from the old rituals her mother had half taught her before she passed. She whispered Malachi's name into the flame, over and over, until her lips went numb. And when she looked up, he was there. Not in the painting, not in a dream, but standing on the other side of the studio. Tall, regal, still. Malachi, she breathed. He didn't speak. He only stepped forward, and with each step, the air shifted, grew older. The room felt like it had traveled through time. You remembered, he said at last. You called me home. She stared at him. He looked exactly as he had in her dreams. No, sharper, more real. Are you alive? She asked. In ways, he said. The old blood never truly dies, not when the heart remembers. This doesn't make sense, she whispered. I don't care, he said. You've always been the only thing that made sense. And when he touched her hand, she felt a rush of memory, her, in another life, in a blue gown, laughing. Him, chasing her through magnolia trees. A kiss under a blood moon. His death. Her cry. Amara fell into his arms, not fainting, falling, like gravity had shifted, and he was the only true thing in the world. And he held her, as if he had waited 100 years to do so. She didn't ask what came next. She already knew. Amara didn't know how long she stayed wrapped in his arms. Time bent around him. The scent of old cedar, warm spice, and something darker, blood, memory, maybe magic, clung to his skin. When she pulled back, her breath trembled in her chest. You're really here, she said. Not just a vision or a dream. You're born of shadow, flesh, and memory, he finished, voice soft as night fog. But real. Yes. He looked around the room, eyes trailing over the walls, the painting, the incense smoke curling through the air like silk threads. This world, it's louder than I remember, brighter, faster. He smiled slightly. But you are exactly the same. You knew me? Amara asked. Before? Yes, he said without hesitation. Before this name, before this life, when the world still whispered in tongues no longer spoken, and we danced by the fire in the cane fields before they were stained red. His hand reached for hers again, long fingers wrapping hers with reverence. You are my soul's echo. Every time I was reborn in hunger or silence, it was your voice that called me back. She couldn't breathe, not fully. Her heart beat like thunder in her ribs. But how? How did you come to me now? Because the veil thinned, he said. Because you remembered. I didn't try to, she confessed. It just came. That's how love works, he said. Even death can't bury it forever. Some bonds don't die. They wait. She wanted to ask 100 questions. Where had he been? What was he now? Vampire, yes, but not the kind from books or movies. There was something ancient about him, something regal. You don't drink blood, she said aloud, without knowing why. Not like they say. Malachi's eyes darkened, glimmering with sorrow. Only what's given freely, only when bound in trust. Otherwise, it poisons me. I was made in love, not war. She didn't know if she believed him, but her soul did. The room had grown cold. Outside, the bayou had fallen into stillness, as if the water itself held its breath. He turned toward the window. They know I'm here now, he said. Who? Those who feared me then. They fear love most of all. especially love that defies time and death. A sharp bang rattled the studio's back door. Amara jumped. Malachi didn't flinch. He stepped toward it, hand raised, fingers glowing faint gold. "You've been marked, Amara. And because of that, we must move fast." "Marked? By what?" "By memory. By me. And by them." "Them who?" she demanded. "You're going to have to start giving me names, Malachi. You'll feel the names before you speak them." He said, "That's how old this is." He turned back to her. "There's a place deep in the swamp, an old chapel, burned down long ago, but not forgotten. That's where we must go, before the moon changes again." "Wait," she said, heart pounding. "You want me to follow you into the swamp? With all this magic and ghosts, and you being 100-year-old vampire? That's a lot." "So is love," he said. "But you've done that too." "Not like this," she muttered. But the truth was, she already knew she'd go. There was something about him, about the way the air bent around him, the way her soul hummed in his presence. This wasn't infatuation. This was ancestral. "Give me an hour," she said. "To pack, to breathe, to tell Mama Joe." He nodded once. "I'll return before sunset. When the water darkens. That's when the veil is weakest." "And then?" she asked. "Then we remember everything," he said. He vanished before her eyes, not in a puff of smoke, not in some dramatic swirl of cloak and wind. One blink, and he was gone. The pendant on her chest pulsed once with heat. She stumbled back against the wall, trying to catch her breath. Her pulse was racing, adrenaline surging, but beneath the shock was something worse. Longing. She didn't sleep. She couldn't. Instead, she painted, not just him now, but her. Them, kissing under candlelight, fighting side by side, running barefoot across stones in a hidden glade. Her fingers burned with memory, like the muscles remembered a choreography she hadn't danced in centuries. Young Mama Joe came in the next morning. Her face paled. "Lord have mercy," she whispered. "You called him." Amara nodded. He answered, "You sure it's him?" "I know it is." Mama Joe crossed herself. "Then you better take this," she said, slipping an old rosary from her pocket. "Not for the devil, but for the path. That swamp has teeth, and not all of them bite with love." Amara took it with trembling hands. "You always knew, didn't you?" "I always suspected," Mama Joe said, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "You came into this world in a storm and started painting the man before you could read. This was always going to be your story." The sun began to dip, staining the sky orange and violet. Amara dressed in jeans, boots, and a worn linen shirt. She tied her braids back, grabbed her satchel, and waited on the porch. When he appeared again, silent as wind, he was dressed in black, his eyes reflecting the fire-colored sky. "Are you ready?" he asked. "No," she said honestly, "but I'm coming anyway." He smiled. That's all that ever mattered. They moved through the bayou like shadows. He didn't walk, he glided, and somehow, so did she. The swamp accepted him, even bent for him. Branches pulled back, frogs silenced, the waters stilled when they passed. She'd never seen it like this, alive and listening. "It remembers us," he said. "This is where we were bound, long ago." "What happened to us?" she asked. "We were betrayed," he said simply, "and I was taken. But love, real love, always carves its name into time." "By who?" she asked. "Another vampire?" "Worse," he said. "A man who wanted you for himself. He cursed me and killed your mortal body. But your soul survived. And every generation, it looks for mine." They reached a clearing. The chapel ruins stood ahead, stone walls collapsed. vines wrapping what was left. But in the center was a circle, carved into the earth, familiar. "I've dreamed this," she whispered. "You built this," he said. "With your hands. It's where we bound ourselves." She stepped into the circle, heart thudding. The pendant around her neck glowed like embers. "I remember," she whispered. "I remember the fire, the vows. I remember you dying in my arms." He stepped into the circle with her. "Then say it again," he said, taking her hands. "Say the words." She didn't hesitate. "Where you walk, I walk. Where you fall, I rise. In blood, in love, in forever, I remember you." He repeated it, his voice shaking. "Where you walk, I walk. Where you fall, I rise. In blood, in love, in forever, I remember you." The swamp held its breath, and then the wind roared. Light exploded from the circle, gold and red, deep as the old blood, pure as firelight. And in that moment, she saw everything. Their first meeting under the magnolia trees, his kiss after a rainstorm, the night they vowed themselves under the red moon, and the man his name lost to time who broke the circle with jealousy and rage. She saw Malachi fall, saw herself scream, saw the curse that ripped time apart. But now they were whole. He kissed her. It wasn't soft. It wasn't gentle. It was centuries of love, of loss, of hunger crashing together in one immortal promise. Her knees gave out. He caught her. The swamp roared again. They were not alone anymore. The wind carried a voice, old, cruel, familiar. "So the blood awakens," Malachi growled. "Too soon." Amara looked up. A figure stood at the edge of the ruins, tall, shadowed, smiling. "Guess it's time to meet the man who tried to kill me," she whispered. Malachi pulled her close. "Not kill you," he said. "He tried to make you his." And somewhere behind the trees, the bayou began to burn. Chapter 2. She died in my arms once. The flames in the trees weren't natural. They crackled without smoke, devoured no bark, and danced along the branches like spirits come to watch. Amara's breath caught in her throat as the figure stepped forward from the shadows at the edge of the ruins. He wasn't monstrous, at least not in the way she'd imagined someone centuries old and cursed would be. No horns, no fangs bared, just a man, tall and lean, with skin like tarnished bronze and eyes that shimmered like copper in the firelight. He wore an old suit, tailored, though time had pressed its weight into the creases. His smile was too smooth to be warm and too cold to be anything but dangerous. "So," he said, drawing out the word like he'd tasted it before. "The old bond breathes again." Malachi stepped in front of her, his body angled slightly, protecting. "Diurnal," he said with quiet venom, "you should be dead." "Oh, I was," the man replied, stepping over a root without looking down. "You made sure of that. But curses have a funny way of boomeranging through blood. Yours, hers." His gaze slid to Amara like a blade. Especially hers. She could feel something crawling under her skin. Not fear, something older, something primal and angry. Her fingers curled into fists before she even knew she'd moved. "You're the one who killed me," she said. It wasn't a question. Diurnal tilted his head, watching her like a collector might study a rare insect. "I broke the cycle," he said. "That's different. Your love was never meant to last. You were meant to be mine." Malachi growled low in his chest, but Amara touched his arm. She didn't need him to speak for her. "You think love obeys ownership?" she asked. "You think killing us means you win?" Diurnal shrugged. "I think history repeats until someone breaks it." The flames flared behind him as if echoing his anger. "But no matter, you're together again. Isn't that what you wanted, Malachi?" He took one more step, boots crunching against old stone. Let's see if you can keep her this time. In a blur, Malachi moved. One heartbeat, he was beside her. The next, he was across the ruin, fist swinging toward DNL. But DNL was ready. Their clash cracked the air like a thunderclap. Amara stumbled back, heart in her throat. The two men moved with inhuman speed, shadows breaking against each other, colliding in bursts of light and dark. Fists, claws, flame. Blood sparked on stone. Amara's head spun as memories hit her like waves. She'd seen this before. Another life, another night. The same fight, and it hadn't ended well. She ran forward, instinct driving her to the circle, where their bond had reignited. She reached into her satchel, fingers trembling as they closed around the old rosary Mama Joe had given her. It burned hot in her hand, not with holy fire, but with purpose. She didn't know what she was doing, only that she had to do it now. She knelt in the center of the circle and whispered, "Where you walk, I walk. Where you fall, I rise." Over and over, the words took on rhythm, then heat, then power. The circle flared gold beneath her knees. Malachi roared, pain or rage she couldn't tell, and was flung backward into a crumbling wall. Dust rained down. DNL moved toward him, hands blazing with red fire. But then he froze. He turned. Slowly, his eyes widened. "You activated it," he said. "She activated it," Malachi corrected, coughing as he pulled himself upright. "And now you've got a problem, DNL." DNL looked like he wanted to laugh, but something in his face cracked. Just a little. "This isn't over," he hissed. Then he vanished in a plume of heat and ash. The flames in the trees blinked out. The air shivered once and stilled. Amara collapsed backward, the rosary slipping from her fingers. Malachi was beside her in seconds, lifting her into his lap. "I'm fine," she said, though her voice was hoarse. "Just dizzy." "You spoke the words," he murmured. "Not just remembered them. You summoned the bond." "It worked?" she asked. "He's gone?" "For now," Malachi said, "but he'll be back. Stronger and angrier." They didn't stay in the ruins. Malachi led her deeper into the swamp, to a hidden path that wound past cypress groves and moonlit bogs. They spoke little. Her head was still reeling, but every now and then he glanced back at her like she was the only light he trusted in the dark. At last, they reached a cabin on stilts above the water. Weathered wood, a slanted roof, windows filled with dust and charm bags. "This was yours," he said, gesturing toward the door. "When we were mortal. We hid here the last month before the binding." She stepped inside, breathing in the scent of old pine, candle wax, and cloves. The air pulsed with memory. The windows were pinned to the wall, lined with faded books and woven blankets. She sat on the edge of the bed, too tired to cry. Malachi stood in the doorway like a question. "Stay," she said quietly. He crossed the threshold, moving slow, careful. She reached for his hand. "Tell me something true," she whispered. "Something soft, something just for me." He knelt before her, fingers brushing hers. "You once made me laugh so hard I dropped a goblet of wine on a queen's lap," he said. "You said her jealousy was sour enough to stain silk." Amara smiled. "That does sound like me." "You once carved our names into a fig tree," he added, softer now. even though you knew the tree would die. You said even dying things deserve to feel love." She leaned forward and kissed him. It wasn't hurried. It wasn't wild. It was two souls touching again after lifetimes of absence. He sighed into her mouth, cupped her face, pulled her close. Time folded in on itself. Her hands slipped beneath his shirt, feeling the warmth of skin that shouldn't have been warm. He laid her down on the bed as if she were something sacred. And in that old bayou cabin, with the storm building somewhere far beyond the trees, they loved like the world hadn't ended once already. She slept tangled in his arms. When she woke, dawn was barely brushing the sky. Malachi was gone. Panic gripped her for 1 second until she saw the note, written in old ink on soft paper, tucked beneath the charm bag on the nightstand. "Gone to protect the edge. Stay here. Light no flame. I will return by dusk. M." Amara paced the cabin. She couldn't sit still. Memories buzzed under her skin like bees. She needed answers. Her phone, miraculously still charged, had dozens of missed calls from Mama Joe. She stepped outside and dialed. "You alive?" Mama Joe asked by way of greeting. "Barely," Amara muttered. "What do you know about a man named DNL?" There was silence on the line. Then a sharp breath. "That bastard? You saw him? He tried to kill Malachi. Again, and me. Damn fool still lurking? Apparently. Then listen, baby. You don't go anywhere alone. That curse he made, the one he used to bind y'all in tragedy, it's rooted in jealousy and fire. Breakable, yes, but not without pain, and not without blood. I already bled," Amara said. "Not enough," Mama Joe whispered. "Love always costs, especially the kind you and that man carry." The line crackled, then died. She stared at the phone, heart thudding. Behind her, the wind shifted. Something was watching. She turned slowly. Beyond the trees, a pair of eyes gleamed. Not DNL. Something else. Older, hungrier, and it was smiling. Amara stopped just before the wooden steps of her aunt's front porch. Her breath caught in her throat. Her heart thumped with a heavy beat she could feel in her teeth, her ribs, her fingertips. The sound of footsteps crunching behind her was gone. The air held a strange silence, too thick for a bayou night. Not even the cicadas dared to sing. Her hand gripped the porch railing as she turned her head slowly, eyes sweeping across the gravel road, the black gum trees, the space where he'd been. No one, no footprints, no rustling brush. He was just gone. She swallowed hard, brushing her damp curls off her forehead, her palm trembling. "Get it together," she whispered, unlocking the screen door and stepping inside. The scent of lemon balm and lavender hit her first. Aunt Estelle always burned a protection candle when Amara returned late. It was her way of saying, "You ain't too grown for spirits." Amara exhaled and dropped her keys in the ceramic bowl by the door. Her bare feet padded across the worn pine floors to the kitchen, where a small flame flickered in a tall glass jar, wax pooled near the saint on the label. Auntie had gone to bed, her gospel station still humming low through the hall. She reached for the pitcher of sweet tea and poured herself a glass with trembling hands. The ice crackled as it hit the bottom. She leaned against the counter, letting the tea soothe her. But no matter how sweet the tea was, the memory of those eyes, golden, gleaming, unreadable, lingered. They weren't normal. They weren't even natural. She'd seen those eyes in her dreams. In that place between sleep and waking, where her body would hum and her chest would ache like it remembered something her mind had forgotten. Always golden, always watching. She took the glass with her to the small sunroom, settling on the couch beneath the hanging ferns. The night air drifted in through the cracked window, thick with jasmine and secrets. She curled her legs under her, reached for the worn leather journal resting on the side table, and opened to a blank page. Her pen hovered. The urge to draw, not write, overtook her. She sketched quickly, rough lines, rushed curves, until a face emerged. High cheekbones, thick brows, full lips, and eyes like wildfire. The sound of a distant owl broke the spell. She stared down at what she'd drawn. It was him, the man from the road, the man who disappeared like fog. She slammed the journal shut and held it to her chest. Upstairs, her aunt stirred. "You all right down there, baby?" "I'm fine," Amara called back. "Just couldn't sleep." "Well, light some Florida water under the window. Sounds like your spirit's restless tonight." Amara smiled faintly. Aunt Estelle always knew. "Will do." She stayed up until dawn, watching the sky lighten from gray to pale pink, the shadows retreating inch by inch as if chased by truth. On the other side of the parish, Malachi stood beneath a weeping cypress, rain dripping from his wide-brimmed hat. The crossroads behind him were old, older than the town itself. Blood had been spilled here, deals made, names erased. He placed one hand on the iron fence surrounding the grave of a woman whose name had never been carved into stone. He didn't need to read it. He knew who she was. He remembered her breath, her laugh, her fire. He closed his eyes and saw her again, not in the white dress she'd worn to their final meeting, but how she looked tonight, twists pinned back, a gold chain catching moonlight at her collarbone. Eyes filled with the same storm. "You found me again," he whispered. He hadn't fed tonight. He didn't trust himself to. The hunger gnawed at him. But seeing her like that, alive and walking under the same sky, it made his chest ache worse than the bloodlust ever could. He clenched his jaw and disappeared into the trees. Morning in Vacherie was always slow to rise. The mist stayed heavy over the fields, and the sun took its time breaking through. Amara sat on the front steps with a bowl of grits and fried catfish, her phone in one hand, trying to look casual as she scrolled. But her thoughts were far from the newsfeed. The man, the dream, the sketch, they clawed at her, like vines creeping through the walls. Aunt Estelle stepped outside with a cup of chicory coffee, her gray robe tied tight, curls wrapped in a scarf. "You still look like you saw a ghost." "I don't think he was a ghost," Amara said, before she could stop herself. Estelle raised an eyebrow. "He?" Amara hesitated. "There was a man on the road last night. Real quiet, dressed in black. Said something strange." "Like what?" "Said, 'It's been a long time.' Like he knew me." Estelle sat beside her, the screen door creaking shut behind her. "Did he feel familiar?" Amara nodded slowly. "That's the problem. He felt like a memory I can't place." Estelle sipped her coffee, then murmured, "Some souls circle back to each other, baby. Doesn't mean they're meant to." "Do you think I've lived before?" Amara asked. Estelle glanced at her, then out toward the trees. "I think some people carry love like it's carved into their bones. You might not remember the how, but your spirit remembers the who." A bird trilled in the distance. Amara looked down at her hands. They didn't feel like they belonged to someone haunted, but maybe haunted people didn't always look like ghosts. Later that afternoon, she walked into town to her bookstore job. The streets were sleepy, with only a few vendors setting up stands near the square. As she crossed in front of a brick church, she felt it again, that pull, that invisible thread. She turned her head and locked eyes with him. He stood across the street, near the edge of the market, hands tucked into his long coat. A slight smile curled his lips. She froze. People passed between them, but he didn't move, didn't blink. Then he lifted 2 fingers to his brow and tipped his invisible hat before vanishing into the alley. Her breath caught. Her pulse galloped. She ran across the street, ignoring the startled shout from a vendor. But the alley was empty. No footprints, no shadow. Just the faint scent of smoke and something like cloves. She turned in a slow circle. Her fingers brushed the pendant at her neck, one her mother had given her years ago, saying it was older than sorrow. It was warm now, warmer than it had any right to be. A voice in her ear whispered, "He remembers." She spun, but no one was there. She didn't know whether to scream or cry. Instead, she laughed, soft and shaken, and walked back out into the sun, the pendant pulsing against her chest like a second heartbeat. Amara didn't mention the encounter at work. What could she even say? That a stranger with ember-colored eyes was haunting the edge of her world, like a memory she never made? That she was starting to question if her dreams were just dreams? No, she kept it all tucked behind her polite smile as she rang up paperbacks and recommended swampy thrillers to tourists pretending they weren't afraid of voodoo. But the air felt heavier. Her skin prickled with static every time someone entered the store. She couldn't stop checking the glass door, half expecting him to walk through it, barefoot and smiling, like he belonged in every room she was in. By closing, her nerves were frayed thin as fishing line. She said goodbye to her coworker, slipped her phone into her back pocket, and took the long way home, the way that led past the cane fields and the old church ruins where kids said spirits danced under the moon. She hadn't meant to end up there. Her feet just took her. The moment she stepped off the paved road, the hush dropped around her again. The same silence from the night before. No insects, no birds, just wind, whispering through cypress limbs like it carried secrets. Her heart thudded, not from fear, but anticipation. He was waiting. This time, he stepped from behind the ruins, coattails brushing the ground, hands open at his sides like he came in peace. She didn't run. She didn't speak. She just stared, letting her eyes take him in. The way he filled the space like smoke, like a song you didn't know the name of, but felt anyway. His eyes softened. "I didn't mean to frighten you," he said. His voice was low, touched with something old and velvet rich. "You didn't," she said, though her pulse betrayed her. "You came back." It wasn't a question. It was a promise spoken aloud. "I didn't know I was coming here," she admitted. He took a step closer, then another. "But your soul did. It remembers me, even if your mind doesn't." She narrowed her eyes, taking a half step back. "You keep saying that. Who are you?" He smiled, almost sad. "You called me Malachi once, long ago." "Long ago when?" His smile faltered. "Before the war, before the blood, before you were reborn." The wind picked up, carrying a scent of iron and roses. Amara's hands clenched at her sides. "This is crazy. You're crazy." "No," he said, voice gentler than it had any right to be. "Just patient." She swallowed hard. "Then tell me something only I'd know. Prove it." Malachi's gaze didn't waver. "You still sleep with the window cracked. You believe the moon listens better that way. You draw when your hands tremble because you were an artist before you were a girl. And you wear that pendant," he nodded to her neck, "because part of you knows it was mine. A gift." Her fingers flew to the chain. "How do you know that?" "I gave it to you once, in a life where you danced with fire and laughed like you weren't afraid to burn." Amara's knees weakened, the trees spinning to the darkening sky. "You weren't the only one who came back." She turned to follow his gaze, but saw nothing. When she looked back, he was already fading into shadow. "Wait," she called out, chasing 2 steps forward. "What do you mean?" But he was gone. That night, Amara dreamed of a city burning, cobblestone streets choked with smoke and screams, a tower crumbling, a man with golden eyes holding her hand as fire licked the sky. "Promise me," she whispered in the dream. Promise you'll find me again. Across oceans, he said. Across lifetimes. She woke with a gasp, drenched in sweat. The pendant at her throat was hot to the touch. Downstairs, the house was silent. Not even the usual creaks answered her panic. She rose, grabbed her robe, and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. The windows reflected her face, too clearly. Behind her, the room looked untouched. But she felt him. Not there, exactly, but close. Watching. She turned, slowly. "If you're here," she whispered, "say something." Nothing but the hum of the fridge. She shook her head and exhaled, gripping the counter with both hands. "I'm losing it." Then came a whisper, not from inside the house, but inside her. "You're waking up, Amara." She didn't sleep the rest of the night. Malachi stood on the bank of Bayou Lafourche, the mist curling around his boots. He didn't need to breathe, but he let the fog fill his lungs anyway. Old habits, old ghosts. The stars above blinked through the moss-hung canopy, and the moon spilled its light across the water like it knew his name. He traced the worn edge of a letter he'd kept in his coat for centuries. The ink had faded, but he didn't need to read it anymore. He knew the words by heart. "Wait for me by the river's edge, where the trees remember, where our hearts can't lie." She'd written it in another tongue, another lifetime, but it always brought him back. Malachi pressed the paper to his lips before returning it to his coat. "She remembers," he murmured, "but not enough." A shadow stirred behind him. Not one of his making. He turned slowly. Another figure emerged from the trees. Pale skin, eyes like broken mirrors. A sneer instead of a smile. "Still playing the long game, Malachi?" the creature asked. "I always win it," he replied. "She's waking up. That makes her vulnerable. She's always been vulnerable. But now she's yours again, and that makes her a target." Malachi stepped forward just once. "Touch her, and I'll bury you in consecrated ground." The other vampire laughed. "Sharp and cold. You're still soft for her. After all this time, after she chose the fire over you. She was the fire." They circled one another, slow and dangerous. Two relics of a forgotten war. "You can't protect her forever. I only have to protect her long enough." The creature grinned. Long enough for what? Malachi didn't answer. He just vanished into smoke, leaving only the rustle of reeds behind him. Amara stared at her reflection the next morning, searching her face for cracks, for signs of something breaking free. She touched her lips, her jaw, the scar behind her ear she didn't remember getting, the scar he'd traced in the dream with fingers stained in ash. She wasn't sure what she believed, but she knew what she felt. And it was more than attraction, more than curiosity. It was destiny with teeth. She turned away from the mirror and picked up her journal again. This time, she wrote a single line beneath the sketch. "Why do I know you?" Somewhere in the distance, a raven screamed. Chapter 3, Crossroads, Don't Forget Names, Chapter Separator. The swamp didn't sleep, not really. It murmured and shifted and stirred, always alive with secrets that never quite made it to the surface. Amara found herself drawn to it more than usual, like something buried beneath the moss and mud was humming her name. The dreams hadn't stopped. If anything, they were getting sharper, more vivid, like the fog was lifting. Every night, she saw that burning city, the tower falling, the blood and fire and gold. And always his voice, always, "Find me." It haunted her in a way no real man ever had. She stopped telling herself it was just a dream. Whatever he was, ghost, spirit, stalker, he wasn't imaginary. She'd felt his presence before she saw him, She tasted his name on her tongue before he spoke it. Malachi. And now her mind echoed with it. She still didn't know what he meant when he said, "You weren't the only one who came back." But she felt the threat in it. It followed her like a second shadow. She started sketching him again, not just from memory, but from somewhere deeper. The curve of his jaw, the haunted look in his eyes, his hands, rough, calloused, and trembling when they touched her in the dream, like he didn't trust himself not to fall apart. In her journal, she wrote half-finished poems. In the margins of receipts, she scribbled fragments of things he'd said. Her world was rearranging itself around the shape of him, and she wasn't sure whether to fight it or surrender. At the shop, customers commented on her distance. Her coworker teased her gently. "You seeing someone, Whitaker? You got that look." Amara smiled, but didn't answer. What could she say? That she was falling for a man who might not be real, in a time that might not exist? She barely trusted herself to believe it. One night, after closing, she took the long way home again. This time, intentionally. This time, knowing where her feet would lead. The crossroads, the ruins, the stillness. She didn't even flinch when he stepped from the shadows. His coat was different, shorter, torn at the hem, but it was him. Always him. "You look tired," he said, voice soft as rain. "I don't sleep much anymore." "I know." She stepped closer. "What's happening to me?" "You're remembering." Her heart kicked against her ribs. "Why now?" "Because the veil between who you were and who you are is thinning. Because something has stirred that was meant to stay buried. And because your soul is louder than your fear." She folded her arms, not to defend, but to hold herself together. "So, you're saying I'm not crazy?" He smiled. "I'm saying you're waking up. And you? What are you, Malachi? You say I knew you, loved you, but who are you really?" He hesitated, not out of fear, but out of reverence. "I am the promise you made in a dying city. I am the consequence of your fire and the keeper of your name. I've waited lifetimes to touch your hand again. It was too much. It was exactly enough." "Why does it hurt?" she whispered. "Why does it feel like I've lost something I never had?" "Because your soul remembers what your body has forgotten. And because the heart doesn't care about logic. Only connection." They stood in silence for a moment. Then Amara did something she didn't expect. She reached for him. Just her fingers brushing his, a simple human contact. But when their skin touched, the air shifted. Heat bloomed. Vision surged. A flicker. Him in armor, drenched in blood, calling her name across a battlefield. Another. Her in red silks, fingers on a lute, smiling as he knelt before her. Then fire. Always fire. She gasped, yanking her hand back. "What was that?" "Us." She stumbled back, overwhelmed. "I can't." "You will." He said gently. "You always do. Why now, Malachi? Why not stay hidden like you've been doing? Why come to me now?" His eyes darkened. "Because the others have returned too, and they remember the war differently than we do." Before she could ask more, a sound broke the silence. Not wind, not wildlife, but metal dragging against stone. Malachi moved faster than she could track, placing himself in front of her. "Who else is out there?" she asked. He didn't answer, just stared into the trees, every muscle tight. "Go home, Amara. Now. I'm not leaving you. You don't have to. Just don't stay here. Malachi, go." She ran, back through the cane fields, back to the streets that knew her name. She didn't look back. He stayed behind. When the shadow emerged, cloaked in memory and malice, Malachi didn't blink. "Still playing night?" the figure rasped. Malachi drew a blade from inside his coat, etched in old runes. "Still playing villain? You can't save her this time." Malachi's smile was slow, dangerous. Then I'll burn the world trying. They clashed beneath the bleeding moon, two ghosts fighting over a soul neither could forget. Miles away, Amara woke with blood on her palm and his name in her throat. She didn't remember unlocking her front door, didn't remember climbing the stairs or curling beneath the quilt her grandmother made. The world blurred at the edges, like she'd passed through something, time, memory, or both, and come out on the other side raw. Her body trembled, her skin tingled where he touched her. Not just Malachi's hand on hers, but the surge of something ancient threading through her bones. She had seen it. Them. In other lives, in other flames. The way her fingers knew him. The way her soul had answered his voice before her mouth could form words. It wasn't a fantasy. It was a return. She slept restlessly, turning over every whisper she'd heard in her dreams and waking moments. Who were the others? What did they want? What did he mean when he said they remembered the war differently? She didn't even know what war he was talking about. Yet a part of her did. Like some buried chamber inside her mind had begun to creak open, releasing names and shapes that didn't belong in the world she knew. She dreamed of a woman with black wings and silver eyes, of a blade humming with grief, of a child crowned in starlight and sobbing in fire. They meant nothing. They meant everything. The next morning, the sun didn't feel like comfort. It glared down through the kitchen window while she poured her coffee, making her squint as if daylight itself were unnatural now. She stared out across her backyard where the oak tree leaned like a watching sentinel. The pendant around her neck, his pendant, felt heavier than usual, as if it had absorbed more than her dreams. Her phone buzzed. Her coworker, Eliza. "You okay? You didn't answer my text last night." Amara typed out a reply and deleted it 3 times before settling on, "Yeah, just tired. Rough night." It was the safest truth she had. She showed up to the shop late and half haunted. The bell above the door rang the same way it always did, but it felt sharper, louder. Eliza gave her a look, but didn't press. She just handed her the morning schedule and murmured, "Coffee's fresh." Amara nodded her thanks and tried to exist in this version of her life, this quiet world of dog-eared novels and incense-scented corners. But the quiet didn't hold, because by midday she felt him again. Not Malachi, something else, something colder. A man walked into the store with skin like fog and a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He wore a suit too polished for the humidity, and his gaze swept over the shelves, like he could read the spines without turning his head. Amara froze mid-ring-up, pulse skittering. The customer she was helping said something, but the words didn't register. All she could hear was that man's footsteps as he moved towards the horror section, as if guided by scent. "Excuse me," she whispered to Eliza, handing her the register. She made her way toward the stranger, every instinct in her flaring like static. "Can I help you find anything?" He turned slowly, his smile sharpened. "Just browsing." His voice smooth, empty, like silk wrapped around a knife. "Not many folks brave enough to dress like that in this heat," she said, keeping her tone casual. "I don't mind heat," he said. "It reminds me of home." "Where's that?" His eyes glinted. "Under." A beat passed. "Under what?" He stepped forward, too close. "Under everything." She took a step back. "Well, let me know if you need help." "Oh, I won't need help," he said, and looked her over with that awful, knowing gaze. "But you might, soon." And he turned and left, the bell above the door sounding wrong, off-key. The smell of sulfur lingered in his wake. Amara stood still, heart pounding. until Eliza came over and touched her arm. "You okay?" "No," she whispered, "but I think I will be." That night, she waited in the ruins. Malachi arrived like fog over water, soundless and grave. He saw her face and frowned. "He came to you. Who is he?" "One of the hallowed. He remembers the blood and not the bond. He wants what we buried." "And what's that?" Malachi stepped closer. "You." Amara's throat tightened. "Why?" "Because you made a choice once. Between fire and immortality. Between love and power. And some still believe you chose wrong." Her pulse roared. "Did I?" He reached up and touched her face, thumb grazing her cheek like the edge of a blessing. "Not to me." The wind lifted her curls. She didn't pull away. "Tell me what I was." He shook his head. "It's not what you were. It's what you are. A soul born from balance. Blood and light. Life and loss. You're not the past. You're the key to the future." She leaned into his hand, eyes searching. "And you? I'm the one who swore to follow you across lifetimes, and I will, even now." The trees groaned as if to speak. Somewhere in the dark, something stirred. Amara stepped forward, her fingers curling into his coat. "Then stay with me. Don't disappear when I wake up." Malachi didn't speak. He only bent his head and pressed his lips to hers. It wasn't chaste, it wasn't sweet. It was the kiss of memory and longing, of fire igniting in the middle of grief. Her hands gripped his chest, and she felt his heartbeat, steady and slow like something ancient. His breath trembled. So did hers. When they broke apart, he rested his forehead to hers. "There will be more. More dreams, more awakenings, and more danger." "Good," she said. "Let them come. I've been asleep long enough." He laughed, low and reverent. "You were always braver than me. You just remembered first." Behind them, the moss swayed and parted, revealing the faintest shimmer of moonlit flame where none should be. A sign. A beginning. A warning. Somewhere far from the ruins, another mouth whispered her name. But not with love. With hunger. Malachi stood in the threshold of the ruins, long after she left, letting the memory of her linger in the breath between moments. He could still taste her on the air, that warm, human sweetness, layered beneath the sharp copper trace of awakening power. She had kissed him like a promise. Like somewhere in her bones, she already remembered keeping it before. It changed everything. She wasn't just dreaming now. She was choosing. And choices had consequences. He turned toward the trees, the ground soft beneath his boots, moss reaching like fingers from the roots of old things. Something stirred in the earth, a faint vibration that had nothing to do with wind or time. The veil between now and then was growing thin again, unraveling at the seams. He could feel the hollowed watching, and not just one. They always hunted together. They were patient, spiteful things, immortals, carved hollow by betrayal and thirst, led by creatures that had once been kings and queens of something greater. Now all they craved was what Amara carried: memory, blood, and the power to choose again. He knelt beside the broken stone altar in the ruins, placing his hand flat on its surface. For a moment, the cold rock glowed faintly beneath his palm. Not enough to be seen by mortal eyes, but enough to answer him. She was still tethered here, even after lifetimes. The crossroads still remembered her name. It was sacred. It was dangerous. Meanwhile, in a corner of New Vienne's French Quarter, Amara moved like she didn't quite fit in her body anymore. The city buzzed around her. Tourists, brass bands, the scent of fried dough, and something more feral, just beneath the perfume of magnolia and beer. She'd always loved this stretch of cobblestone street, but today, every sound had teeth. Every shadow looked a little too long. She walked past a mural she'd passed 100 times. A black woman with golden wings, reaching up toward the stars. But now it made her pause. The stars above the wings had changed. There were 3 before. Now there were 4. Her breath caught. She didn't know how she knew it, but she knew it. "You see them too, don't you?" a voice said beside her. Amara turned sharply. A woman stood there, tall, dark-skinned, with a silver streak in her braids, and eyes that seemed older than they should have been. She wore a coat too heavy for the heat, and held a satchel stitched with strange glyphs. "I what?" Amara asked. "The stars. They weren't always like that. You're remembering," the woman said. "That's good. But it means they'll come faster now." "Who are you?" Amara asked, stepping back. "Someone who burned beside you once. Someone who remembers your scream and your sword, and the way you lit the skies red to save us." "You've got the wrong person." The woman smiled sadly. She turned to leave, but paused. "When the moon touches the water, don't drink. When the crows gather, don't speak your name. And when he asks you to choose again, choose love, not revenge." Then she was gone, swallowed by the rhythm of the street, like she'd never been there at all. Amara stood frozen, the noise of the city seeming to muffle around her. She touched the pendant beneath her shirt again, not for comfort, but for answers. Every step forward now felt like it opened a door in her head she didn't remember building. Memories of fire, of blood, of running barefoot across ash fields with a name like thunder in her chest. Malachi. She whispered it when she got home. Whispered it while she drew again, this time not from dreams, but from somewhere deeper. The page filled with shapes she didn't fully understand. A tower, a sigil, a wolf with eyes full of stars. She didn't know what it meant, but it felt true. The lights flickered just before midnight. Not the usual storm surge. No thunder. Just the quiet flick of something crossing her space. She turned toward the hallway, and her breath hitched. Malachi stood in her living room. Not shadowed. Not half there. Whole. Here. "I needed to see you," he said. "You broke into my house?" He smiled faintly. "You left the veil open." "I just followed the pull." She didn't ask what that meant, not when her heart was slamming like a drum in her ribs. "You always do this? Haunt women until they remember they loved you once?" "No," he said. "Only you." Her laugh was soft, unsure. "What happens now?" "That depends on you," he said, stepping closer. "They're watching, waiting for you to slip. But you won't." "Why are you so sure?" He touched her cheek again, gently. "Because you were always the stronger one. Even when they called me the monster." She didn't step away this time. She looked into his ember-colored eyes and saw echoes of herself in them. Herself as she had been. A warrior, a lover, a girl who once set the sky on fire for something bigger than either of them. "Stay tonight," she said quietly. "I don't want to be alone." "I never left," he murmured. She led him to the couch. He sat beside her, close but careful. They spoke little after that. The silence between them was full, heavy with history, light with something warmer than memory. She fell asleep with her head on his shoulder, and for the first time in years, the dark didn't scare her. Outside, the wind rustled the trees in a pattern older than any storm. A name hung on the air like a warning, or a prayer. And in the hidden places of the world, something stirred awake. Chapter 4. Blood on Cypress Bark. Chapter Separator. The dream returned before dawn, sharper now, redder around the edges. Amara stood in a marsh, where the cypress trees wept smoke instead of moss. The sky was a dim violet, neither night nor day, and something in the air tasted of rust and sorrow. Beneath her bare feet, the water rippled like something was breathing just beneath the surface. She could hear chanting in a language she didn't know, yet the sound made her spine arch like a string had been pulled taut inside her. When she looked down, her hands were painted in blood, not fresh, but old, dried, as though she'd done this before. She turned slowly. Behind her, the ruined chapel from the crossroads had returned. Only this time it was whole. Firelight pulsed from the windows. A shape stood in the doorway, tall and crowned with flame. Not Malachi, something older, something cruel. Its voice sounded like roots cracking beneath the weight of time. She forgot the name, it said, but the blood remembers. Amara ran. She didn't know where her legs carried her, only that the trees closed in around her, their trunks etched with symbols glowing faintly red. Every branch she passed whispered a different name. Some she recognized as hers, some she hoped never to hear again. When she stumbled, the dream shifted, the water turning into glass beneath her. She fell forward into her own reflection and woke with a scream. The morning light did nothing to burn off the fear. She rose from the couch, breath ragged, only to realize the space beside her was empty. The indent of his body was still there. His scent, amber and smoke, lingered in the air, but Malachi was gone. "Of course you are," she muttered, running a hand through her hair. "Always showing up just enough to make me question everything, then disappearing before it gets too real." But she didn't mean it. Not really. In her chest, something had shifted again. A tide pulled just beneath her ribs, demanding acknowledgement. She wasn't the same girl from last week, or even last night. The dreams were getting clearer, the warnings louder. And her body, her blood, it felt like it was humming all the time now, as if trying to tune itself back to something ancient and broken. She needed answers. Instead of heading to work, she called in, took her sketchbook, a bottle of water, and drove out to the edge of town where the cane fields met the edge of the swampland. The path twisted behind the old church ruins, through reeds that scraped her thighs, and cypress knees that rose like silent sentinels from the muck. It was quiet again, too quiet. She approached the clearing slowly. No birds, no frogs. The chapel ruins stood exactly as before, tilted, devoured by moss, forgotten by man. But there was something new. Blood. Thin streaks of it across the bark of the largest cypress tree. Fresh, crimson, still glistening. Amara stopped cold. It wasn't smeared. It wasn't accidental. It was a symbol, a spiral with a line through it, a sigil she'd seen before, in her drawings, in the dreams, and now here, real. She stepped closer, heart in her throat, and touched the bark. Her fingertips came away sticky. She was shaking, not from fear, but from the bone-deep knowing that this was meant for her. "Do you remember it now?" came a voice behind her. She turned and saw Malachi leaning against the broken arch of the chapel, arms folded, expression unreadable. "I dreamed again," she said. "The blood, the chapel, the names. And I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if I'm finally waking up." "Both," he said simply. "That's how it starts." Amara stepped toward him, her voice sharper now. "What is that symbol? Why was it in my dreams before I ever saw it here?" "Because it's yours," he said. "It was once the mark of your house, the blood of Cyprus, guardians of memory, firebinders, those who bled so others could forget." "You're making this up." "Am I?" He moved closer, eyes fixed on hers. "You know the symbol. You dream of a burning city. You feel the change in your bones every time you touch that pendant." She swallowed. "Then tell me what it means, all of it." He didn't look away. You were born with power. Not in this life, but in the one before. You were part of a covenant, an oath-bonded circle of flame keepers, bound to protect the passage between life and death. I was your shadow, your sword. We stood against the Hollowed when they rose to devour the old world. We failed. Amara stared at him. And now? Now they've found you again. They'll come. They always do. Why not just kill me if I'm so important? Because your blood carries keys. Because if they turn you before you awaken fully, they can rewrite everything. That's what they've always wanted. She turned away, looking back at the marked tree. What if I don't want any of this? Then you die, Malachi said softly. This time, for real. And they take your gifts. And the world loses something it doesn't even remember it needs. Amara exhaled. So those are my choices? Die or become some magical soldier in a war I don't remember? He stepped closer and placed a hand over her heart. No. You have one more choice. She looked up at him. Live, he said. Love, find me again. And fight because you choose to, not because you were born to. The moment stretched between them, full of breath and heat and the weight of a history she was only beginning to believe. And then the wind changed. Malachi's head snapped toward the trees. We have to go. Now, what is it? They're close. The shadows twisted as something moved between the trees. Slick, fast, and silent. Amara backed away from the blood-marked cypress, her heart hammering. Malachi. Don't run, he said. They like it when you run. She turned and followed him deeper into the woods instead, toward the veil that shimmered behind the chapel ruins, toward a door not everyone could see. As she crossed its threshold, the world changed. Color dulled, sound thickened, and the sky turned silver. She looked back just once before it closed. There were 3 figures now, standing beneath the cypress, watching, waiting, hungry, and they smiled. The moment they stepped through the veil, Amara stumbled, the pressure of whatever world they'd entered pressing down on her chest like a second gravity. It was colder here, though not in temperature. The cold was in the bones of the place, in the silence that swallowed every breath. The sky above was neither day nor night, a canvas of silver and indigo clouds that didn't move. The trees here weren't cypress, but something darker, twisted into impossible shapes that curled toward the sky like they were trying to remember what light felt like. Malachi steadied her with one hand at her back. Keep moving. We're in the between now. They can't follow you here. Not yet. What is this place? She asked, trying to focus on anything other than the shimmer that hung in the air like threads of spider silk. Her skin tingled where they brushed against her. A memory, he said, or a graveyard. Depends who you ask. A past between trees with bark like obsidian and roots that hummed with low pulses of reddish light. The wind whispered in voices she couldn't understand, though parts of her ached with familiarity. Every step they took farther from the veil, the more the space seemed to open around them, like they were walking through the ribs of some enormous, sleeping beast. She slowed near one of the trees and reached out, fingers hovering above a cluster of carved runes, glowing faintly blue. Don't touch them, Malachi said, voice sharp now. Why not? Because they remember, and if they remember you before you're ready. He didn't finish the sentence, just walked on. She pulled her hand back and followed. Eventually, the woods broke open into a hollow. At the center was a stone platform, raised and ringed with withered vines. It looked like an altar or a stage, or both. Bones lined the base, not scattered, but arranged with ritual precision. Malachi stepped onto it and turned. This is where you remembered last time. She stopped short of joining him. You brought me here before? In another life. And what happened? You chose to become fire. She frowned. That doesn't make any damn sense. It will. Lightning rippled across the sky in silent, lazy arcs. The air shimmered again, and she heard her name spoken from far off. Not aloud, but in the core of her mind. Something calling. Someone's here, she whispered. Yes, Malachi said, but not to hurt you, not yet. This place is protected, for now. She stepped up beside him, staring down at the etched spiral in the middle of the altar. It was the same as the blood mark on the cypress, the same one she used to draw in the margins of her notebooks without knowing why. What was I, Malachi? She asked, not looking at him. Before all this, before I was Amara. He answered quietly. You were Flameborn, a keeper of the last pyre. Your true name was Zara al-Ashen. Your voice could calm storms, and your hands healed wounds not even time could fix. She looked at him now, breath shallow. And you? Who were you? I was the one who swore to follow you into every life, the one you named Loveless because I had forgotten what love was until you gave it back to me. Is that real? She asked, voice tight. Or just something you say to make me fall into this? His gaze held hers. It's the truth. You've already fallen. I'm just here to catch you. Before she could reply, the vines around the altar trembled. A soft wind swirled upward, gathering speed, the air filled with the scent of burnt sage and salt. From the roots of the platform, a faint blue light pulsed, and then a woman rose from the center of the spiral. Not climbed, not stepped, rose. She was dressed in robes that shimmered between black and deep green, her face veiled, save for her mouth, which spoke in that same language Amara heard in her dreams. Her eyes were silver slits of flame. She hovered an inch above the stone, gaze moving between them like she'd known them both before they were born. Malachi lowered his head slightly. Oracle. The woman didn't return the greeting. She simply stared at Amara. Zara, she said, her voice neither young nor old. You are late. Amara blinked. What? The others have risen. The hollow bloods hunger. The gate stirs. You were supposed to remember sooner. I didn't choose to forget, Amara said, heart racing. But you did, the oracle answered. To love freely, to die freely, and now the price of that freedom is rising. Amara looked to Malachi, but he offered no comfort, only silence. The oracle extended her hand, and a spark ignited in her palm. A flame the size of a coin. It floated toward Amara and hovered just before her chest. Take it, the oracle said. What happens if I do? You remember. And if I don't? You die, and they win. Amara stared at the spark, breath hitching. It pulsed with a warmth that wasn't heat, but history. The feeling of long-lost things clawing their way to the surface. Her hands trembled. Her throat closed. Malachi moved beside her. You don't have to do this alone. She looked at him, then reached out. The moment her fingers touched the flame, the world shattered into 1,000 burning mirrors. She saw her hands weaving fire into shields, her lips pressing against Malachi's as soldiers died around them. Her voice calling down lightning, her death, her rebirth, her name whispered in every language under the stars. Zara. Amara fell to her knees. When she looked up again, the oracle was gone, and the altar was no longer stone. It was ash. Malachi knelt beside her and placed a hand on her back. Now you remember. She nodded slowly, tears running hot down her cheeks. Yes, she whispered. And it hurts. It always does. Amara didn't know how long she sat there, knees pressed into the brittle ashes of her past, with the taste of old fire on her tongue and memories crackling like dying embers behind her eyes. The between was still, the eerie hush stretching around her as the trees leaned in close, as if waiting to hear what she would do next. Her breathing was ragged, chest rising and falling like she'd run a mile, but all she'd done was remember, really remember. And that act alone had split her in two. Malachi stayed beside her, silent but solid. one hand pressed lightly between her shoulder blades, like a tether. He didn't rush her. He didn't try to speak the comfort she wouldn't have accepted. But he was there, and something about that grounded her more than any spell or flame ever could. She reached for the pendant at her neck again, fingers tracing the edges like a worry stone. It wasn't just jewelry. It never had been. And now that she'd taken the flame, the heat in the metal pulsed with life. Her past, his promise, the bond that stretched across time. She finally found her voice. "I don't think I'm ready for this." "No one ever is," he said, the words soft. "But you're not alone. I feel like I've swallowed a storm." "That's because you have." He looked out at the twisted trees beyond the altar, eyes narrowing. "And the storm is waking things." Amara stood, slowly, legs shaky but determined. She looked down at the platform, or what remained of it. The ash hadn't scattered. It had melted into the shape of the flame sigil, etched into the very dirt beneath her. It pulsed once, then faded, as if it had passed something on. "What happens now?" "Now," Malachi said, standing beside her, "we leave this place before the Hollowbloods find the breach." A chill raced through her. "That other vampire, the one from the ruins, he wasn't like you." "No," Malachi confirmed. "He's part of the ones who never chose love, only hunger. They remember me too? They hate you because they do." He extended a hand, and this time she didn't hesitate. Their fingers locked, and the veil around the between shimmered again, its edge reappearing in the distance like fog being peeled away from glass. They walked together, hand in hand, until the trees faded and the world twisted again. When Amara blinked, they were back at the edge of the bayou, moonlight dusting the water, the hum of insects and frogs returning like breath held too long. The cypress trees stood tall and indifferent, their bark dark and rough with secrets. But something was different. She could feel it in the way her heart no longer sat idly in her chest. It burned now, not with fear, but with fire. Not just from the past, but for what came next. "I need to know everything," she said, breaking the silence as they approached the cane fields. "You will," Malachi said, "but it doesn't come all at once. It's not safe to remember everything immediately. You could fracture, or worse. Your soul's only just stitching itself together." Amara stopped walking. "You said I chose this forgetting. Why?" He hesitated, eyes searching hers like the answer might hurt more than silence. "Because last time, when they found you, they tore you apart in a way not even death could fix. You begged the oracle to send your soul forward untouched. You wanted to love again, without blood, without memory, just to be a girl who could feel something beautiful before the war came again. And you," she asked, "what did you choose?" He gave a sad smile. "To follow, to wait, to remember everything, so you wouldn't have to." A lump caught in her throat, thick and heavy. "That's not fair. It was the only way to protect you." She looked away, toward the cane rising in shadowed rows. Somewhere in the distance, a barn owl cried. The land was still, but her blood buzzed like it knew more was coming. "Do I still have powers?" she asked quietly. "Or was all of that tied to her?" "You are her," Malachi said. "Just quieter now. It will come back, but you must be careful. If you open the flame too soon, they'll feel it. The Hollowbloods, and the ones worse than them." "Worse?" she asked, voice low. He didn't answer, just looked toward the horizon where storm clouds gathered over the distant bayou trees. They walked back to her house in silence, the air between them thick with what had been said and what still lingered in the dark corners of both their hearts. When they reached her porch, she paused at the steps. "Are you coming in?" Malachi hesitated. "Do you want me to?" She swallowed. I don't want to be alone. His eyes softened, and he climbed the steps behind her. Inside, the house was quiet, save for the faint creak of wood under their feet. She led him to the living room, flicking on a single lamp, the glow warm and golden against the night pressing in from every window. The pendant still burned against her chest, not painfully, but insistently, like it wanted to stay close to him. She sat on the couch, pulled her knees to her chest, and watched him as he remained standing near the window. Like a sentry, like a shadow meant to keep the dark at bay. You always stood like that, she said, surprising herself. He turned to her. You remember? Just flashes, but I remember the feeling of being safe when you did that. He walked over slowly and sat beside her. Not too close, but not far either. I never stopped guarding you. A silence stretched between them. Not awkward, not forced, just waiting. Amara spoke first. What happens if I let myself love you again? He turned his head slowly. Then we begin where we left off. Not in fire, but in choice. And if I'm not ready, I'll still be here. She leaned her head back, eyes tracing the cracks in the ceiling paint. What if I never remember everything? You don't need to, he said. You already found me. The air around them shifted again, but it wasn't supernatural. It was human, intimate. The weight of old love rediscovered, carried gently in the arms of something new. He reached for her hand this time, and she let him take it. The silence between them wasn't a wall anymore. It was a bridge, and Amara, for all her confusion and fear, felt herself step onto it. Not because she remembered everything, but because her heart already did. Chapter 5, A Love Like Firewater. Chapter Separator. The heat was suffocating, thick and wet, like the bayou was trying to breathe through her skin. Amara stood at the kitchen window with a chipped glass of sweet tea, watching the sky sweat and sag. The fan above her head rotated in slow, lazy circles, moving the air just enough to tease. Her tank top clung to her back, her curls frizzed at the edges, and her patience felt paper thin. Somewhere outside, a cicada screamed its endless psalm. It was summer in South Louisiana, and the world smelled like boiled sugar, damp wood, and ozone. She hadn't seen Malachi in 3 days. Not in her dreams, not at the edge of the cane fields, not in the shadows of the old church. It unnerved her more than she wanted to admit. She wasn't sure if she was craving his presence or bracing for it. Either way, the silence was heavier than it had been before he entered her life again. The pendant at her throat stayed warm now, like it remembered him even when her mind tried not to. She turned from the window and poured the last of the tea down the drain. It was too hot to drink anything that wasn't frozen. The kitchen was small, worn tile, off-white cabinets, and counters stained by time, but it was hers. The only thing she owned outright besides her car and a dozen sketchbooks filled with faces she didn't recognize. One face, though, had started to appear more often, Malachi's, or at least the version of him her fingers remembered. Sharper, younger, eyes like fire caught behind smoked glass. She was reaching for the freezer door when the knock came. 3 firm raps. Not tentative, not aggressive, just certain. Her spine straightened. The glass fell from her hand and shattered on the floor. She didn't even flinch. She crossed the space slowly, each step deliberate. When she opened the door, he was standing there, barefoot again, rain damp, and too beautiful to be real. His coat clung to him, edges darkened by water. His eyes searched hers without pretense or apology. "You're late," she said. He gave a soft, tired smile. "I didn't want to come too soon." You left without a word. I wanted to see if you'd still feel me when I wasn't there. She opened the screen door. You want in or not? He stepped inside like he'd done it 1,000 times. Maybe he had. Maybe, in another life, he'd kissed her neck while she stirred gumbo and danced her barefoot across this very floor. But today, there was glass between them. Memory and reality grinding against one another like tectonic plates. She pointed to the table. Sit. If you're gonna haunt my doorstep, you can at least stay long enough to answer some questions. He sat, hands folded, posture perfect. She poured 2 glasses of water and handed him one, even though she knew he didn't need it. I dreamed of fire last night, she began. He didn't interrupt. I saw a city burning, a cathedral with rose-colored windows. You were bleeding. I think I was dying. His eyes didn't leave her face. You were. She took a long sip of water. So it's true, all of it? The past lives, the blood, the war? I told you, your soul remembers what your mind forgets. She pressed a palm flat to the table. Then tell me what I was to you. Malachi's voice dropped to something almost reverent. You were the last light before I turned to ash. The reason I kept breathing when it would have been easier to disappear. You were the fire that made the curse bearable. She swallowed, throat dry. You make it sound like I saved you. You did. And now you're here to save me? I'm here because your soul called mine. Across centuries. Across lifetimes. I couldn't ignore it. She laughed softly. You sound like something out of a book. I'm older than most of them. They sat in silence for a moment. The fan creaked overhead. The cicadas buzzed louder. Outside, thunder grumbled like a warning. Do you love me? She asked suddenly. His head tilted. Now? No, she said. Always. He stood and came around the table slowly. When he stopped in front of her, he reached down, lifted her hand to his mouth, and kissed her knuckles like a vow. I have never stopped. Her chest ached in a strange, familiar way. She pulled him closer by the front of his coat and kissed him hard. Fast, fierce, with none of the delicacy of their last goodbye. He responded in kind. His hands were warm despite the rain, and his mouth tasted like old stories. They didn't make it to the bedroom. The storm broke over the house as they stumbled down the hall, lightning casting them in flashes of silver and shadow. Every touch was a memory, every gasp a page rewritten. Later, wrapped in a blanket and still breathless, Amara stared at the ceiling fan as it resumed its lazy spinning. Is this real? She whispered. Malachi's arm curled around her waist. It always was. She didn't argue. But sleep came slow. Her dreams were fractured, snippets of battlefields, songs in a language she couldn't name, the feel of stone beneath her feet and fire in her hands. At the edge of it all, a name whispered like prayer. She woke before dawn. Malachi was already up, seated at the kitchen table again, sketching in one of her notebooks with charcoal. She watched from the doorway, unnoticed, her chest full of ache. I was a painter, she said. He looked up. You still are. She crossed the floor barefoot, touched the edge of the drawing. It was her, not as she was now, but as she once had been. Braids coiled with gold thread, fire burning in both hands, eyes glowing like twin suns. I don't feel like her. You don't have to. He set the charcoal down. But you will. She looked at him. Really looked. I don't know if I can handle this. I'll help you. A pause. Will it hurt? His jaw tightened. It already does. The morning sun broke slowly over the horizon, bleeding orange and pink into the sky like a wound healing open. Amara stepped into its light and felt it stir something in her blood. There was no going back, only forward, through the fire, with him. And somewhere, deep beneath the weight of lifetimes, her soul whispered, I remember. Amara didn't ask where Malachi had gone when the sun rose fully. He was still there, sipping coffee like he belonged, barefoot at her kitchen table, tracing circles on the ceramic with one long, ink-stained finger. The sketch of her past self, gold-threaded and flame-crowned, lay between them, anchoring them both in something neither could fully name. She sat across from him, stirring sugar into her coffee until it dissolved completely, her spoon clinking against ceramic like a heartbeat. "I have 1,000 questions," she said softly. He looked up, his gaze steady. "I'll answer the ones I can." She set her cup down. "Were we always like this?" He tilted his head slightly, considering. "Sometimes we were enemies before we were lovers. Sometimes we met only at the end, but every time we burned." "Burned how?" "Like wildfire through the world. Unstoppable, dangerous, beautiful." He reached across the table and touched her wrist. "We've always found each other, Amara, even when it cost us everything." She looked at his hand, at the faint scars running over his knuckles. "What does it cost this time?" Too soon to say. The air between them thickened, heavy with memory. Outside, the sky brooded, clouds gathering again like it hadn't stormed just hours before. She watched the way his fingers curled and flexed, always on alert. Malachi might have looked calm, but the tension under his skin told a different story. "What happened in our last life?" she asked. "The fire? Was that the end?" His mouth tightened. "Yes and no. The fire was our choice. We stood on the wrong side of a war for the right reasons. We tried to stop something that was already too far gone. You sacrificed yourself to seal a gate, a portal, to trap what was coming through. Something worse than you?" He gave a rueful smile. "Much worse. I was never the monster in our story, just the fool who didn't get to her in time." She stared at the painting again, the way her former self had looked, fearless, proud, the kind of woman who didn't run from anything, not even death. "And now?" "Now," he said, "you're waking up, and they'll come for you again." She stood, the stool scraping the floor. "Why?" "Because you remember, and because you're powerful, even if you don't know it yet, and because I love you, and some creatures live to feed on things that bright." Mara crossed the kitchen and opened the back door. The air hit her like a slap, hot, dense, perfumed with honeysuckle and swamp rot. The sounds of the bayou rose to meet her. Frogs croaking, water lapping, the occasional bird call slicing the silence. Malachi stepped behind her, close enough that his breath brushed her shoulder. "It's not just the heat you feel, is it?" "No," she whispered. "It's like the land is waiting, watching." He nodded. "It remembers blood, magic. You were born here for a reason." She turned to face him. "Then teach me." His eyes narrowed, but not in distrust. More like reverence. "You're sure?" "No, but I'm ready." He stepped onto the porch and gestured for her to follow. "Then we begin." They walked past the cane fields and into the woods, deeper than she usually dared to go. The trees thickened, the light dimmed, and the cypress knees rose from the water like gnarled fingers reaching for truth. They passed a stone circle hidden beneath vines, an altar covered in moss, a carving of a serpent etched into a tree older than memory. "This place," she murmured. "It's humming." Malachi pressed a hand to the bark. "Because you're here, and it remembers you. The land is old magic, Amara. It doesn't forget who bled for it." He led her to a clearing with a ring of stones blackened by fire. The air buzzed with tension. "Stand in the center," she obeyed, feeling foolish and electric all at once. He stood just outside the ring. "Close your eyes." She did. "Now breathe. Deep. Let the land speak through your bones." At first, there was nothing but wind and heat. Then, slowly, the ground shifted under her feet. A low thrum echoed in her chest, vibrating her ribs. Visions danced behind her eyes, rivers glowing under moonlight. Women singing in tongues older than Latin, a blade burning blue in her hands as she screamed a name she didn't yet remember. She gasped and staggered back. Malachi caught her before she could fall. "You felt it," he said, voice hushed. She nodded, heart pounding. "It's like my blood isn't mine anymore. It's never just been yours." A branch cracked in the woods. They both turned. Another figure emerged from the trees, face hidden by a hood, cloak wet with river water. Amara tensed. "Friend of yours?" Malachi stepped in front of her. "Not anymore." The stranger lifted their head. Eyes like ink met Amara's. A slow smile spread across their face. "So this is the flame reborn." Amara's pendant seared against her chest. She winced. The stranger chuckled. "You're not ready, but you're awakening. I can taste it." Malachi's voice turned to steel. "You're trespassing." "I'm preparing," the figure said, "for the return, for the reckoning." Amara felt her hands trembling, but underneath it, deeper, something surged. A pull, a pressure. A name forming in the back of her throat, clawing its way out like smoke. "Go," Malachi warned. "While you still can." The stranger faded into mist. Amara collapsed to her knees, breathing hard. "What was that?" "A ghost," Malachi said grimly. "But not the kind you forget." They stayed in the clearing until the sky bruised purple. The heat never let up. The air thickened like syrup, and the blood in her veins felt like it was waking up from centuries of sleep. She clutched Malachi's hand and didn't let go. He didn't ask if she was scared. She didn't lie and say she wasn't. But when they walked home, it was her who led the way. The fire was stirring, and this time she wouldn't run from it. The heat did not break with the setting sun. It clung to the air like breath on glass, thick and honeyed, stretching shadows across the floorboards of Amara's house as she sat curled on the edge of her bed. Malachi seated across from her with one leg slung over the other. There was no longer pretense in the space between them. No denial that something ancient and aching tethered their lives. Only the quiet hum of cicadas outside the window and the scent of clove and lavender drifting between them from a candle flickering on the sill. She held the pendant in her hands, letting it swing gently from its chain like a pendulum, and watched the way the light caught the tiny carvings along its edge. "It was always that," Malachi said, nodding toward it. "Every life in some form. A charm? A promise." He leaned forward slightly. "It was the last thing you gave me before you stepped into the fire. You said if I ever found you again, I'd know by this." Her thumb traced the markings absently. "So I gave it back to myself. I don't even remember when I started wearing it." "You wouldn't. Your other self remembers in dreams and fragments. Symbols, not words." Amara met his gaze. "And what does your other self remember?" He didn't answer immediately. His eyes dropped to the floor, then rose again slowly, gaze heavier than it had been before. "The sound of your voice when you were dying. The way you said my name and made it feel like a spell worth keeping. I remember fire behind your eyes, and the way you kissed me like it was both an ending and a beginning." She felt heat rise in her cheeks, not from the temperature, but from something molten beneath her skin, some old ember catching again. "Do you love me because of who I was, or because of who I am now?" "Both," he said, without hesitation, "but mostly because the soul never lies. No matter the body, you've always been the same light, reckless, brilliant, kind." "Kind," she echoed, skeptical. You kissed your enemy once to save a village. That doesn't sound kind. That sounds dangerous. It was, he said with a grin, but you didn't care. You never feared sacrifice. You feared silence, dullness, dying without making a mark. She leaned back, resting on her elbows. Maybe I still do. He stood and crossed the room. The bed dipped under his weight as he sat beside her, his presence warm, grounding. He brushed a curl from her temple. Then don't be afraid of this. This? Us. Their faces were close enough now that she could see the faintest gold ring around the ember in his irises. Her breath caught. I'm scared of losing myself, she said, of becoming someone I can't recognize. You're becoming someone you were meant to be. The kiss came without warning, as if drawn forward by gravity rather than desire. It wasn't desperate. It wasn't urgent. It was slow, molten, the kind of kiss that pulls at something in the marrow. She melted into it without thinking, without fear. When it broke, she rested her forehead against his and whispered, "This feels like home." He smiled against her skin. That's because it is. They stayed that way until the candle burned low. Eventually, sleep claimed her, curled beside him, her dreams flickering with images she didn't understand. A spiral staircase in a tower of bones, a crown of flame, a boy with white eyes staring from a mirror. She woke only once, to find him watching her, his hand brushing her knuckles softly. "What is it?" she asked, voice thick with sleep. "They'll come soon. The others. Others like you?" He shook his head. "Not like me. Older. Hungrier. Bound to the same fire you once bound. When you wake, Amara, the veil between this world and what came before will thin." She reached for his hand. "Then don't let me face it alone." "You'll never be alone," he said. "Not while I still breathe." She smiled faintly. "You don't breathe." Details. In the morning, the heat broke. Rain fell hard and fast, rattling the roof like it was trying to shake memory loose from the bones of the house. Amara stood at the window, watching the water rush in sheets down the street, pooling beneath the azalea bushes and rising to kiss the back steps. The storm felt like cleansing and warning all at once. Malachi stood behind her, silent as ever. "What happens now?" she asked. He slipped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. "Now we prepare. For what? For war. For love. For remembering. They all come braided together, Amara. Always." She closed her eyes and leaned into him. "Then I need to know everything. From the beginning." "I'll tell you," he said, "but not here." "Then where?" "Where your blood runs deepest. Where your name was first spoken into flame." "And where's that?" His lips brushed the edge of her ear. "The bayou." And with that, chapter 5 ends in fire and rain. Two souls once severed, now beginning to mend beneath the heavy breath of ancient woods and stories not yet told. Chapter 6. The Night the Queen Cursed Us. Chapter separator. The storm didn't let up for 2 days. Thunder crawled like a wounded beast across the sky, and the rain hammered rooftops as if trying to drown the past itself. Amara hadn't left the house, not physically, but her mind wandered. It wandered into dreams, into questions, into the memory of Malachi's touch, and the truth his eyes refused to say aloud. She could feel the shift happening in her chest, the pull toward something deeper, older. It wasn't just about him anymore. It was about who she was, who she'd always been, beneath her skin. She lit candles, without knowing why, carved symbols into her journal margins that came to her unbidden, and caught herself humming melodies she didn't recognize. but that made her eyes water. Malachi watched without interfering, standing at the edges of her quiet rituals like a priest before a forgotten altar. When she asked him what they meant, he only said, "Your soul is waking. Let it speak before you ask it to explain itself." On the third morning, the rain stopped. The world didn't dry. It steamed. The sky was low and gray, and the earth smelled of moss and rot and rebirth. That was when he said, it was time. They took the back road out of town, past the rusted sugar mill and the weeping willow whose trunk bore knife-carved initials, older than the streetlights. The farther they drove, the less paved the path became, until the car rumbled along dirt softened by flood. At last, they parked beside a stand of cypress trees too thick for sunlight to pierce, where the moss dangled like mourning veils. Amara stepped out first. The bayou hummed all around her, not just with life, but with memory, with weight. She looked at Malachi. "Why here?" "This is where your blood remembers," he said. "This is where you were cursed." She blinked. "I thought I was reborn." "You were, but only after you were broken." She followed him through the trees. The air was thick with heat and ghosts. He moved like he knew every stone, every root, every sigh in the water. They stopped before a circle of standing stones half swallowed by vines. "Here," he said. "This is where it happened, the last night of your old life." And suddenly she saw it, not with her eyes, but behind them, a different sky above her, firelight, screams, the same stones, but clean and sharp-edged. People in cloaks with weapons drawn, a crown on her head. A voice inside her, not her own, whispering a name. "Zahara." Amara gasped and stumbled back. "What is this?" Malachi's voice was quiet, a memory. She clutched her temples. "She's not me. She is." And she cursed them. She cursed us all, to burn, to forget, to be hunted in every lifetime until the fire remembered its name. Amara's knees buckled, and he caught her. She shook in his arms, the pressure of 1,000 lifetimes crashing through her all at once. "She was a queen," she whispered. "She was a goddess," he corrected. "And she loved too hard." The wind stirred the leaves, and the shadows shifted. Something was watching. Not just animals, not just time. The veil between worlds was thinning again. He helped her stand. "Look," he said, guiding her hand to the bark of one of the standing trees. Beneath layers of moss, carvings glimmered faintly in the filtered light. Marks not made by human hands. "You bound them here, with blood and fire. You said no one would use your power again." "Did I lose control?" "No. You gave yourself away." "For who?" "For us." Amara closed her eyes. She could feel the heat on her palms, could feel herself whispering a curse that tasted like wine and heartbreak. She had been powerful, and she had been afraid. "I saw you die," Malachi said, voice hollow. "Not once, but 100 times. In every life, they found you, and I buried you again and again." She turned to him. "But I came back." He nodded. "And this time, I won't let them take you." From the woods, something cracked. A sharp sound, not a branch, a footstep. Malachi stepped in front of her instantly. "They're close." "Who?" "The ones who never forgot the curse. The ones you burned alive." Amara felt the heat rise in her blood. Not fear, fury. The wind picked up again, and the leaves shimmered like they knew her name now. "What do they want?" she asked. "To finish what they started." Then she remembered the dream, the fire, the tower, the boy with white eyes. She stepped forward. "And let them try." The damp earth beneath Amara's boots seemed to pulse, alive with the echoes of the past and the threats of the present. The cypress trees loomed like silent sentinels, their moss-draped limbs swaying in a breeze that carried whispers too faint to understand, but heavy enough to unsettle the skin. Malachi's dark eyes flicked toward the shadows where the footsteps had come from. Muscles coiled like a panther, ready to strike. "They won't wait long," he said, voice low and steady. "We have to move, now." Amara swallowed, the surge of adrenaline tightening her throat. She could feel the fierce heat radiating from her veins. Something ancient, awakening. A storm behind her eyes that threatened to shatter the fragile calm she'd fought to hold on to. The curse wasn't just a memory anymore. It was real. It was here. And it wanted blood. Malachi took her hand, firm and sure. "Trust me," he urged. And together they slicked deeper into the bayou's shadowed heart, where twisted roots clawed at the mud and the water shimmered with the ghostly dance of fireflies. The sky overhead had begun to bleed the last light of day, bruised purples and deep blues folding into the promise of night. Amara's breath came faster as the world around her thickened with silence, a silence that screamed. Every sense sharpened until she could taste the iron in the air and hear the soft ripple of water, disturbed by unseen movement. The stories Malachi had told her, the legends whispered in hidden corners of New Orleans, all bled together into a sharp, terrifying truth. They were hunted, marked by a curse older than any living memory. "Who are they really?" she asked, voice barely more than a breath. Malachi's jaw tightened. "They're the children of the Queen's wrath, shadows born from fire and pain. They've waited for centuries to reclaim what was taken." A sudden rustle behind them made Amara spin, heart pounding. But it was only a heron, tall and pale, stepping delicately through the marsh grass before taking flight with a mournful cry. The moment passed, but the threat did not. The veil between the worlds was thinner here, and every shadow could hide a nightmare. Malachi's hand squeezed hers, grounding her. "We keep moving. The deeper swamp holds answers and safety, for now." The journey was slow, each step sinking slightly into the soft earth. The air was thick with humidity, clinging to skin and clothes, making the heat feel like a living thing pressing against them. Amara's mind spun with the memories flooding back. The Queen Zahara's fire, the blood ties, the curse she had uttered with lips trembling between love and rage. 1,000 lifetimes woven into a single thread of fate. "What if I can't fight this?" she whispered. "What if the curse wins?" Malachi stopped, turning to face her fully beneath the hanging moss that brushed their shoulders like cold fingers. His gaze was fierce, unwavering. "You won't. You never have. You're stronger than you realize, stronger than the curse itself." The weight of his certainty settled over her like a shield. For the first time since the memory had ripped through her, Amara felt a flicker of hope, not just for herself, but for all the souls trapped in the endless cycle of fire and forgetting. And the first scream tore through the night like a blade, raw, agonized, a sound meant to unnerve and shatter. Amara's pulse surged. Malachi's body went rigid, every muscle tense, as if ready to spring. "They've found us," he growled. Branches cracked sharply to their right. Shadows erupted from the trees, figures cloaked in ragged black, faces hidden, but eyes burning with hate. The children of the curse had come to finish the hunt. Malachi pulled Amara behind a massive cypress, pressing his lips to her ear. "Stay close. Fight with me." Amara's hands clenched into fists, her whole being ignited with a fierce, trembling power she barely understood, but was desperate to wield. Flames flickered to life in the hollow of her palm, the same wine-colored fire that had haunted her dreams. The air smelled suddenly of smoke and brimstone, thick and sweet. One of the figures lunged forward, a shadowy blade slicing through the thick air. Malachi moved faster, intercepting with a force that cracked like thunder. Their battle began, fierce and chaotic, the swamp around them alive with the clash of old magic and raw strength. Amara felt herself fall into the rhythm, not just fighting to survive, but to remember, to reclaim the power buried beneath centuries of fear. Each strike was a promise, each breath a rebellion. The night stretched on, wild and unyielding, and somewhere beneath the roar of thunder and the crackling fire, Amara whispered a vow, one born from blood and flame. They would not be broken again. Chapter 7, Moonbound, Chapter Separator. The bayou breathed beneath the heavy silver light of the moon, its waters still and deep, mirroring the tangled branches that stretched toward the sky like blackened fingers grasping at secrets. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the musky scent of wet earth, moss, and ancient decay, a perfume both comforting and dangerous. In this world between worlds, the veil thinned and blurred, leaving the swamp alive with whispers and shadows that moved just beyond sight. Amara stood at the water's edge, the hem of her cloak brushing the wet grass. She felt the cool night air settle on her skin like a caress. But inside, her blood was a slow fire, warmed by the weight of the night and the promise it held. Her reflection stared back at her, fragmented and flickering across the water's surface. A face she barely recognized, shadowed and fierce, crowned by moonlight and burdened by history. The queen she had glimpsed in the flames, Zahara, was both her and not, a legacy woven through centuries of pain and power, love and loss. Amara had tasted the edge of that fire and survived. Now she stood on the cusp of what came next. Behind her, soft footsteps approached, stirring the delicate stillness. Malachi's silhouette emerged from the shadows, steady and sure, a dark guardian amid the shifting shapes of the swamp. His eyes gleamed with something older than time itself, something fierce and tender all at once. The night wrapped around him like a cloak, but it was the quiet strength beneath that drew Amara's gaze. "The moon is high," he said, voice low and steady, blending with the rustle of cypress leaves. "The night you've been waiting for." She nodded, the muscles in her jaw tightening. The moonbound, the calling that the elders spoke of. Malachi moved beside her, shoulders squared against the chill that slipped beneath the humidity. It's when the curse's chains loosen for a moment, when those bound by fire and blood can find each other, when the magic hidden in your veins stirs awake. Amara's fingers curled into fists at her sides, the weight of it settling deep into her bones. "I've been chasing pieces of myself in dreams and shadows, but tonight feels different, like everything's about to change." Malachi studied her, the faintest smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. "Change is coming. The question is, will you be ready?" A sudden splash broke the silence. Something moved beneath the water, a shimmer like silver scales, swift and fluid. Amara's breath caught, instinct snapping to alert. The bayou was alive, and it had eyes. "Are you afraid?" Malachi asked quietly. She shook her head, drawing a breath steady enough to hold the wildness inside. "No, not anymore." The moonlight shifted through the branches, throwing dancing shadows that wrapped around them like threads of some ancient spell. From the thicket ahead, a figure emerged, at first just a shape, tall and slender, cloaked in deep indigo that seemed to drink in the moonlight rather than reflect it. As she stepped closer, the glow of her eyes became clear, pale and luminous, shining with an unearthly light that held both welcome and warning. "Amara Whitaker," the woman said, voice smooth and low, like wind over water. "You stand at the threshold." Amara's heart thudded harder, a mixture of recognition and caution tightening her throat. "Who are you?" The woman's lips curved in a smile that didn't quite reach those glowing eyes. "I am Celine, keeper of the moonbound, guardian of those bound by night and curse alike." Malachi's stance stiffened. "Keeper of the moonbound?" His voice carried a sharp edge. "We've heard stories, old magic, dangerous promises." Celine turned her gaze to him, eyes narrowing just slightly. "Stories are only shadows of truth. You walk in darkness, Malachi, but even the darkest nights have their keepers." Amara stepped forward, courage rising, despite the chill that snaked up her spine. "What do you want with me?" Celine's gaze softened, almost imperceptibly. "To offer you what has always been yours. A choice, the power to rise, or the price to fall." Amara's breath hitched. "I don't understand." "The curse that follows you," Celine said, voice like silk and steel, "was born of fire and blood, but it is also bound by the moon. On this night, when the veil thins, you can learn to harness it, to wield the power locked inside your bloodline." Malachi's dark eyes locked on Celine's, suspicion clear. "And what's the cost?" Celine's smile faded. "That depends on you. Every gift demands a sacrifice." The air between them pulsed, thick with unspoken truths. Amara felt the fire inside her flare to life, the memory of Zahara's curse burning in her veins. To claim the power was to accept the weight of centuries. To fight was to risk everything. "Show me," Amara said, voice steady. Celine nodded once, a silent command. The woman moved with graceful certainty toward the water's edge, reaching out to touch the surface. The bayou shimmered and shifted beneath her fingertips, as if responding to some invisible thread. "Close your eyes," Celine instructed, voice soft as the night air. "Let the moon guide you." Amara obeyed, breath slowing as the world fell away, replaced by a quiet pulse beneath her skin, the heartbeat of the bayou, the rhythm of the curse. The water rippled and swirled, and in that moment, she felt the veil parting around her, threads of silver light weaving through the darkness. Visions unfurled behind closed lids, a dance of fire and water, blood and moonlight. She saw Zahara, regal and wild, her crown gleaming with stolen flame, her scream echoing across centuries. She saw herself falling, rising, breaking, and healing, an endless cycle tangled with the bayou's ancient magic. A voice whispered in her mind, soft and commanding, "You are the flame and the shadow, the curse and the queen. Choose." Amara's chest tightened as the vision faded, leading a raw ache and a fierce clarity. She opened her eyes, meeting Celine's unwavering gaze. "What do I have to do?" Celine stepped closer, her hands brushing Amara's cheeks with a gentleness that belied the power crackling beneath her skin. "You must bind yourself to the moon's cycle. Accept the curse as your birthright. Only then can you bend it to your will." Malachi's voice was sharp in the sudden silence. "Binding yourself to the curse means chaining your soul to the night. It's a dangerous path." Amara met his eyes, fierce and unyielding. "If I don't, they win. Every time." Celine smiled, a glint of approval shining in her luminous eyes. "Then the choice is yours, Queen of Flame." The bayou sighed around them, the trees swaying as if in anticipation. The moonlight grew stronger, bathing them in its ethereal glow, and with it, the night stretched wide, full of promise, peril, and the irrevocable pull of fate. Malachi stepped forward, pressing a hand to Amara's shoulder. "Whatever you decide, you won't walk alone." She drew a slow breath, feeling the fire within steady into a steady blaze. Then teach me to be moonbound. Celine nodded solemnly, stepping back to the water. We begin at the turning of the tide. Follow me. The swamp's darkness closed behind them, swallowing the sounds of footsteps and whispered words. Amara's heart beat with the promise of power and the weight of a destiny she was finally ready to claim. The moon watched silently overhead, a witness to the night. The queen became more than a curse. The path Celine led them down twisted deeper into the bayou's heart, where the trees grew so close their branches wove together into a cathedral of shadow and leaves. The air was cooler here, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed like distant drums. Amara's every sense sharpened, alert to the smallest rustle or whisper. This was a world beneath worlds, a realm hidden beneath the surface of reality, where magic thrummed and old promises lingered like mist. Celine paused beside a wide, shallow pool, its surface as smooth and dark as obsidian. "This is the mirror of Saloon," she said, voice reverent. "It reflects not what you are, but what you could become." Amara stepped forward, staring down into the water. Her reflection shimmered and shifted, flickering between her present self and something more, her eyes glowing faint silver, surrounded by a halo of light. Her skin glowed faintly, as if lit from within by the moon itself. The queen she was meant to be, the power she was meant to wield. Celine raised her hand, and the pool rippled. "Look beyond the surface. What do you see?" Amara closed her eyes, breathing slow and steady. She felt the weight of countless lifetimes pressing against her soul, the fear, the pain, the love, the fury. With trembling hands, she reached out and touched the water. The pool pulled her in. Suddenly, she was somewhere else, somewhere timeless. The air burned with heat and smoke, the sky ablaze with a firestorm that cracked and roared. She saw herself in a towering palace of black stone, surrounded by flames, licking at her feet, her hands raised in defiance. She was Zahara, queen and goddess, a beacon of power and tragic pride. Then the vision shifted. She was running through the bayou, hunted and bleeding, her crown shattered and her voice a whisper, lost in the night. She saw Malachi, fighting beside her, eyes blazing with desperate hope. Amara gasped, pulling back from the water. Her heart pounded like thunder. "It's too much." Celine's gaze was steady, patient. "Power is never easy, Amara. It demands sacrifice, pain as much as strength." "Then why keep fighting?" Amara asked, voice barely more than a breath. "Why not let it end?" "Because you're not just a victim of the curse," Celine said. "You are its master, the fire that will burn away the chains." Malachi stepped forward, placing a hand over hers. "She's right. We've survived this long because we fight, because we remember." The night stretched around them, the moonlight weaving silver threads through the branches. Amara felt the fire in her chest flare again, fierce and unrelenting. "Teach me," she said, voice steady despite the tremor beneath. "Teach me how to fight with fire and moonlight." Celine nodded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. "The first lesson is control. Master your own flame before it consumes you." She led them to a circle marked with ancient symbols carved into the earth and stone, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. "Stand in the circle. Feel the energy pulse beneath your feet." Amara closed her eyes, sinking her awareness into the earth. She could feel it, the heartbeat of the bayou, the flow of magic like a river winding through her veins. The curse was a firestorm, but it was also a tide, rising and falling with the moon. Celine's voice was a chant, rising and falling in harmony with the rhythm of the swamp. "Breathe in the moonlight. Breathe out the fire. Bind the flame to the night. Amara obeyed, inhaling deep the cool silver light, letting it fill her lungs and calm the raging heat inside. She exhaled slowly, imagining the fire within her, bending and folding like molten metal cooled by the moon's touch. The ground beneath her feet thrummed with power. Her vision sharpened, sounds grew clearer. She could hear the bayou's whispered secrets, the rustle of scales beneath water, the distant call of a night bird, the sigh of the wind through Spanish moss. A sudden surge of energy burst through her veins, wild and electric. She staggered, but held her ground, focus sharpening. Malachi's steady presence was a tether, anchoring her. "Good," Celine said, voice soft but commanding. "Now summon the flame inside you, but do not let it burn beyond your control." Amara raised her hands slowly, fingers trembling. A flicker of flame sparked between her palms, small and flickering like a candle's light. She swallowed a breath, will bending the fire to her command. The flame grew steadier, warmer, a living thing, responsive to her breath and thought. Malachi's eyes glimmered in the moonlight. "You're stronger than you know." "Stronger than I feel," Amara admitted. The fire danced, casting flickering shadows that painted her face with light and dark. Celine circled her, watching closely. "Power is only half the battle. The other half is knowing when to let it go." The flames dimmed, shrinking back into nothingness as Amara lowered her hands. Her heart pounded, sweat beating at her brow, despite the cool air. "Rest now," Celine said. "Tonight is only the beginning." They settled beneath the towering cypress, the soft hum of the bayou lulling them into uneasy quiet. Amara's mind spun with visions and voices, her body humming with newfound energy. Malachi leaned close, voice a low rumble. "You're not alone in this. Whatever comes, we'll face it together." Amara met his gaze, fierce and unafraid. Together. The moon traced silver paths across the water, promising more to come, a journey not just of power, but of love, loss, and the fierce will to survive. The curse was no longer just a shadow looming over her life. It was a flame she would carry forward, lighting the way through the darkness. And under the watchful eye of the moon, Amara Whitaker embraced the night and everything it meant to be moonbound. The morning after was anything but light. Even as the sky began to gray with the coming dawn, the trees still carried the hush of night like a veil. Amara didn't sleep. She couldn't. Her blood hummed too loudly. Her limbs throbbed with the memory of fire and silver. She sat alone by the water's edge, legs pulled up to her chest, fingers absently tracing a crescent shape into the muddy earth. The moon had long since dipped below the cypress tops, but its presence lingered. She could still feel it like a tide inside her, pulling, shifting. Celine had said the flame and the moon would try to divide her, each demanding loyalty. Fire wanted action. Moonlight wanted reflection. But Amara? She didn't want to choose. She wanted to burn and rise. "You're learning fast," came Malachi's voice from behind her. She didn't turn. He settled down beside her, close but not touching, letting the silence carry its own weight. "I don't feel like I'm learning," she said. "I feel like I'm unraveling." "You are." He watched the water ripple with dragonflies. "That's how becoming works." She looked at him then, tired but open. "Was it like that for you?" He didn't answer right away. "No," he said finally. "I was born into this. I didn't have to remember who I was. Just what I was for." "For?" He turned toward her fully. "To protect you." Amara let that hang in the air. "You said you watched me die 100 times. I did. And this time I'm going to watch you live." Her chest tightened, not with fear, but with something deeper, something hot and aching. It wasn't just the training. It was everything building inside her, reaching for meaning. Celine said there's more, Amara said. That remembering isn't enough. I have to bind the flame. What does that mean? Malachi's jaw tightened. It means learning to own what you've done, what Zahara did, what the curse is. But it wasn't my fault. No, he said gently, but it's still yours. They were silent again. She could feel the weight of all her past selves pressing against her ribs. Celine called to her by mid-morning. The sun barely broke through the moss-laden canopy, but she walked toward the clearing, like she was walking into the light of judgment. Today, Celine wore white, not the brilliant white of stars, but the faded, bone-colored white of old paper and salt-washed cloth. She moved like smoke, her eyes rimmed in silver. "We begin again," she said, voice low and firm, but not with fire this time, with silence. She handed Amara a blindfold made of silken ash. "You'll see more this way." "I won't see anything," Amara said. "Exactly." She tied it on. Darkness, the sudden thrum of her own heartbeat, the scrape of leaves, the wind through branches, something brushing water in the distance. Her senses turned inward. "Breathe," Celine said. Amara did. Again she inhaled, and this time the world opened. The ground vibrated, not with tremors, but with memories. Every root she stood on had a story. Every leaf had heard secrets whispered beneath it. The bayou was not just a place, it was a witness. "Good," Celine's voice came, farther away now. "Now, speak her name." Amara's breath caught. "Whose?" "You know." She did. She had always known. "Zahara," she said, and then it began again. The ground shifted. She felt her body pulled into the earth and lifted skyward in the same breath. Her blood roared, her spine arched, her hands clenched. Fire tore through her, but this time she did not fight it. She let it braid itself with the cold light of the moon. Let it thread into her nerves like silk and steel. She cursed them, she whispered, to suffer, to never forget. "To never rise again," Celine said, "and yet here you are." Amara screamed, not in pain, but in the release of it. Flames licked her skin and danced in her hair, her breath glowing with silver mist. She didn't burn. She blazed. The blindfold slipped, and when it did, her eyes glowed. Not red, not white, but molten silver and gold, swirling like galaxies. Celine stepped forward and laid a hand over Amara's heart. "Now you carry both, the flame of vengeance, the light of memory. You are balance." Amara's hands trembled, "But I still feel like I could split in two." "You won't," Celine said. "Not as long as you choose to become whole." Later, as twilight crawled in and shadows took their place beneath the cypress knees, Amara knelt alone in the training circle. Malachi stood at the edge, silent as ever, eyes burning with pride he wouldn't voice. She raised her hands again. This time, the flame came easier, but it wasn't wild. It was sharp, precise. She twisted her fingers, and it formed a blade. Another flick, and it became a ribbon. It shimmered moonlight. It whispered names. She could hear the curse now. Not just feel it. It wasn't words, not really. More like longing given voice. Hunger, loss, fury, grief buried in centuries. But she was no longer drowning in it. She was listening. Amara rose to her feet. Her hair moved in an invisible wind, her skin glowing faint, as if kissed by some inner dawn. "Come," Celine said. "There's one last trial before your training ends." Amara followed, shoulders straight, heartbeat calm. Malachi moved beside her. "You feel different," he said. "I am different, but you are you." They stopped at the edge of a stone arch, half sunken in vines, covered in script from a forgotten tongue. "Where does this lead?" Amara asked. Celine met her eyes. "To your past, and to your greatest fear." Amara nodded once, and stepped through the arch without looking back, and the veil opened. A night that had happened centuries ago greeted her again. The air smelled of jasmine and ash. The palace gates loomed tall. Screams echoed. The guards had betrayed her. The people had turned. She was Zahara again, trapped in the final moments before the curse was spoken. But this time, she wasn't powerless. She stepped forward in the vision, found the mirror in the throne room, found herself weeping, and spoke to her past self. "You did what you had to." Zahara turned, eyes wild and rimmed in smoke. "They took everything." "I know," Amara said, "but you survived." Zahara's voice trembled. "They'll never stop hunting us." "Then let them come." The two forms, the past and the present, merged. Light cracked through the vision like thunder. When Amara opened her eyes again, she was back in the bayou, and she was whole. Celine bowed low. "Moonbound no longer. You are flame chosen." Malachi stepped forward, hesitant. "What now?" Amara turned to him, her voice steady and fierce. "Now, we find the others like me. And the ones who cursed us?" She lifted her chin, eyes hard. "We remind them who they cursed." Chapter 8, He Never Said Goodbye, Chapter Separator. The days after her awakening blurred together like heat mirages on asphalt. The bayou no longer held its silence around Amara. It breathed with her, responded to her presence. The frogs paused their croaks when she walked past. Owls turned their heads, and the trees swayed without wind. The earth no longer pretended she wasn't one of its daughters. It remembered her now, and that remembering came with a weight. But Malachi had grown distant. Not obviously. He still stood beside her during rituals, still placed tea near her elbow in the early hours, before the sun had a chance to claw its way through the mist. Still tracked her training with the same quiet intensity. But something had shifted. His voice lingered less. His touch became rare. And his eyes, those ancient, mournful eyes, held more hesitation than they ever had before. Amara noticed. Of course she noticed. One morning, she found herself walking alone, barefoot through a patch of wild violets, where the ground still held the shape of an old trail. She didn't know why she followed it, until she saw the tree, gnarled and massive, with a hollow split wide near the roots. A stone sat tucked inside, worn smooth by time and weather, and atop it, a silver ring with a blackened inscription. Her fingers tingled before she touched it. She heard his voice then, not aloud, not near, but as if through memory. "If you find this, I'm already gone." Her hand recoiled. The ring didn't burn. It ached. She clenched her jaw and took it anyway. Later, she waited until the moon climbed halfway to its throne before she finally asked. Malachi stood near the edge of the marsh, feeding fireflies from his open palm. "You said you wouldn't let them take me this time," she said. "So why do I feel like you've already left?" He didn't turn. His shoulders stiffened, but his voice remained soft. "Because I have." She took a step toward him. "What does that mean?" "It means there are things I swore I'd never tell you. Things I buried, alongside every version of you that died." "I'm not her," Amara said, her voice rough. "Not anymore." "I know. That's why it hurts more this time." She stepped in front of him. "Tell me." He looked down at her, and his mask cracked. The grief behind it was staggering, endless. And when he spoke again, his voice carried lifetimes. "You cursed them, all of them, but you didn't curse me. You left me." Amara blinked. "What?" "You gave your power, your fire, your rage to the world. But you left your heart behind, with me. And every time you came back, every time I found you again, it was like watching a ghost walk past me without recognition." Her lips parted. "You knew me every time?" "I did." I watched you grow up in cities you didn't belong to, watched you dream of warmth and never know why cold haunted your bones, watched you love strangers who would never understand what slept beneath your skin, and I never interfered. Until now. Why now? He stared at her like it hurt. Because this time, you looked at me. Tears filled her eyes. And you were going to leave again? I already did. In the last life, you begged me to stay, and I didn't, and you died alone. She stepped closer, fury mixing with grief. Then why are you here now? Because I couldn't do it again. She pressed the ring into his chest. Then don't. Don't you dare leave without saying goodbye. Malachi took the ring from her hand and slid it onto her finger. I never said goodbye, he said, because part of me hoped you'd remember without being told. She stepped forward, pressed her forehead to his. I remember now. The wind whispered through the trees, and for the first time in 100 lifetimes, they stood without distance, without lies, without forgetting. But peace, as always, was short-lived. The next morning, the crows screamed louder than usual. Celine met them in the clearing, her eyes darker than night. They've begun the hunt, she said. Who? Amara asked. The shade-bound. The last remnants of the ones Zahara cursed. They think they've found your trail. Amara didn't flinch. Then we won't run. Malachi's voice was low. They won't stop at you. They'll go for the village, the bloodlines, the flame-chosen who haven't awakened yet. Celine nodded grimly. Then we'll have to awaken them. Amara looked out at the trees, at the waters that had kept her secrets for so long. She wasn't afraid anymore. Not of the fire. Not of the curse. Not of herself. They wanted me to forget, she said. But I'm done forgetting. Behind her, Malachi's voice rose like a vow. Then let them remember what you are. The silence that followed Malachi's vow wasn't empty. It was full of promise, full of war drums she hadn't yet heard, but could feel beating somewhere far off, in the chests of people who would soon be forced to remember their own buried power. They packed light, not because they had little, but because there wasn't time for anything more. Celine moved through the house like a shadow, gathering jars of crushed herbs, small bundles of dried roots, black candles, bowl etched with glyphs. Malachi traced sigils in salt on the wooden floors, muttering old words under his breath. Amara didn't ask what they meant. She already understood. These were rites of protection, of awakening, of blood and bond and finality. Where are we going? She asked Celine. The Hollow Grove, she replied. If we call the others, that's where they'll come. Or where they'll die trying. Amara's hands trembled slightly as she laced her boots. Not from fear, but from power. The same power that had begun burning in her chest since the night under the standing stones, when Zahara had screamed awake inside her, and the fire refused to stay buried. It was no longer distant, no longer patient. She was no longer patient. They left before dusk, when the sky was still soft and red gold, bleeding into indigo. The air was heavy with heat and warning. Birds flew low. Crickets stayed quiet. Even the trees seemed braced for something they couldn't quite name. As they walked, Amara kept catching glimpses of the world she now lived between, layers upon layers. She saw a fox cross the road, its fur silver beneath the moonlight. But when she blinked again, it had antlers and eyes that gleamed gold. In the water, the reflection of the sky rippled with faces she couldn't name, but somehow knew. They're watching you, Celine said, not unkindly. They've been waiting a long time. Who are they? Your blood remembers them. That's enough, for now. Malachi said nothing. He walked a half step behind her, not because he was retreating, but because something in him had shifted again. Like the closer they got to the grove, the more he was preparing himself for a goodbye that hadn't yet been spoken aloud. She didn't like it. The grove wasn't marked on any map. You didn't find it unless you belonged to it, or unless it wanted to be found. The trees there were older than the soil that fed them. Thick barked and hollowed out, each one wide enough to fit 3 bodies side by side. The canopy above was so dense, the moon barely kissed the earth. But the grove breathed. Amara felt it as soon as she stepped in. A pulse in her heels, in her gut, in her throat. The ground was alive, and it recognized her. "This is where the covenants were once made," Celine said, kneeling and lighting the candles in a wide ring around the center of the clearing. Before they were broken, before the fire was stolen. Malachi spoke low. Before Zahara burned the sky. Amara stepped into the circle. Her breath came slow and even. Her body felt too light. Or maybe the earth had just decided to carry her now. Celine handed her the silver bowl. "Blood," she said. Amara didn't flinch. She dragged the blade across her palm in a single motion. Let the blood pool into the bowl. The moment it touched silver, it hissed and shimmered, and flame bloomed within it. Malachi closed his eyes and began to speak. The language wasn't one she recognized, but her soul leaned forward, like it had been waiting for this song. The flames flickered. The candles began to rise from the ground, inch by inch, as if held by invisible hands. The trees groaned. A voice whispered through the clearing. "She has returned." Amara didn't speak. She didn't have to. She placed her fingers in the bowl and painted her face. Across the brow, beneath the eyes, over the lips. Marks of the flame, marks of Zahara. A rush of wind burst through the grove. The flames didn't falter. Then, figures began to appear. One by one. From the trees. From the marsh's edge. From the air itself. People with eyes glowing faintly. People with scars that told stories their tongues hadn't in years. People who'd woken in the night with dreams they couldn't explain and instincts that didn't match the bodies they'd been born into. The flame chosen. Amara stood in the circle and raised the bowl. "I don't remember all your names," she said, "but the fire does. It called you here because you were born with something that can't be silenced anymore. You felt it, you feared it. But this world doesn't need more fear. It needs us." Someone stepped forward, a young woman with copper locks and burn marks along her arms. "They're hunting us again," she said. "They are," Amara replied, "but they've forgotten who we were before we were hunted." Another voice, an older man with a jagged scar down his jaw. "And who are you?" Amara stepped forward, the flame in her chest steady and ancient. "I'm Zahara reborn," she said. "But I am also Amara. I am all the names they tried to erase. I am fire that remembers." Silence. Then someone dropped to one knee. Amara could feel it. Something circling, something watching. She turned to Malachi. "How long before they come?" "They're already on their way." "Then we don't wait." Celine nodded. "We fight, but not like before. Not in chaos. In memory, in unity." Amara stepped back into the center of the circle. Her hands glowed. Her skin lit from within, like a lantern full of storms. "We are not broken," she said. "Not anymore." And the grove echoed back. "We remember." A girl who looked no older than 16 had fire curled in the strands of her braid. Actual fire, flickering with each breath she took. A broad-shouldered man traced sigils into the dirt with salt and soot, his arms twitching with barely contained tremors. Others simply wept, not from fear, but from the overwhelming weight of remembering. Celine, stood beside her, arms crossed tightly. We'll need to begin their training immediately. Most of them are still unawakened. They've only brushed against their power. How long do we have? Amara asked. Not long enough. Malachi was silent, eyes scanning the treetops, like he could already sense the shadebound's breath carried on the breeze. The moment between battles always carried a scent, dampness, like a storm beneath the skin, fear trying to wear another face. We should split them into factions, Celine continued, voice sharp with urgency. Elemental leanings, bloodline affinities. You lead the central cohort, the ones closest to fire. Amara nodded. What about the ones who can't awaken? They will, Malachi said quietly. Or they'll die trying. The bluntness of it chilled the air. Amara stepped into the circle again and called them close. Many of you are afraid. That's fine. Fear is not weakness, it's warning. But you've lived your whole lives in fear. Fear of your own skin, your own dreams, your own truth. That ends here. Her voice echoed through the grove. They hunted us before. They burned our homes, took our names, buried us in graves they never marked. But we rose anyway. We always rise. A flame sparked behind her eyes, and the grove stirred with something old and sacred. This time, we rise together. They knelt, then, all of them, not in submission, but in alignment. A new covenant made not by blood spilled, but by blood remembered. The training began that same night. They moved the younger ones to the outer edge of the grove, where the ley line faded, letting them learn how to coax magic from breath and memory without drowning in it. The older ones, those who had half awakened before and burned for it, were placed in Celine's group. She showed them how to ground flame in bone, how to wrap lightning into instinct. Amara's group worked in silence. No words were needed, only will. They stood in a wide circle, with her in the center, and she showed them how to open their palms to the sky and feel, not for magic, but for recognition, for connection. Power didn't live in theatrics. It lived in surrender. The air grew hotter with every breath. When one of them, a boy named Jaro, began to shake, flame licked up his arms, uncontrolled. Don't resist it, Amara called. You're not a prison. You're a home. He screamed once, then the fire sank into his skin, swirling beneath his flesh like gold ink. He fell to his knees, sobbing, and smiled. That night, 3 more awakened. 4 collapsed. 1 girl ran screaming into the woods, her body still smoldering. They didn't chase her. The fire chose its moment, and no one could force its hand. Later, when the others slept, Amara and Malachi stood alone near the edge of the trees. The moon had tilted west, and the stars hung heavy, like watchers who knew how this would end. You haven't told them the cost, he said softly. Amara didn't look at him. I know. You should. I will. After the first one dies. Malachi turned to her, his expression tight. That won't be long now. She shook her head. They need hope, not dread. He exhaled, stepping closer. Hope won't protect them from what's coming. No, she said, finally meeting his eyes. But it will make them fight. A branch cracked in the distance. They turned, tense, alert. But it was only Celine, emerging from the deeper trees, her boots slick with wet moss. There's something you need to see, she said. She led them to the southern edge of the grove, where a trail had begun to form. Deep tracks in the earth, burned and blackened. The moss was stripped from the trees, and the air itself vibrated with something foul. They've sent a scout, she whispered. Amara knelt by the tracks and pressed her fingers into the soil. It was still warm. She closed her eyes and saw it. A creature shaped like a man, but with no skin, no eyes, only sinew and bone. laced with dark flame. Its mouth was stitched shut. Its hands dripped ash. It moved without sound, but carried with it a grief so deep it made the trees cry. It had passed within hours. "They're near," she said. "Very near." Malachi crouched beside her. "This is just the first." Celine didn't speak, but her silence said what none of them dared, that this time they might not survive it. Amara rose to her feet, wiped the dirt from her hands. "I don't need to survive," she said. Malachi's gaze turned sharp. "Don't say that." "I mean it," she said. "Not if surviving means forgetting again. I won't be lost to myself anymore." He reached for her hand, held it. "Then we'll fight with memory, with fire, and with every god who still listens." She squeezed his fingers, and for a moment, under the weight of what was to come, they stood as more than warriors, more than cursed lovers, more than prophecy. They stood as truth, and truth, no matter how bloodstained, never bowed. Chapter 9. The Price of the First Bite. Chapter Separator. The first death came before dawn. Not with ceremony, not with prophecy, just a scream. It carved through the early fog like a blade, sharp and wet and wrong. Amara was already running before her mind caught up with her body, the scream still echoing as if it came from inside her chest. Her bare feet slapped against damp earth, cutting across the grove where others were waking, scrambling from makeshift beds, rubbing sleep from flame-kissed eyes, every one of them sensing the same thing. Something had broken the line. She found the body near the warded edge of the southern grove, where the moss no longer grew. Jaro, the boy who had held fire in his skin just hours ago, lay crumpled on his side. His mouth was frozen, mid-cry. His chest had been torn open, but there was no blood, only ash. Ash where his heart should have been. Amara dropped to her knees. "No," she whispered, her hand hovering just above his cheek. "No, no, no." Malachi appeared behind her, like a shadow drawn by grief. He said nothing, but the line of his jaw tightened. Celine arrived next, followed by the others. The ones who still had magic in their veins. The ones who hadn't yet seen how fast death moved when it was already inside you. "What could do this?" someone whispered. Amara didn't answer, because she knew, and so did Malachi. He turned to the group, voice low. This was no shadebound. Not just that. This was something older. A drinker. The word hung in the air like a curse. Celine stepped forward. "That's impossible. They were destroyed. Centuries ago." "No," Amara said. "Only caged. Buried in the roots, in the dark." Her voice shook. "And I called them. When I woke the flame. I didn't just wake us. I woke everything." The others looked at her with wide, horrified eyes. One girl began to weep. Someone cursed under their breath. Even the wind turned colder. Malachi moved toward the trees, fingers brushing a trail of blackened bark. "It wasn't just feeding," he said. "It marked him. Look." Etched into Jaro's skin, now stiffening in the moss, were fang-shaped burns. 3, spaced like a triangle just beneath his collarbone. They pulsed faintly, like dying embers. Not just a kill. A claim. Celine knelt and closed his eyes. "We need to burn the body before the mark finishes." Amara blinked. "Finishes?" Celine didn't meet her eyes. "If it burns all the way through, he might rise." They laid Jaro's body on the pyre with quiet reverence. No one spoke as it was lit. The flames consumed him fast, faster than they should have. His bones snapped like wet twigs. His ash smelled of copper and roses. It was too clean, too final. Amara stood apart from the group. She felt the weight of every eye, of every flicker of doubt settling on her like snow. Malachi came to her side. "This isn't your fault." "Yes, it is." He didn't argue, just stayed. After the fire burned out, Selim called a council beneath the oldest tree. The 12 who had awakened fully sat in a ring, their eyes sharp now with something deeper than magic, fear tempered by purpose. They sent a message, Celine said, and we've received it. They're not just after Amara, another added. They're after all of us now. The flame chosen aren't a secret anymore. They never were, Malachi said. Just forgotten, Amara stood. We can't defend this place forever. They'll pick us off, one by one, if we stay hidden. Celine raised an eyebrow. You want to move them. These aren't warriors yet. They will be, Amara said. And we don't have a choice. If we wait here, we die like Jaro. Malachi looked between them. There's one place we could go. It's old, hidden even from the shade-bound. But it's dangerous, half forgotten. Celine narrowed her eyes. Cypress Hollow, he said, where the moon meets the roots. The silence that followed was thick as smoke. No one's been there since the queen died, Celine said quietly. I know, Malachi replied. That's why it might still protect us. Amara tilted her head. You think the hollow will recognize me? I know it will. She didn't hesitate. Then we go. Celine looked at her hard. And if it doesn't recognize you? Amara's eyes gleamed like coals. Then I'll make it. They began the exodus that same night, carrying only what they could wear or wield. The youngest were placed at the center, guarded by those who could already cast shielding wards. The path ahead cut through a stretch of dying bayou, where the trees leaned too far and the sky stayed gray even at midday. Malachi led the way. Amara brought up the rear. Her fingers curled around the pendant she hadn't taken off since the night she remembered her name. Zahara, Queen of Flame, Goddess of Ruin. She didn't know where that version of her began and this one ended anymore. But she felt something shifting, a reckoning, a call in the marrow. And still, deep in her belly, she remembered the boy with white eyes, the dream, the tower, the kiss that tasted like goodbye. She'd been kissed like that before, too many lifetimes ago. As the group moved through the bayou shadows, something skittered just beyond the tree line. Soft-footed, low to the earth, hungry. They didn't speak of it, but they all heard it. The hollow was waiting, and so was the price for waking up. The moon was a sliver, barely a whisper of light, but it guided them still. Cypress Hollow revealed itself like a wound in the earth, wide, sunken, choked with vines and old secrets. A ring of cypress trees stood like sentinels, their roots twisted into the shapes of open mouths and clawed hands. The hollow was not just a place, it was a memory, buried in rot and moonlight. No one spoke as they crossed the threshold. Amara felt it instantly, a pulse beneath her soles, like a second heartbeat under the moss. Malachi slowed, lifting a hand. This is as far as I go. What? She asked, frowning. The hollow belongs to the blood that created it. Mine was only borrowed. Celine stepped beside him. He's right. You have to enter first, alone. The others began forming a wide circle around the mouth of the hollow. The air tense, coiled. Even the trees seemed to lean in. Amara stared at the path ahead, barely more than a slick in the ground, lined by whispering reeds. Her chest was tight with more than fear. It was recognition. She stepped forward. Each footfall echoed, not in sound, but in memory. Every step stirred something, a face, a voice, a name she hadn't known was hers. The deeper she went, the more the hollow seemed to breathe. The canopy above thinned to reveal a swath of stars, too many, too bright, as if this place lived between the sky and the underworld. Then she saw it, the altar. It was carved into a natural rise of stone, choked with ivy and dried blood. The vines parted as she neared, as if recognizing their maker. The stone itself pulsed faintly, and carved into its surface were the same symbols she'd drawn in her journal without knowing why. She placed her palm on it, and the hollow answered. A deep sound groaned up from the roots, a low hum that built to a chime, like a cathedral bell buried under water. Light poured from the stone, gold at first, then crimson. The trees bent backward, as if recoiling from the power, and in the center of it all, Amara's body lifted off the ground. She didn't scream. She didn't have to. The hollow was not hurting her. It was welcoming her home. She saw her former self then, not in mirrors or shadows, but as a reflection in blood. Zahara stood in the same place, long ago, her crown of woven flame glinting against the stars. She was barefoot and bleeding, a sword in one hand and a dying lover in the other. "I made this," she whispered, with rage and grief. The vision of Zahara turned to her, eyes like suns, "And you will remake it," the queen said. Amara felt her chest cave with something more than emotion, something ancient. Her veins burned, not with pain, but with memory reigniting. And then the altar split, not cracked, split. The stone opened like a mouth, revealing a well of silver fire beneath. The flames danced upward and coiled around her, touching her skin, licking her throat. They didn't burn. They belonged. A voice echoed from deep within the well, not Zahara's, not hers, a deeper voice. One that had watched empires rise and collapse. "Give us your first bite," it said, "and we shall give you back your crown." Amara's breath caught. "My first bite?" she asked aloud, even though she stood alone. The fire answered not in words, but in images. Malachi, his mouth, his throat, the way he looked at her like she was salvation and doom. She understood. To take the power of the hollow fully, to reclaim the throne of Zahara and all the blood that came with it, she had to become more than chosen. She had to feed, not just in hunger, but in bond, in claim. The fire swirled faster now, demanding her answer. And still, she hesitated, because it wasn't just about blood. It was about tethering herself to this place, this past, this war she hadn't asked for. "Why him?" she whispered, and the hollow, in its cruel mercy, showed her why. Malachi, centuries ago, dying at her feet. Malachi in chains. Malachi in fire. Malachi who had died for her again and again and again, and had never asked for anything in return, except maybe her. She staggered back, and the fire withdrew, not in anger, but in patience. Waiting, waiting for her to decide. She returned to the surface of the hollow, with a silence wrapped around her like a shroud. Malachi met her eyes, unreadable. "What did it show you?" She didn't lie. "You." A long pause. "Did it ask you to choose?" She nodded. "And?" "I haven't," she said, but something in her eyes said, "I already have." That night, the group camped in the hollow's outer ring. Celine set protective wards with powdered bone and dried lavender. The others slept in uneasy shifts. Only Amara and Malachi stayed awake, seated beside a flickering flame that didn't seem to give off heat. "You were ready to let me die," Amara said quietly, not accusing. Malachi didn't look away. "I was ready to let you live." "That's not the same," he shrugged. "Maybe not, but I've seen what happens when you try to protect someone from themselves." She turned to him fully. "Would you let me bite you?" The fire cracked. His answer didn't come right away, but when it did, it wasn't dramatic. It wasn't romantic. It was just truth. "Yes." A beat passed. She leaned in slowly, not like a predator, not like a monster, but like someone on the edge of a cliff, trusting the fall. And then she kissed him. No blood, no teeth, just lips against lips, warm and human, and hers. It wasn't the bite the hollow wanted. But it was the one she chose first. The fire inside her flared anyway. Because even gods, even queens, especially queens, needed permission to want something for themselves. And she wanted him. The bite would come later, but the bond had already begun. Amara lay awake long after the others had drifted into sleep, the glow of the dying fire casting shadows that moved like memories. Malachi slept nearby, not deeply, one arm beneath his head, his body tense, even in rest. There was always a part of him that remained alert, an instinct honed by too many lifetimes of loss. She watched the rise and fall of his chest and wondered how many versions of her he had buried. The hollow pulsed beneath her, not in sound, in sensation, in presence. It stirred something in her blood, something that wanted to wake up. Her fingers twitched, her mouth ached, not from pain, but from hunger. Not the hunger for food, but for meaning, for power, for him. She sat up slowly and stood, brushing the moss from her legs. She walked to the edge of the trees, just outside the ring of protection Celine had woven. The wards were faint, but they flickered like candlelight in the dark, soft and blue. As she crossed them, they didn't resist. They parted, welcoming her, like the hollow had. She wasn't the same girl who had driven through the storm a few nights ago. The world had cracked open, and inside it, she found a version of herself that breathed fire, that whispered curses into kings' ears, that ruled not with cruelty, but with conviction. And that self was stirring now. Behind her, she heard movement, the sound of boots on softened ground. She turned. Malachi stood just beyond the wards, watching her. "You feel it," she said, voice soft. "I feel you," he replied. "You're changing." "No," she said, stepping toward him. "I'm remembering." He took her in fully then, eyes flickering with emotion too heavy to name. "You said you'd let me bite you," she murmured. He nodded once. "I meant it." "And you know what that means?" His jaw tightened. "It's not just about power. It's a vow. A claim," she said. His voice was quiet but sure. "A bond." She stepped closer. "You've waited lifetimes for me." He didn't move. "I'd wait 1,000 more." She touched his face, her thumb tracing the line of his cheek. The moonlight caught on his lashes, softened the sharpness of his features. He looked like something made from night and loyalty. "Then let this be the last time," she whispered. He didn't flinch when her mouth neared his throat. He didn't stiffen when her lips parted. He simply exhaled, slow, reverent, and she bit. Her fangs slid in like they belonged there. The blood was lightning. It crashed into her. Not just his blood, but him. His pain, his loyalty, his memories. Flashes of her across the centuries. Of her death. Of his screams. Of the night he dug her grave with bare hands, whispering her name like a spell. Tears slipped down her cheeks. He was hers. And she had been his all along. When she drew back, her mouth stained red, he looked at her not with fear, but with devotion. His knees buckled slightly, and she caught him, arms wrapping around his back. They clung to each other like storm-wrecked ships crashing together at last. And from the hollow, a sound rose, something deep and ancient, like the bayou itself was singing her name. Amara. Not Zahara, not Queen, just Amara. And that was enough. Later, when the others stirred, they felt it. The shift. Celine was the first to speak. "You took the bite." Amara nodded. "She's bound to him now," Luke said grimly. "That power cuts both ways." "It's not about chains," Amara said. "It's about choice." Celine tilted her head. "Then let's hope they never use that bond against you." Amara met her gaze. "If they try, I'll burn the world down to keep him." Malachi smiled faintly. even as he wiped dried blood from his collar. As the sun began to rise, pale and gold through the trees, Amara stood at the altar once more. The hollow had changed. The stone glowed warmer now, accepting. A crown of moss and bone lay where nothing had been before. She didn't touch it, not yet. Instead, she turned to the others. "We need to go back," she said. "To the house, to the place I was first marked." Malachi frowned. "The one you burned?" She nodded. "That fire didn't finish the job. Something still lingers there." Celine stepped forward. "What do you expect to find?" "Answers," Amara said. "Or enemies." Luke cracked his knuckles. "Either way. Sounds like fun." And in the wind that danced through the trees, a voice whispered faintly, "The blood remembers." And this time, so did she. Chapter 10, Bayou Hearts Burn Slow, chapter separator. The air in the bayou clung to her skin like sweat and sorrow. The night was humid, thick, with the weight of everything left unsaid between them, between the past and the present, between what Amara had seen in Zahara's hollow and what still stirred in her bones. They had left behind the trembling hush of that sacred place, but the power she'd touched there walked with her now, humming under her skin like blood caught fire. She didn't speak as they made their way through the tall grass and over twisted roots, slick with moisture. But Malachi kept close. Every step he took was careful, measured, as if he knew the earth itself was listening. Neither of them had touched since that night, not since her teeth broke his skin and tasted the bitter ache of memory he carried in his blood. It should have felt like a curse. It felt like a tether. Somewhere beyond the cypress trees, frogs sang and wings beat heavy against the dark, but all of it sounded distant, hollow. Amara's eyes fixed on the path ahead, but her mind kept pulling her backward, dragging her through flickers of faces and fire, of rooms burned to ash, of the voice that had whispered in the hollow. Not Zahara, not entirely. She wasn't sure what disturbed her more, that she'd heard that voice before in her dreams, or that it felt like her own. The trail curved, bringing them to the edge of a clearing, where the trees thinned and the earth gave way to something old. The house stood in the center of it all, crouched low, like it was waiting for them. The boards were warped with age, scorched black at the edges, but not gone, not destroyed like it should have been. She'd set it aflame years ago. She'd watched it burn. But here it was. Malachi's hand hovered near hers as they stepped into the clearing, not quite touching. "You sure about this?" "I'm not sure about anything," she said, her voice dry. "But I can feel it pulling. This house, it's still holding something." Celine and Luke approached behind them, the rest of their small group keeping their distance, waiting in the shadows between oaks. Celine narrowed her eyes at the structure. "It's not just a ruin. It's a mouth." Luke frowned. "A mouth?" "Like it wants to swallow something," Celine said. Amara stepped forward anyway. The front steps creaked under her weight. The screen door had long since fallen off, and the main door hung on one bent hinge, splintered and gaping. The smell was all wrong. Not just rot or mildew, but something sweeter. Something metallic. She crossed the threshold. The shift was immediate. Heat rushed over her skin like breath from a beast's nostrils. The shadows moved in ways they shouldn't. The moment her foot hit the inside floor, the world flickered. The house wasn't burned anymore. It was whole. Light poured in from candle sconces hung on rich mahogany walls. The furniture was all in place. The couch where her mother used to sit. The table she'd scratched her name into. The floorboards that once creaked under barefoot dances. She blinked and felt the ghost of warmth on her shoulders. Her mother's laughter, distant but echoing. A record player spinning somewhere. Slow and low. Malachi stepped in after her and let out a breath. "It's a glamour." "No," she whispered. "It's memory." A woman stood at the hearth, her back to them. She wore white, no, gold, and her hair was a long curtain of black that shimmered like river water. Her posture was straight, regal. She turned, slowly, and Amara's breath caught. The woman's face was hers. Not exactly. Not now, but versions, echoes. Her skin shifted tone by the second, from dark mahogany to dusk brown, to bronze, to onyx. Her features changed with every blink, young, then old, hard, then soft, eyes that glowed, then clouded, always watching. "I know you," Amara said. The woman's lips curled into something like a smile. "You knew me, before they tried to burn the knowing out of you." Malachi stepped forward, tense. "Who are you?" "I am what the fire couldn't kill. I am the echo in your blood," she said, eyes still on Amara. "And I've waited a long time for you to return." The room shifted again. Candles flared, then snuffed. The glamour peeled back. Rot replaced warmth. Soot-blackened beams leaned over them. The floor creaked with age again, and the hearth was empty, cold. But the woman remained, flickering like a flame in a mirror, neither fully here nor gone. "What do you want?" Amara asked. "What you want," the woman replied. "To reclaim what was taken." Amara felt a pressure behind her eyes. "Then show me." The woman extended her arm, and the wall behind her dissolved. Stairs were revealed, leading down, beneath the house, where no stairs had ever been. Celine appeared in the doorway, her face hard. "You really going under this house right now?" "There's something down there. Something I have to see." Luke stepped beside Celine. "Then we're coming too." The descent was cold, the air heavier with every step. The roots of cypress trees broke through the ceiling and walls, twisted like fingers trying to pull something back. The cellar was wide and hollow, carved from packed earth. And at its center, chains. Not just chains, a body, a figure hunched forward, held in place by links carved with old symbols Amara couldn't recognize. Skin pale as ash, lips dry and blood-cracked, hair tangled, matted to its shoulders. It didn't stir. Celine drew in a sharp breath. "Is it alive?" Amara said. She moved closer, her boots sinking slightly into the damp floor. She crouched, reached for the figure's face, gently tilted it upward. The moment her fingers brushed skin, its eyes snapped open. Black, not dark, black like void, like absence. It didn't scream. It smiled. "Fire daughter," it rasped, voice like stone dragged through soil. Malachi stepped beside her. "What is it?" The chained woman, because Amara could see that now, that this was once a woman, breathed slow. "I am what remains. One of the first. I carried the ember when the others let it die." Amara felt her chest tighten. "You were with Sahara?" The woman nodded. "We were sisters. Before time wore our names thin." Luke whispered, "What did they do to her?" She refused to bow. "So they buried her under blood and silence." Amara touched one of the chains. It burned cold. "Because the seal is breaking," the woman said. "Because you bit the blood, and now the gate trembles." Malachi stiffened. "My blood." The woman looked at him for the first time. "You're not just a vampire. You carry the blood of kings. You are a key." Amara felt her pulse rise. "What gate?" The woman's head rolled back. "The one that holds the Hollow's true power. Zahara's true form. You only saw her shadow, child. You only heard her scream. But if you unlock that door, what happens?" "Then you will not need to fight this war," the woman said, her voice sharp now. "You will end it." Celine crossed her arms. "And what's the price?" The woman's eyes found Amara's again. Your name, your flesh, your place in this world. You'll lose what ties you here. Luke stepped forward. So she dies? She burns, the woman said, softly. And from her ashes comes the last queen. Amara stood. Her breath felt too big in her chest. I'm not ready. No one ever is, the chained woman said. But the choice is coming. Can you be freed? Amara asked. The woman smiled. Not by you. Not yet. Amara turned and climbed the stairs, the others following in heavy silence. The house above seemed smaller now. The walls closer, the shadows heavier. The wind outside had stopped. As they stepped into the clearing again, the cypress trees groaned. The air had changed. Something had shifted, and in the distance, smoke curled toward the sky. Something was burning. Not memory this time. Something real. Something now. They followed the trail of smoke, like moths drawn to a funeral pyre. The heat hadn't reached them yet, but the scent had. Char, wet earth, something acrid beneath it all, like scorched bone. Amara's pace quickened. Her heart beat a low drum against her ribs, not with fear, but with recognition. Malachi stayed close, his steps matching hers, his presence a tether and a question all at once. You think it's the others? I don't know. Her voice trembled, despite her effort to keep it steady. But whatever's burning, it's not just wood. Celine moved ahead, agile even through the tall grass and hanging moss. It's coming from the old grave road. Luke muttered a curse under his breath. That's too close to the Odette's line. Amara's stomach dropped. That name hadn't passed her lips in years. The trees parted, revealing a narrow path lined with crumbling stone markers, most too old to read. The fire hadn't reached this far yet, but the air shimmered. Red light flickered between the trunks ahead, casting long, twisting shadows. As they rounded the bend, the sight stopped them cold. A house was burning. Not a shack like hers had been. This was larger, 2 stories tall, painted once white, now stained with soot and memory. The flames crawled up its walls like hungry hands. A porch sagged inward, already half devoured, and in the yard, bodies. Figures in cloaks, fallen in unnatural shapes. Some still writhed, moaning low. Others were eerily still, blood soaking the ground beneath them in black rivulets. The fire reflected in their eyes, open, vacant, accusing. Luke's voice broke the silence. Hollow bloods. Malachi stepped forward, jaw clenched. Someone sent a message. Amara didn't move. Her breath was stuck in her throat. This was retaliation. Celine drew her weapon, a blade that glimmered with enchantment. We're not alone. From the far side of the burning house, a figure stepped into view. Not cloaked, not running, walking with the calm of someone who had orchestrated the flames. She was tall, skin the color of sun-warmed copper, her eyes catching the light like wet amber. Her hair was twisted into long locks, and they swung around her shoulders like the tendrils of a serpent. Amara narrowed her eyes. I know her. The woman stopped a few paces from the fire and tilted her head. Of course you do, fire daughter. Who are you? The woman smiled, slow and knowing. Someone who remembers what the world tried to forget. You and I, we share a root. Malachi stepped in front of Amara. That your fire? It is justice. She looked past him to Amara. They took from us. Now we take back. Celine pointed her blade at the stranger. You killed hollow bloods. They were hollow long before they bore the name. They betrayed the old flame. They turned their backs on Zahara. Amara stepped forward. Why now? Why show yourself to me? Because the seal is breaking, the woman said softly, echoing the chained one's words. And because the moment you tasted his blood, the balance shifted. The flame stirs in you, child. Amara's heart jumped. You know about the chained one? I know all the first. I am of them. The last free ember. Luke hissed through his teeth. You torched them like cattle. They would have done worse to you. They weren't a threat. They were a warning. The woman's gaze snapped to him. And now they're ash. The fire behind her flared, gusted by unseen wind. Sparks danced into the canopy. One landed near Amara's foot. She didn't flinch. The woman stepped forward, and this time her voice was lower. You're not ready, Amara Whitaker. But you will be, soon. And when that day comes, you'll need to choose. Flame or flesh. What burns or what binds. What if I want both? Amara whispered. The woman gave a sad smile. You already know you can't have both. With that, she turned. The fire bent around her, but didn't touch her. Her silhouette faded into the smoke, swallowed whole. Celine started to go after her, but Amara raised a hand. No, let her go. Luke was pacing now, his boots crunching over brittle grass. This is spiraling fast. First the hollow, now this. Blood magic, chained ancients, fire ghosts. She's not a ghost, Amara said. She's a piece of something we buried, and she's not the only one rising. Malachi moved beside her, his voice low. You're changing. She turned to him. So are you. He reached for her hand this time, and she let him take it. Their fingers threaded together, like roots curling into dark soil. His touch was warm, real, but there was power trembling beneath it, the same power that answered in her chest. The house behind them groaned, beams falling inward, another echo of the past erased by flame. Amara didn't turn to watch it crumble. Her gaze stayed fixed ahead, toward the path leading back to the hollow, to the ruins and the graves and the gate waiting to be unsealed. Come on, she said. There's more to burn. They didn't speak much on the walk back. The fire behind them sent flickers of gold chasing through the branches. But the silence stretched wider than the smoke. Even the wind was quiet now, as if the whole bayou held its breath. Amara's hand stayed in Malachi's, fingers laced, palms damp with shared heat. He didn't pull away, didn't question the way her grip sometimes tightened, like she needed to remind herself he was real. He was there, still there. You shouldn't have let her go, Celine muttered after a while, walking just ahead of them. That fire witch could have told us more. She told us enough, Amara said. And she was right. Luke shot her a look over his shoulder. Right about what? That we should burn down every nest of hollow bloods we find? What exactly are we signing up for now? Amara didn't answer. She didn't know how to yet. The hollow bloods had betrayed something sacred, yes, but that didn't make her a soldier for this rising war. Not yet. And still the fire inside her pulsed, hungry. Not for revenge, for revelation, for something deeper, something old. They reached the edge of the water, just as the moon broke free from the clouds. Its light kissed the rippling surface, turning it silver and strange. Fireflies hovered along the reeds. The air smelled of ash and jasmine. Malachi stopped and looked at her, really looked. That woman said something's changing in you. It is. You scared? She shook her head. Not of what's coming. Just of losing myself in it. He let out a slow breath, then brought her hand to his lips. The kiss was soft, but it seared. I won't let that happen. You can't promise that. I can try. She searched his face, memorizing the way the moon caught his lashes, the way the tired set of his jaw softened when he looked at her. The vampire, the tether, the key. She'd bitten him and tasted a history soaked in blood and longing. Tasted a lineage that refused to die quietly. Amara moved closer, close enough to feel the heat of him again. and rested her forehead to his. "I don't want to burn alone." "You won't," he murmured. "If you burn, I'll burn with you." Their lips met, slow, aching, inevitable. It wasn't the kind of kiss meant to distract or forget. It was the kind that knew exactly what stood ahead, what shadows waited at the edge of tomorrow. It was a kiss that trembled with promise and ruin, with the weight of 2 lifetimes brushing against a third, waiting to be born. Celine cleared her throat loudly. "You two done setting the bayou on fire?" Luke laughed under his breath. "Let him have it. World's about to split open." Malachi didn't pull away right away, and neither did she. When they finally parted, his thumb brushed across her bottom lip like he was memorizing her mouth. "We're going to get answers, Amara. We'll figure this out." She nodded, but her eyes drifted back toward the path. "We need to go back to the hollow. There's more there. I can feel it." Something beneath the roots. Luke raised a brow. "You sure it's not just the chained courts, whispering sweet riddles in your ear?" "She wasn't lying," Amara said. "She said the gate is breaking, that something deeper than Zahara's echo is waking." "And if it wakes?" Celine asked. "Then we don't walk into this war blind," Amara replied. "We walk in knowing exactly what we are and what they tried to keep buried." The path back to Zahara's hollow was darker now, but the woods didn't feel hostile. They felt quiet, listening. A low fog rolled across the roots, curling around their ankles, but Amara didn't flinch. The power under her skin had started to bloom like heat under bruised fruit, slow but impossible to ignore. When they reached the edge of the hollow, Amara paused. The land here breathed differently, like it had lungs, like it remembered her. She stepped forward and the others followed, though even Malachi slowed now, watching the trees as if they might speak. The weeping moss shimmered faintly, and beneath it, the earth looked almost red, like it had bled once and never fully healed. Amara knelt and placed her palm to the ground. "Zahara," she whispered, "I need to see. All of it." A pulse answered. Not a sound, not a voice, a sensation, like fingers brushing the inside of her skull. Like the breath of a mother lost too soon, like blood turning to light. Then the world peeled away. She was standing in fire. Not burning, not harmed, just surrounded. The hollow was gone, replaced by a golden chamber carved from obsidian and onyx. Glyphs flared along the walls, and at the center, Zahara. But not the version she'd glimpsed before. This Zahara was radiant, crowned in flame, dressed in layered robes that moved like smoke. Her face held no mercy, no softness. "You called," Zahara said, voice like thunder through glass. "I need to know the truth," Amara replied. "What was taken? What they buried?" Zahara tilted her head. "Then you must become the pyre." Before Amara could speak, fire surged around her, and Zahara stepped forward, her hand reaching out. "Your blood remembers. Let it burn." Pain lanced through Amara's chest, sharp, bright, and ancient. She screamed and woke in Malachi's arms. She was shaking, drenched in sweat, breath ragged. The hollow buzzed around her like it had swallowed electricity. "You went under," Malachi whispered. "What did you see?" Amara's voice came out hoarse. "Zahara, and the chamber. I think I know where it is." Celine crouched beside them, her brow furrowed. "Where?" Amara turned her gaze to the horizon, to the hills just beyond the eastern edge of the bayou. "Under the broken altar, beneath the burial mound, there's a door." Luke's hand went to the hilt of his blade. "And what's behind it?" Amara met Malachi's eyes. "My birthright." Malachi helped her to her feet, but she still felt unsteady. The vision had left her hollowed and full at once, like being scooped out, only to be filled with flame. Every inch of her skin prickled with heat, but it was her blood that pulsed with something wild, Something alive. What do you mean, your birthright? He asked quietly, brushing damp curls away from her forehead. She steadied herself on his arm. I saw her throne. I saw the room carved in stone, deep beneath the old altar. It was waiting for me. Her voice caught. She was waiting for me. Luke exchanged a look with Celine. You're saying this place isn't just sacred, it's royal. No, Amara murmured. I'm saying Zahara wasn't just a priestess. She was a queen. And whatever they did to bury her, they tried to bury that truth with her. Celine crossed her arms. Then someone's gone through a lot of trouble to keep it hidden, which means there are still people who'd kill to keep it that way. Malachi's hand was still on the small of Amara's back. Not possessive. Just there. Steady. Solid. She leaned into it for a moment, letting herself take strength from his presence. We have to get to the altar before they do, she said. Before the ones who silence bloodlines and rewrite history catch wind that something's stirring. Luke raised an eyebrow. And who exactly are they? You keep saying they, like there's a list somewhere. There is, Malachi said. Old houses, bloodlines that made a pact generations ago to suppress what Zahara's line could become. Vampires and witches alike, even some humans. It was never just about blood, it was about control. Celine's lips curled. Sounds familiar. We leave before dawn, Amara said, already turning toward the edge of the hollow. I don't want to risk the veil thinning again before we're ready. You need rest, Malachi said. That vision drained you. She stopped and turned back to him, her expression unreadable. I can rest after the truth, after the gate, after whatever slept beneath the altar opened its eyes again. They made camp near the edge of the hollow, the trees bending low over their heads as if to shelter or spy. It was hard to tell. Celine built a fire but kept it small, her eyes scanning the dark as if it might shift shape. Luke stood guard at the edge of the moss-ringed trail, blade resting on his shoulder like a sleeping serpent. Malachi found her sitting alone by the water. The moon's reflection rippled over the surface. A fractured silver eye staring back. He sat beside her, without saying anything at first, letting the silence settle. I didn't know who I was, she said after a while, her voice low. Not really. My mother kept things from me. My aunt said it was to protect me, but maybe it was because they knew this would come. His gaze didn't leave her. You still don't know everything. But that doesn't mean you're alone. Amara glanced over, her eyes darker in the moonlight. You keep saying that, like you're not going to vanish the moment things get hard. He reached for her hand. This time, she didn't hesitate. His fingers laced through hers like they belonged there. I don't make vows easily, but I will make this one to you. She turned to face him fully. I'll walk through fire if you ask, he said. I'll burn beside you if it means you don't have to face this alone. Her breath caught. Her throat worked around the sudden lump rising there. You don't have to say things like that. You're already tangled in this. I'm not tangled, he said. I chose this. I chose you. The words fell like stones into a still pond. No rush, no desperate heat, just truth. And it was that, his certainty, his quiet conviction, that unraveled her this time. It wasn't full of fear or prophecy. It wasn't haunted by what waited underground. It was just them, mouths meeting like dusk meets night, gentle and slow, sweet with the ache of knowing it might not always be like this. Her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt. His hand slipped beneath her curls, cradling the back of her head. He tasted like warmth and the dark parts of a storm, like something worth returning to again and again. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead to his. If I lose myself in that altar, in what comes next, you won't. But if I do, she said, her voice barely more than a breath, will you find me? He pressed a kiss to her brow, slow and reverent. Every time. They stayed like that a little longer, wrapped in silence and promise, until the stars turned overhead and the fire crackled low behind them. by the time morning bled into the bayou, with mist curling like ghosts over the water. They were ready. Ready to walk the path back to the altar, ready to dig through centuries of silence, ready to find out just how deep the hollow's roots ran. The old altar rose before them as the fog began to lift, crowned in moss and shadow. From the outside, it looked like nothing, just stones and vines. But Amara felt the thrum of it now, the heartbeat pulsing beneath its bones. They stood before it, all four of them, and she took Malachi's hand again. "Are you sure?" he asked, voice low. "No," she whispered, "but I'm going anyway." She pressed her palm to the stone and whispered the words Zahara had placed in her mouth like a memory. The earth shuddered, the altar cracked, and from beneath it, a door opened with a groan that sounded like the hollow itself, remembering how to scream. Chapter 11. I fed from her and I wept. Chapter separator. The stairwell beneath the altar was a throat of stone, damp and narrow, swallowing them whole with each careful step. The deeper they went, the less light followed, until it became impossible to tell if they were descending through time or earth. Amara clutched the rail, cold against her skin, and let Malachi's hand remain in hers. His grip was firm, silent, comfort and warning, all at once. She didn't know how long they walked. The air thickened as the passage opened, not into a room, but into something older, something carved by hands that had forgotten their names. The chamber breathed. That was the first thing she noticed, not with air, but with presence. A slow, steady pulse of energy that moved across the stone, like a heart still beating beneath centuries. At the center stood a broken pedestal. Cracked and leaning, it still held its ground. Resting atop it was a basin carved from obsidian and bone, shaped like a woman's face. Zahara's, though younger, fiercer. The eyes were hollow, empty sockets that somehow saw everything. Amara stepped toward it, drawn. She felt heat rising beneath her ribs, a memory she couldn't quite reach. "I don't like this," Celine muttered from behind her. "It's not for liking," Amara replied quietly. "It's for remembering." Malachi moved beside her, studying the basin with the kind of reverence that made her breath catch. "This isn't just a ritual piece. It's a vessel." "I know." Her fingers brushed the rim. The stone vibrated, not with magic, but grief. Grief so deep it had settled into the walls. She leaned in closer and saw the depression at the base, small, deliberate, stained with dried blood. Not ancient, recent. Someone had used this. Someone had bled. "Who bled here?" Luke asked. She didn't answer. She pulled the dagger from her belt, a curved, black-handled blade blessed by root magic older than scripture. She drew it across her thumb without flinching. Blood welled, bright and honest, and she let it fall into the basin. The chamber inhaled. Stone whispered. And the basin overflowed, not with blood, but with vision. It seized her, not like before, where memory passed before her like smoke. This time, it pulled her under. She was kneeling in a field, under a sky painted in deep, drowning red. The moon above bled down its edges, leaking into the world. A woman lay sprawled in the grass, throat open, eyes unfocused, tears frozen on her lashes. Amara's breath caught. It was her mother, younger, softer, still, too still. Amara fell beside her, hands trembling, trying to press the wound closed, trying to force breath back into the body with sheer will. But nothing changed. Then the shadows behind her stirred, and Zahara stepped into the light. Not the fractured echo from the hollow. This was Zahara in full, skin glowing like molten gold, eyes ancient and wild with sorrow. She knelt opposite Amara, placed her hand over the gaping wound, and looked into her eyes. "She gave you life once," Zahara said, voice velvet and smoke. "Now she gives you power." "No," Amara said, shaking her head. "Not like this. Not from her death. You don't get to choose how a legacy continues. Only whether it ends with you." Zahara sliced her palm open. Light poured from the wound. She pressed it to Amara's mouth. The world shattered. Amara opened her eyes on the chamber floor, coughing, chest heaving, like she'd surfaced from deep water. Malachi was holding her, his voice faint over the ringing in her ears. Celine was shouting something. Luke hovered close, concern and fear etched deep into his features. "I saw her," Amara whispered. "My mother. She fed me once from her body, and now she feeds me from her death." Malachi's hands were on her face, grounding her, warming her skin where it had gone cold. "You're burning up. What did you see?" "Zahara," she whispered. "She gave me her blood. My mother. She was there. She died protecting this, and now it lives in me." He wrapped his arms around her. "You don't have to carry this alone." She shook her head. "I do, because I fed from her, and I wept, and now the hollow answers to me." A growl rippled through the dark. Celine's blade was in her hand before anyone could speak. Luke stepped forward. Then something moved from the shadows. A figure, gaunt and twisted, with skin like dried clay, and eyes glowing red. A hollow-born. It smiled, teeth too long, too old. "The queen waits," it hissed, "and the old blood calls." Malachi placed himself in front of Amara, shielding her. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I was once like you," the creature croaked. "Before fire kissed me and history forgot. I serve the hollow now." Amara pushed herself up, weak but defiant. "Then serve this." She pressed her bleeding thumb to the basin again. The moment her blood hit the stone, the chamber erupted. A blast of red light pulsed from the altar and slammed into the hollowborn, pinning it to the wall. It writhed, shrieked, dissolved into ash and air. He kissed her temple, his breath hot against her skin. "Then let it feed on me before it takes you." "No." Her palm flattened against his chest. "You've given enough. If someone has to be devoured, let it be me." "You don't mean that." But she did, because her blood no longer belonged to her alone. Carried her mother's sorrow, Zahara's power, the whispers of fire and fate. It was too late to turn back. She had become the flame, and the flame had begun to spread. The night around them seemed to pulse with heat, the very air thick and trembling, like a living thing. Amara's pulse quickened, each heartbeat a drum in the quiet terror of the bayou. The fire was no longer just something outside. It was inside her, ancient hunger she could neither deny nor fully understand. Malachi's fingers tightened around hers, pulling her closer as they wove through the tangled underbrush, the crackling blaze casting eerie shadows on their faces. His eyes flicked to hers, silent questions swimming beneath his guarded calm. She wanted to say something, anything, but her voice stuck, thick with fear and something deeper, the weight of everything she was becoming. "We don't have much time," Malachi murmured, his voice a low promise against the chorus of burning leaves and snapping branches. "The fire is spreading faster than we thought. If it reaches the hollow's heart, nothing will stop it." Amara swallowed hard. She felt the power within her stir again, a scorching ember coiling in her chest. This was the moment when the past and future collided, when the legacy of the first sisters demanded her surrender or her fight. The path opened before them, revealing a clearing lit by the angry glow of flames, consuming a shattered cabin. the scent of smoke, and something metallic hung heavy, and Amara's stomach clenched. She stepped forward, every instinct screaming both to flee and to confront. Luke and Celine joined them moments later, faces grim beneath the harsh light. "It's worse than we thought," Celine said. "The fire isn't natural. It's controlled. Someone is setting this blaze." Amara's breath hitched. "Why?" "Because the hollow is more than land," Luke said. "It's power, and whoever's behind this wants to burn it all away." Malachi's eyes darkened with fury. "We need to find them." The four moved as one, shadows in the firelight, stalking through the remnants of the cabin's charred frame. Suddenly, a whisper drifted on the heated wind, a voice sharp and clear, slicing through the crackling fire. "Let it burn," it said. "Only in ashes can the new queen rise." Amara's blood ran cold. She knew that voice, knew its bite, its promise. The firestorm was more than destruction. It was a reckoning. They pressed deeper into the bayou, following trails of scorched earth and broken branches. The fire danced behind them, licking at the edges of the night, as if the world itself was unraveling. Malachi stayed close, eyes scanning every shadow. Amara could feel the weight of his presence, steady and fierce, a tether to something real in the swirling chaos. "I won't let this happen," he said quietly. "Not while I'm still breathing." She looked up at him, the firelight catching the sharp lines of his face, the blue flame that sometimes flickered in his hair, like a warning. "Neither will I," she whispered. "We're in this together." The night wrapped around them like a shroud, the distant sound of the fire's roar mingling with the rustle of cypress leaves. The bayou was alive with secrets, old magic and older pain, waiting to be unearthed. And Amara was ready to face them. Hours later, they reached the edge of the hollow's deepest heart, a place no light touched, where shadows thickened and the ground pulsed faintly beneath their feet. The air was cold here, the fire reduced to distant embers, but the danger was far from gone. Celine knelt, running fingers over the cracked earth. "The seal is weakening. Whatever's inside is stirring." Luke crouched beside her, eyes sharp. "We don't have much time." Amara's breath hitched. This was it, the point of no return. The moment where her blood, her power, her choices would decide everything. She stepped forward, placing her palm on the earth. A rush of heat flared up, sudden and fierce, like a firestorm beneath her skin. A hollow answered, and the war had begun. The ground shuddered beneath her palm. Not a tremor, no. This was a heartbeat, a pulse from something vast and buried, something not dead, but dreaming, and now beginning to stir. The seal wasn't just weakening, it was breaking. The hollow's heart, sealed in silence for generations, was starting to beat again, and every throb echoed through Amara's body, like it was her own. She drew her hand back slowly, her breath sharp in the quiet. "It's not just waking up," she said. "It's listening." "To you," Malachi said, his voice tight. "Because it knows what you are." The word she didn't want to speak hung between them. Queen. Amara stood slowly, her fingers tingling. She could feel Zahara's remnants in her veins, the chained woman's last echo still humming behind her ribs. They had all left her pieces of themselves, whispers and wounds and warnings. She hadn't asked for any of it, but now she carried them all. Luke looked toward the edge of the clearing, where the last of the flames flickered like dying stars. If something's coming through that seal, it's not coming alone. ... Celine rose beside him, wiping soot from her hands. "Then we need to decide. Are we going to fight it, or open the gate and face what's on the other side?" Amara's throat tightened. "I don't think there's a difference anymore." A breeze stirred, sudden and wrong. It carried no scent, no sound, only stillness. Malachi reached for her instinctively. pulling her close as the wind spun around them, coiling low near the earth like a serpent. Then came the voice, faint and far, and yet so familiar, it made Amara's bones ache. Daughter of flame, you burned to remember. Will you burn to return? It wasn't the chained woman this time. It wasn't even Zahara. It was her mother. Amara's chest cracked open with grief she hadn't prepared for. She turned, scanning the tree line, but there was nothing, only the shimmer of heat and shadow. I heard her, she whispered. My mother, she's still here. Malachi's expression shifted. You think she's trapped in the hollow? I don't know, Amara admitted, her voice breaking. But I felt her, like she's waiting for me to do something, finish something. She gave you that fire, Celine said quietly. Maybe she knew what you'd ace to face. She died protecting it, Amara murmured. Now it's mine. And if that seal breaks, I need to be ready. Luke's gaze narrowed. Then, we get ready. We gather whoever we trust. We fortify the hollow's edge. And if something steps out of that gate, we're the first and last line it meets. Malachi's jaw tensed. And if it's her mother calling her into it, are you prepared to lose her to that? Amara's eyes didn't waver. I'm not going anywhere I can't choose. Not again. Malachi nodded once, but she saw it in him. That shadow of fear. That terror of losing her to the very thing that made her whole. The group moved back into the denser trees, circling wide around the scorched trail they'd followed to get here. The deeper they went, the quieter it became, until even the sounds of frogs and insects gave way to a kind of eerie, listening silence. Amara stayed close to Malachi, her arm brushing his. Every inch of her skin felt hyper-aware now, like her blood might ignite from a single touch. Her hunger, always there in the background, had sharpened since the fire, since she fed from him. It wasn't just blood she craved anymore. It was truth. Connection, the kind that burned and healed, all at once. When they stopped at the edge of an old footbridge, half buried in vines, she turned to him. I need to know you're still with me, even if I change. You already have, Malachi said, brushing her jaw with the back of his fingers. But I haven't left. I'm afraid of what happens when I open the gate. I'm afraid of what happens if you don't. The wind picked up again, rustling the cypress trees like a warning. A coldness crept through the humid air, unnatural and sharp. Like something had torn a hole in the fabric of the bayou. And then they heard it. A scream. Not human, not animal. A shriek so full of rage and ancient pain that it fractured the stillness like glass. Luke drew his blade without a word. Celine reached for the iron bracelets at her wrists, murmuring a spell under her breath. Amara didn't move, because the scream wasn't from something that had come through the seal. It was something already here. They found it near the riverbank, a circle of scorched ground, as wide as a house and black as pitch. The trees nearby had split open, sap bleeding like wounds. In the center of the circle, something knelt, or someone. Amara stepped forward slowly, the others close behind. As they neared, the figure raised its head. A woman, barefoot, drenched in water and soot. Her eyes white with power. Her mouth stained red. Who? Celine began, but the woman cut her off. I smelled the blood. Her voice was thick and trembling. I followed it back here. Amara stepped in front of the others. Who are you? The woman tilted her head. Not who. What? Then she smiled, cracked and crooked. I was the first one they burned. Amara's breath caught. You're one of the first? I was a child. They feared what I carried, so they drowned me. Then they burned the water. Her body trembled. Smoke curled from her fingertips. But Sahara pulled me back. Malachi stepped beside Amara. Why come now? Because your fire calls to mine, the woman said. And when you open that gate, you'll need more than just memory. You'll need vengeance. Amara stared at her. The smoke, the blood, the ruined voice, and she felt it again, that thrum in her blood, ancient and aching. You want me to burn the world. I want you to unmake it, the woman said, and make something better from the ash. Celine glanced at Amara. She's dangerous. She's me, Amara said, voice low. The woman stood and stepped forward. Let me show you what they tried to bury. Amara hesitated only a moment before nodding. The others followed, though the air grew colder with every step. And as they reached the edge of a new, hidden clearing, the woman raised her hands, and the earth split open. Not with fire, with light. A white gold brilliance poured from below, not blinding, but endless, as if the hollow itself held stars within it. At the heart of it all, suspended between twisted roots, was a structure that didn't belong to this world. Not a temple, not a tomb, a cradle. Amara fell to her knees, because inside it, wrapped in living flame, was a child. Unborn, unwoken, but unmistakably hers. Chapter 12, A Flame in the Salt Marsh, Chapter Separator. Amara couldn't breathe. Her chest tightened like someone had tied it shut with rusted wire. The sight inside the flame was too surreal, too sacred. A child, not yet born, not yet shaped by the world, but pulsing with presence, her presence. It was as if the fire had pulled something from her future, or her past, or some realm of spirit that existed outside time altogether. The air rippled around her, thick with heat and reverence. She wanted to touch it, to reach inside the flame and cradle the child. But fear rooted her in place. What if she heard it? What if it wasn't real? Behind her, Malachi moved slowly, like he too had been stunned into stillness. She felt his presence at her back, his breath unsteady, his power churning like a storm just beneath his skin. She's dreaming, he said softly, more to himself than to her. Or the flame is showing her what could be. No, Amara whispered, eyes locked on the burning cradle that floated inches above the earth, swaying like a flame-born cradle. She's not just a dream. Then what is she? Amara reached for the fire, her fingers trembling. The flame licked at her skin, but didn't burn. Instead, it parted like silk. Within, the child shifted, its small form glowing golden red like embers beneath flesh, curled and uncurled in time with her heartbeat. I don't know, Amara said, but she's mine. The words didn't feel like a metaphor. They felt like a memory, like something her blood had already promised before her mind had even caught up. The child's presence faded as gently as it had come. The flame shrank inward, curling around the infant figure like a final breath. Then it vanished, leaving only smoke and silence. Amara collapsed forward onto her hands, her body shuddering from the release of tension. The moss beneath her was wet, grounding. She felt Malachi kneel beside her, his hands hovering near her shoulders, unsure. I didn't know this would happen, he said, voice low. This wasn't part of the ritual. She turned her face toward him, her eyes raw. What the hell was it then? Malachi looked away. Something ancient, older than the veil, older than the hollow. Something from Zahara's bloodline. She sat back, wiping her face with the back of her hand. You said Zahara was my ancestor. You said I carried her flame, but you didn't say anything about a child. I didn't know, he said again. Not like this. I thought the flame would awaken memories, not possibilities. Is that what she was? A possibility? He hesitated. No, that child felt real, felt tied to you. Amara wrapped her arms around herself, shivering. The air had grown colder since the flame vanished, as though it had taken warmth with it. The moon hung low over the salt marshes, its reflection trembling in the brackish water. The trees nearby creaked like old bones shifting in their sockets. "I'm scared," she said, barely above a whisper. Malachi touched her shoulder, gently now. "So am I." She leaned into him. For a moment, there was no fire, no visions, no names written in blood or shadows stitched into her skin. Just his warmth and the quiet hum of night creatures. Then the silence broke. A howl echoed across the marsh, long and guttural. Not a wolf, not even remotely animal. It was something else, something that knew them by name. Malachi stiffened. "We need to move," he said. Amara stood, her legs unsteady, but her spirit hardening. "It's following us." "No," he said. "It's circling. It's trying to drive you back toward the hollow." She looked over her shoulder, toward the ruins of the old chapel. Her heart thudded. The chapel was glowing, dimly, like embers under ash. "Did you see that?" she asked. He nodded grimly. "It's waking up again. And whatever it showed you, that wasn't just for you." Amara swallowed hard. "You think something else saw the flame?" ... "I think everything in this land did. This place remembers fire, and now it remembers you." The howling came again, this time closer. Trees rustled in the dark, but not from wind. Something large, something wet and rotting, moved between the trunks with purpose. "Go," Malachi urged. "Head back to the bridge. I'll draw it off." "No," she said, turning to face him. "I'm not running anymore. Amara, whatever's coming, it's not just coming for me. It's coming for whatever woke up in that chapel, whatever that flame meant. And I'm not going to let you fight it alone." The howling stopped. The marsh grew eerily quiet. Even the frogs and crickets went silent. Then the ground shifted. Amara stumbled as the earth beneath them softened, sagged. Malachi reached for her, just as a burst of steam rose from a pool nearby. The water boiled, bubbled, then bled black. From the dark pool, a figure emerged. Not human, not beast. Its body was stitched together from silt and bone, its skin woven from wet moss and crimson thread. It had no eyes, just a sunken face and a mouth that opened too wide, too long. Around its neck hung what looked like a rosary of teeth. Amara's breath caught in her throat. Malachi stepped in front of her, his hands blazing with red light. "Salt-bound," he said. "What is it?" she whispered. "A guardian of the hollow. They keep things in, and sometimes they drag things out." The creature screeched, and the sound felt like claws on the inside of her skull. Her knees buckled again, but this time she didn't fall. Fire bloomed in her palms, reflexive, raw. Malachi turned to her in surprise. "You can conjure it?" "I don't know how," she said, "but I feel it. It's like it wants out." "Then let it." She didn't hesitate. She raised her hands, the fire roaring up her arms, coating her in gold and crimson. The salt-bound screamed again and rushed them. Malachi struck first, a wave of heat slamming into the creature and sending pieces of moss and bone flying. But it reformed in seconds, tendrils of black water stitching it back together. "Go for the neck," he shouted. "The rosary." Amara focused, narrowed her breath. The world faded except for the creature's neck and the way those teeth glistened. She hurled her flame. It hit the creature dead center, searing through its chest. The rosary ignited. The teeth shrieked. The thing fell, folding in on itself, melting like wax into the marsh. Silence fell again, but it wasn't peaceful. It was watching. Amara turned to Malachi, her fire still burning at her fingertips. "What the hell is happening to me?" she asked. "You're becoming," he said simply. "Becoming what?" He hesitated. Then, Zahara wasn't just a witch. She wasn't just a priestess. She was a gate. A gate? A door between the world of flesh and the world of flame, between the veil and the hollow, between life and whatever came before it. Amara's hands began to cool. The fire didn't leave. It just settled inside her. Now I'm the door, you're the air, and doors open both ways. Amara turned to look at the marsh. The chapel's glow had faded. The child in the fire was gone. But something had been left behind. Not hope, not dread, something older than both. Destiny. Malachi's boots squelched in the damp earth as he stepped ahead, scanning the tree line with that unblinking intensity Amara was beginning to recognize as centuries of survival layered over instinct. He was tracking something. She felt it too. Whatever had stirred in the water hadn't fully died. The saltbound was just one piece. There were more, and they were coming. Amara moved beside him, the air still tingling from the fire she had conjured. Her skin shimmered faintly in the dark, like coals not quite cooled. Her breath visible in short clouds. She wasn't tired. She was awake in a way she hadn't known was possible before. Everything hummed, the reeds in the marsh, the echo of her heartbeat, the burn in her veins. We need to cross the salt line before the next one rises, Malachi muttered. Amara nodded, forcing her legs to move. And then what? Then we go to the mire. She frowned. I thought you said the mire was suicide. It is, but the hollow wants you. And it'll send more until it drags you back. The mire's the only place that might hide your flame long enough for us to learn how to wield it properly. They hurried through the marsh, boots slipping in mud, avoiding pools that steamed with unnatural heat. Strange shapes moved beneath the surface, slender, eel-like things that watched with milky eyes. The moon overhead was swollen now, its light bending unnaturally across the landscape. Amara had never seen it like that. It looked bruised, tired, as if even the heavens had witnessed too much. As they climbed a short embankment, Amara glanced back toward the chapel ruins. Nothing remained. No glow, no sound, just stillness. But she knew it was waiting. Whatever had stirred inside her hadn't finished. It had just begun. At the top of the ridge, the marshland opened into cracked stone and brittle weeds. The scent of sulfur clung to the wind. Malachi reached into his coat and pulled out a small pouch bound in waxed leather. He knelt and poured its contents into a circle. Black salt, red ash, bone dust. Ancient protections. He looked up at her. Step through it. Amara did, and the moment her foot crossed the circle's edge, she felt a ripple inside her chest, like a lid closing, a shutter drawn. The flame dimmed, but didn't die. It obeyed. He stood and muttered, "Good, you're still in control." "Barely," she admitted, pressing her palm to her ribs. "It wants to burn everything. It wants to survive. Fire is hunger. You just have to learn what it's feeding on." They moved quickly now, deeper into the ashlands beyond the marsh. The mire loomed ahead like a scar in the land. Thick fog blanketed the valley below, and thorn trees, twisted and blackened, grew along the edge. Malachi paused only once to smear a line of red clay beneath his eyes, then offered her a bit for her own. "For sight," he explained. "Of what?" "Of what lives there." They descended. The fog grew colder, heavier, almost wet. Amara felt her ears pop as the pressure shifted. Every breath was harder now, like the air resisted being taken. Voices whispered at the edge of her hearing, snatches of forgotten lullabies, broken prayers. She recognized some of the words. They were in Zahara's tongue, not spoken, but sung into the bloodline. She swallowed hard. "I hear her. I think she's calling me." Malachi didn't answer right away. Then, Zahara died, closing a door she wasn't meant to open. But before she did, she left something behind. A message. A flame that wouldn't go out. That's what you are. The ground beneath them crunched. White bones scattered beneath their feet. This place was older than the hollow, older than the veil. The mire had once been a battlefield. Maybe it still was. A figure stepped out of the mist. At first, Amara thought it was a tree, but then it moved, slowly, like a memory rising from still water. It was cloaked in layers of woven reeds, its face masked by bark and soot. It held a staff carved with runes that shimmered faintly blue. Malachi raised a hand. "We seek passage." The figure didn't speak, but the runes on its staff flickered. "I bring the Flameborn," he continued, "daughter of Zahara, keeper of the vein." Amara stepped forward, the fire in her blood pressing against her skin like a tide. The figure's mask tilted toward her. Then it bowed. "Come," it rasped. "She waits below." Amara and Malachi followed the figure through the fog into a place where time felt tangled, where day and night were irrelevant. The mire pulsed beneath them, a living wound in the world. And somewhere deep within it, something ancient stirred. They reached a stone arch embedded in a cliffside. Beyond it, darkness. No torches, no moonlight, just heat, rising, breathing. The figure pointed. The blood fire waits for the question. "What question?" Amara asked. "The only one that matters," it whispered. "Will you open or will you burn?" Malachi touched her arm. "This is the final veil. Once we go in, there's no turning back. If you pass through, you become the flame." Amara took a breath, then another. The fire inside her danced. It didn't fear the dark. It called to it. She stepped through the arch, and the fire followed. Amara passed beneath the archway and into the dark. The air thickened immediately, like stepping underwater, but she didn't choke. She didn't stumble. The flame within her burned brighter, clearing a path through the shadows. Each footstep echoed with an unnatural rhythm, like the beat of a drum only the dead could hear. She reached out to the stone wall for balance. It pulsed beneath her fingertips, alive or haunted. It was hard to tell the difference in this place. The walls breathed. The floor exhaled sulfur and steam. She could no longer see Malachi behind her, only feel his presence like a steady warmth against her back. Then the passage widened into a chamber. The ceiling stretched high above, carved with spiraling sigils that glowed faintly. At the center of the room was a basin. Circular, ancient, made of black volcanic glass. Inside it burned a fire that gave off no heat, only light. Violet and gold, the same colors she'd seen in her dreams. A woman stood beside it, hooded, draped in robes stitched from salt lace and feathers. Zahara. No, not Zahara, not truly. But she bore the same eyes, bright and sorrowful, as if they had seen too many futures fall to ash. "You've come late," the figure said. Her voice echoed not in the air, but inside Amara's bones. "I didn't know I was supposed to come at all," Amara replied, stepping closer. The figure tilted her head. "But your blood knew. It called. It sang. That's why the hollow chases you. That's why the salt-bound rose. You are a song Zahara left unfinished." "What do I do?" Amara asked, her voice quieter now. "How do I stop them?" The figure gestured to the basin. "You don't stop the fire. You become it." The basin flared as she spoke. Images burst across its surface. New Orleans drowning in salt water. Black trees burning in endless night. A city in ruins where whispers wore flesh and names. Amara clenched her fists. What if I fail? Then you will still burn, but not alone. Malachi entered the chamber then, silent as shadow. He met the robed figure's eyes, nodded once, then stepped beside Amara. He didn't offer comfort, only presence. The woman reached into the basin, and fire crawled up her arm without harming her. She pressed a flame-touched finger to Amara's brow, and Amara remembered. A cradle in a house with no roof. A lullaby sung in a forgotten tongue. A storm of fire and blood. Her mother weeping in the dark, whispering, "You are my flame, even if the world never sees it." She gasped, and the flame within her answered. It rose through her ribs like wings unfurling, raced along her arms, her legs, until her entire body pulsed with living heat. Her braids lifted slightly, as if caught in an unseen wind, her skin shimmering gold and crimson. But it didn't consume her. It crowned her. She wasn't afraid anymore. She stepped back from the basin. The chamber quieted. The figure smiled. Now you are ready. Ready for what? To burn the chamber behind them collapsed into salt and silence. No door, no turning back. Just the marsh ahead, lit faintly by the ember-threaded light pouring from Amara's skin. Malachi watched her, with an expression that hovered between awe and grief. She wasn't the same girl who had fled across the bayou, with salt on her boots and questions in her blood. She was something else now. Something the Hollow would fear. Something he feared too, though he'd never say it aloud. The marsh shifted around them, alive with murmurs. Strange birds cried overhead in voices too human, and the water moved in impossible directions, flowing backward, then freezing in midair, then falling in heavy, rhythmic drips. The world here obeyed no laws. It answered only to memory and vengeance. "We're close," Malachi said, his voice low and taut. "I can smell it." "What?" Amara asked. "The veil," he said. "The place where the Hollow breach the skin between death and life, where they feed." Amara nodded, and the flame behind her eyes flared briefly. She wasn't sure if the heat she felt was from the power or from the anger building beneath her ribs like a rising tide. "Then let's not waste time." They moved in silence for a long while, each step drawing them deeper into a part of the mire untouched by time. Bones jutted from the mud like broken teeth. Trees grew in warped spirals, their branches tangled like grasping hands. At the heart of it all, a circle of standing stones surrounded a low altar, carved from obsidian and bone. The sky above it shimmered with wrongness, like a film stretched too tight. That's where they waited, the Hollow. There were 3 of them, though they writhed and folded in ways that made counting near impossible. Their shapes were vaguely human, but their flesh shifted constantly, flickering between forms like candlelight caught in a storm. One wore a face that looked like her mother's, another, her own. Amara staggered, bile rising in her throat. They feed on what you fear," Malachi said sharply. "Don't let it in." The central Hollow stepped forward. Its mouth opened wide, too wide, and a voice spilled out. Not its own, but her father's, hoarse and shaking. "You left me to die, Amara, just like your mama." She flinched, her breath caught. The flame stuttered inside her. Then she remembered Zahara's words. "You are a psalm left unfinished." She straightened her spine. That ain't my father. He died with love in his chest and a gun in his hand, not filth in his mouth. The hollow hissed, its face melting into a blur of smoke and regret. Malachi stepped in front of her. You don't have to face them alone. Yes, I do, she said. But I want you beside me when I do. The flame surged. It didn't burn the world, it unveiled it. Shadows peeled back. The true forms of the hollow revealed themselves. Eyeless things, stitched from curses and hunger. Their mouths full of names they'd stolen. One lunged. Amara met it with fire. Her hand shot forward, and the flame answered. It wasn't a weapon, it was a reckoning. It struck the creature full in the chest and ripped through it like a choir of screams. The hollow shrieked as its body unraveled, dissolving into ash and bone salt. Another leapt for her, but Malachi caught it midair, driving his clawed hand into its core. Shadows tried to bleed into him, but he growled through clenched teeth, eyes burning red, and tore the thing in half. The last one tried to flee, crawling toward the stone circle, toward the rippling sky. But Amara reached it first. She didn't strike. She knelt. Who did you used to be? She whispered. The hollow twitched. A voice rasped. I was a girl named Eloise. They burned me for dreaming. Amara closed her eyes. Then let this dream end. She kissed the creature's brow. And the flame passed through her lips into the hollow's shell. It stilled, shimmered, then shattered like glass. The veil split open above the altar. Light poured down like blood from heaven. Red gold, sacred, furious. Through it stepped a figure wrapped in veils of smoke and velvet, crowned in serpents and silence. He walked like he owned the dark. And he did. The devil, not horns and pitchforks. No. He was beautiful, terrible, melanated like midnight, with eyes like wells of forgetting. Malachi dropped to one knee, head bowed. My king. Amara didn't kneel. The devil smiled. You are flameborn, Zahara's last spark. I am Amara Whitaker, she said, and you owe me answers. He laughed, not mockingly, delighted. Oh, I like you. She stepped closer. Why were they after me? Because you are a bridge, he said, gesturing to the altar. Between flame and flesh, between death and memory. And I have use for bridges. I'm not yours. No, he said, but you will be. Malachi rose, tense. She made no bargain with you. Not yet, the devil said. But she will, because there are worse things coming than hollow. Creatures that do not hunger for blood or memory, but for the flame itself. Amara narrowed her eyes, then let them come. He tilted his head, curious. You are bold, but boldness is not survival. You need protection, allies, and I can offer both. She crossed her arms, and in return, he smiled wider. A vow. Malachi moved beside her. Don't. He doesn't deal in fair trades. Amara ignored him. Say what you want. The devil raised one hand, and a contract unfurled in the air, written in burning script. I will guard your bloodline. I will guide your fire. In exchange, when the final veil falls, you will serve at my side for 7 nights of unmaking. You will become my flame bearer. And if I refuse, she asked, then you walk alone. And when the fire goes out, no one will light it again. Silence stretched. Amara thought of her mother's hands, her father's laugh, the hollow house, the cradle, the blood. She stepped forward. I accept. Malachi caught her arm. You don't know what you're giving him. I know exactly what I'm giving him, she said. 7 nights. That's all. But if it keeps the fire alive for generations after me, I'll pay it. The devil grinned. A wise girl. She pressed her palm to the burning script. It branded her flesh, then vanished. The vow was sealed. The devil tipped his head in something like reverence. Then go, flame-bearer. Your war has only begun. The altar shattered. The veil tore. And Amara Whitaker stepped into a world that would soon burn. The veil's light withdrew like a breath taken back. In its wake, the marsh grew still, unnaturally so. Trees that had once groaned now held their silence, and the water stood motionless, like glass covering old secrets. The shattered altar smoked, its bones charred by something older than fire. Amara's hand still tingled where the vow had branded her skin. The sigil, though invisible, pulsed beneath her flesh like a second heartbeat. Malachi stared at her, expression unreadable. He hadn't spoken since the devil vanished. Not even when the stones around them began to melt into the swamp. Not when Amara touched the ground and the fire guided them safely out. His silence followed them, long after the veil closed behind them. Only when they stepped onto solid land again, the marsh behind them curling like a memory undone, did he speak. You shouldn't have done that, he said. His voice was quiet, not angry, not accusatory, just hollow. Amara didn't stop walking. I did what I had to. There's always another way. She spun to face him, the glow behind her eyes flaring. That's easy for you to say. You've had centuries to make choices. This is my first war. His jaw tightened. And your first vow was to the devil himself. She shook her head. My vow was to the future. To the girls like me, who won't have to burn just to be seen. Silence fell between them again, broken only by the distant cry of a heron and the soft crackle of flame still coiled in Amara's breath. Malachi turned away. You remind me of her. Amara paused. Who? Zahara. She blinked, the fire within her dimming slightly. You knew her? His voice was far away now. I loved her. The words hit her like a slap. You? I followed her into the first breach, he said. Fought at her side when the hollow first crawled out of the salt. I watched her fall. He looked at Amara then, his red eyes tired, and I swore I would never serve fire again. The wind shifted around them, heavy with unspoken things. She didn't speak of you, Amara said. She wouldn't have. I was the vow she regretted. Amara's lips parted, but no words came. She searched his face for something. Truth, sorrow, maybe even shame. But found only memory. He looked older now, though his body had not changed. Worn from inside out. I'm not her, she said at last. I know, he replied. You're something else entirely, and that's what scares me. They reached the edge of the old woods, where the salt gave way to moss and the bones of forgotten paths. Ahead, the ruins of the Whitaker house waited, its windows dark, its porch slouched like a weary sentinel. I need to go inside, Amara said. Malachi stopped. There's nothing left there for you. That's where she died. That's where I began. He said nothing, but followed her anyway. Inside, the air hung thick with dust and silence. Ash coated the floor, still warm in places, as if time hadn't dared move since her mother's last scream. The cradle sat in the corner, blackened but unburned, as though something had protected it. She knelt beside it, ran a hand along the charred wood. She was trying to save me, and I was just a baby. No fire, no flame, just blood. Malachi crouched beside her. She knew what was coming. She saw it in dreams. Fire and salt, death and return. You weren't born by accident, Amara. You were forged. Her fingers tightened on the cradle. And now I've made a vow that chains me to the very thing that burned her down. No, he said softly. You made a vow to survive. And that's something she would have understood better than anyone. She turned to look at him. What about you, Malachi? What have you vowed to? He held her gaze. Once, I vowed to protect Zahara. I failed. Amara rose slowly. Then make a new vow to protect me. His expression changed, guarded, then open, then something else. You don't know what you're asking. I know exactly what I'm asking, she said. You don't have to serve the flame, but you can walk beside it. He stood too, taller than her, cloaked in shadow and blood-slicked memories. Then I vow this. Until your fire dies, I will not leave your side. Amara extended her hand. Malachi took it. And in that moment, without flame or contracts, a vow older than words was made. They stood together in the ashes of the past, facing a future written in blood and embers. Then the floor beneath them trembled. A sound rose from the earth, not a growl, not a cry, but a pulse. Amara turned toward the sound. That's not the devil. Malachi's eyes flared crimson. No, that's something worse. Outside, the sky darkened, as though night had returned too early. The wind howled with voices that weren't wind at all. From the edge of the woods, cloaked figures emerged, salt dripping from their robes, faces hidden behind masks shaped like twisted moons. One held a blade made of hollowed bone. Amara stepped forward. What are they? She asked. The moonbound, Malachi said, hunters of the old flame. They serve no devil, no hollow, just silence. The lead figure raised a hand. Flame bearer, he intoned, voice like broken bells. You've made your vow. Now we come to collect the cost. Malachi moved to stand before her. You'll take nothing from her. The moonbound didn't flinch. We do not take. We cleanse. Amara's fire surged. No, she said, you burn. And as the sky split with the shriek of ancient wings and the earth cracked beneath the weight of vengeance, the battle for the flame truly began. Amara's fire surged higher, rippling across the floor like golden smoke, flickering through the hollowed ruins of the Whitaker home. Her feet sank into the ash, her mother's memory anchored in every charred board. The moonbound did not retreat. They advanced, slow and reverent, as though wading into sacred ground. One stepped forward, robe sweeping behind him like a funeral veil. The bone blade in his hand thrummed with silent rhythm, echoing something ancient and cruel. You've broken balance, he said, voice distorted by the ivory mask. You've reopened the wound that never healed. Amara didn't back down. You think balance was ever fair to us? To women like my mother? To girls like me? You were not meant to rise. No, she agreed. I was meant to burn. Flame burst from her hands, not like before. Not wild or fearful, but sharp, precise, wreathed in symbols that glowed briefly over her skin like inked sigils. The fire danced along the air, then formed a spear between her fingers, forged of light and pain and blood memory. She launched it. The flame spear pierced the mask of the first moonbound, shattering it into bone dust. The figure screamed, not in agony, but in song, a long, wailing hymn that summoned the rest of them forward. 6 more stepped into the ruin, hands raised in silent prayer. From the salt clinging to their robes, knives began to form, jagged, ritualistic, edges rough like they were carved from old grief. Malachi snarled and stepped in front of Amara, cloak billowing as he summoned his own weapon from the crimson shadows clinging to his coat. A blade unlike any steel, made from blood and oath. Pulled from the marrow of things once human, its edge gleamed red, hungry. Stay behind me, he murmured. No, Amara said. We stand together. The moonbound charged. They moved like dancers, fast and silent, blades catching the fading sunlight as they came. Amara met them in the middle, her fire colliding with their salt magic, 2 ancient forces that should have never touched. Sparks rained from every clash, casting silhouettes against the ruined walls. Malachi fought like a nightmare come to life, each movement fluid and violent, elegant in its efficiency. He drove his sword through one, tore another's mask away, and plunged his fangs into the throat beneath. Their salt hissed against his skin, searing where it touched, but he didn't stop. Amara's hands became twin infernos. She spun, kicked, sent arcs of flame slicing through air and bone. The sigil from her vow glowed again, this time not in pain, but in power. It granted her not only strength, but clarity. She could see the gaps in their footwork, the fragility behind their chants, the doubt behind their devotion. She struck at those cracks. One by one they fell, ash and salt and smoke, until only the last remained, his mask untouched, his hands still lowered. He stepped through the wreckage of his kin with slow grace. "I am not here to kill you," he said. Malachi raised his sword. "Could have fooled me. I am here to warn you. The hollow has returned." Amara froze. "What?" The moonbound priest tilted his head. "The one that Zahara sealed in salt beneath the oldest marsh. It has stirred. It hungers, and it knows your name, Flame-bearer." Amara's chest tightened. The vow, the fire, the devil, all of it, it had woken something. "You came to stop me," she said. "We came to delay you, to warn you of the war your vow has reignited. Your flame is not the only thing that burns now." He turned to leave, but paused at the doorframe, staring at the cracked walls like they were scripture. "When it rises, the hollow will not come for your soul. It will come for your mother's." Then he vanished, dissolving into mist and salt. Silence returned. Malachi let out a slow breath. "We'll need allies. You've shaken the swamp awake." Amara knelt again by the scorched cradle. Her hand trembled, not from fear, but from knowing. "My mother never had a chance to run," she whispered. "But I do. And I won't." She stood. "We're going to the boneyard. We'll find the old ones, my grandmother's sisters, the witches who bound salt to blood. If the hollow's coming for my mother's soul, then it's coming through me." Malachi met her gaze. "Then we'll seal it, one way or another." They stepped outside together. The trees bent in the wind, not in mourning, but in preparation. The devil's vow had been made. Now the devil's war was coming. Chapter 14. Witchlight and Whiskey Kisses chapter separator. The swamp had moods like people. Sometimes it sulked, quiet and still, with fog clinging to the surface like unspoken grief. Other times it laughed, a low, gurgling chuckle from frogs and cicadas, a symphony of things too wild to be tamed. Tonight it was whispering. Amara heard it as they stepped beyond the ruins of her childhood home. The trees leaned in as though gossiping. The marsh reeds parted with intention, and the night itself tasted of smoke and something sweeter, something older. They moved in silence for a long while. Malachi walked ahead, clearing brush and shielding her from low-hanging vines. But his eyes kept straying back to her, as if checking to make sure she was still real. Her face still bore ash from the fire, a single cut across her cheek, dried but unhealed. The glow of the vow mark on her collarbone had faded, but the heat hadn't. "I can feel her," Amara said at last. Malachi stopped. "Zahara?" She shook her head. "My mother, in the salt, like she's still watching me, not judging, just waiting." "Then we won't keep her waiting long." He offered her his hand. "You ready?" She took it, the warmth of his skin steadying her. "Not even a little." "Good. Means you're still sane." They made their way deeper into the marsh, where the land forgot about roads and rules. Lantern bugs floated near the surface of the water, like will-o'-the-wisps, their light blue and slow, flickering with an intelligence that unsettled her. Cypress trees reached up like the bones of old gods. Somewhere in the distance, something howled. Not a wolf, not anything she knew. The hollow was stirring. "You ever been to the boneyard?" she asked, stepping over a slick root. Malachi's expression darkened. "Once. I was looking for a cure for blood rot, back when I still believed in miracles. The witches there, don't just live outside time. They live under it. They trade in things deeper than money or blood. What did it cost you? My name. For a season. Amara looked at him. You gave it up? They needed it more than I did. She wanted to ask more, but the path narrowed, and silence returned, thick as the heat. After a while, they reached a clearing, a place untouched by storm or shadow. A lone shack stood in the center, propped up on tree roots, its porch lit by 3 floating jars filled with witchlight. From within came the sound of clinking bottles, laughter, and an old jazz record playing too slow. Well, Malachi muttered, either we're welcome or we're already cursed. A woman stepped onto the porch. She wore a robe the color of bruised plum and had long silver locks wrapped into a crown atop her head. Her skin was so dark it glinted blue in the lantern light, and her eyes were white as bone. She smiled, wide and wicked. "'Bout damn time," she said. "Y'all out here stirring devils and waking salt bones, and didn't think to call Auntie Vi?" Amara's breath caught. "You knew my mother?" "I named your mother," Viola Whitaker replied. "And I named you too, little flame. Come inside before the ghosts get jealous." Inside the shack, it smelled of whiskey, rose water, and something earthy, like grave moss and memory. Amara sat at the kitchen table while Malachi lingered by the door, watching everything, refusing to sit until Auntie Vi glared him into it. Viola poured them each a drink, brown liquor in mason jars that shimmered faintly. "Whiskey?" Amara asked. "Blessed," Vi corrected. "Soothes the bite of truth. You'll need it." Amara sipped and coughed. It burned like summer lightning, but when it settled, her fear quieted. Vi took the seat across from her. "Your mother was a vessel, not just for Zahara's flame, but for something even older, our lineage. The first flamekeeper didn't come from temples or gods. She came from the salt marsh, with blood on her hands and a crown of ash." Amara leaned forward. "And now the hollow wants her soul." Vi's gaze hardened. "The hollow don't want. It takes. It consumes what we leave behind in pain. Your mother's sorrow made a trail straight to her. And now that you've lit the path with your vow, she knows I'm here." Vi nodded. "She'll come. She's been waiting a long, long time to feast." Malachi looked between them. "How do we stop her?" Vi smiled, but there was no joy in it. "You can't, but you can bind her. For that, you'll need 3 things. The ash of the one who bore you, the fire of the one who chose you, and the kiss of the one who loves you." Amara blinked. Malachi said, "I'm gonna go grind some roots and talk to my dead sisters. We got work to do." She left them alone in the flickering kitchen. Malachi finally sat down again, but he didn't look at her. "You scare me," he said. Amara blinked. "I scare you?" "You're more than flame, Amara. Your will. You say yes to things most people run from. And if you fall," she reached across the table and took his hand, "then fall with me." He looked up. "You mean that?" "I do." He stood again, slowly, and walked to her side. Their hands met first, then their foreheads. No kiss, just closeness, breath for breath, scar to scar. It wasn't passion. It was a promise. Outside, the swamp sang a new song. Something old had woken, but something older had chosen to fight. Viola returned just after midnight, her arms full of bundles wrapped in tattered velvet and tied with strands of her own silver hair. She moved with the casual grace of someone who had made peace with all her demons, or else taught them how to drink. "Y'all ready to meet her?" she asked, dumping the bundles on the floor with a grunt. Amara tensed. "My mother?" Vi shook her head. "No, child. The one who first bore the flame. The first flamekeeper. The one whose name was never written down." Malachi narrowed his eyes. "And she's still alive?" "She's beyond that," Vi replied. "You don't live this long without giving something up. In her case, she gave up her body, but her will's still out there, sleeping in the black salt pool, waiting for a bloodline to wake her." Amara felt a chill. "And I'm that bloodline." Vi nodded. "You ain't just Zahara's legacy. You're the key. That fire you carry, it was only ever borrowed." She handed Amara a bundle wrapped in deep blue cloth. When Amara opened it, she found a thick bone dagger carved with sigils that pulsed under her fingertips. "You'll need that to cut the veil open," Vi said, "to call her." "And then?" Viola grinned. "Then she'll test you." Malachi stepped closer. "And if she fails?" "She doesn't fail. You do." Amara gripped the hilt of the dagger. "Then I won't fail." The three of them walked in silence through the overgrown path behind the shack. The deeper they went, the more the air thickened, until it felt like wading through breath itself. At the center of the marsh, surrounded by fallen stones and moss-choked trees, lay a still, black pool. It didn't reflect the stars above. It swallowed them. Vi placed a single hand over the surface and whispered something in a language that tasted of iron and old teeth. Then she stepped back. "Your turn." Amara knelt beside the pool and drew the dagger across her palm. Blood fell in slow drops into the water. The change was immediate. The pool bubbled. The air buzzed. The trees swayed inward, bending toward her as if caught in some ancient gravity. Then, from the depths of the pool, rose a shape. Mist first, then flesh, then something else entirely. It wasn't a woman. It wasn't a spirit. It was flame given form, shadow given shape, and it looked like her. "You called me," the voice whispered, not aloud, but into the hollow of Amara's bones. "I need your fire," Amara said, standing tall, "to bind the hollow and protect what's left of my line." The shape smiled, though its eyes never moved. "So much fire, so much fear. Why now?" "Because the hollow feeds on what we leave behind," Amara answered. "And I won't let her take my mother. I won't let her take me." "Then show me." Amara turned to Vi. "What do I do?" But the old woman was already gone. So was Malachi. She stood alone in the swamp before the burning ghost of her first ancestor. The flamekeeper lifted one arm, and suddenly, Amara wasn't in the marsh anymore. She was in a memory. The world around her flickered to life. Fire, screams, a village torn by storm and blade, women running with children, men drowning in ash. And in the center of it all, a single woman standing in a ring of salt, holding the dagger. "This is what we come from," the voice said. "We do not run. We burn." The scene shifted again. Now she stood in a temple, surrounded by acolytes. One of them cried out, "She's lost control," before bursting into flame. "You must learn to carry fire without letting it carry you." Amara clenched her fists. "I didn't come here to be taught. I came to fight." Then fight. The ground cracked. Fire poured from it. The flamekeeper rushed her, faster than thought. Amara raised the dagger, but it wasn't in her hand anymore. It was in her chest. Pain exploded through her ribs, but she didn't scream. She stepped forward instead. One step, then another. With every step, the fire consumed more of her, but it also opened something inside her. The grief, the rage, the truth. "I'm not Zahara," she said, "and I'm not my mother. I'm me." The flamekeeper paused. "And if that's not enough, then burn me down. But I'm not running." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the fire receded. The dagger vanished from her chest, and the flamekeeper bowed her head. You are ready. When Amara opened her eyes again, she was back in the swamp. The pool had stilled. Vi stood beside her, smiling softly. Malachi was holding her hand. What happened? She breathed. You passed, Vi said, and you didn't even scream. Most do. Malachi didn't speak. He just pulled her into his arms and held her like she might vanish again. You still want to do this? He asked her quietly. Amara pulled back, her eyes glowing faintly with the remnants of the flame. I don't think I have a choice. He touched her cheek. You always have a choice. She leaned. They made it back to Viola's shack just before dawn, the path behind them now quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that followed a storm no one had yet seen. Amara's steps were heavy with more than exhaustion. Something in her had shifted back there, in the salt pool. Something ancient. Something that didn't belong to this world alone. Viola lit another cigarette and sat on the porch like nothing had happened. You smell like ancestors and burnt sugar, she muttered, blowing a stream of smoke out the side of her mouth. Amara rubbed her arms. I feel like I was pulled through time. You were, V said. That's what fire does. It don't just burn, it remembers. Malachi stood beside Amara, quiet as ever, though his hand stayed near the small of her back, like he was ready to catch her if she collapsed. What happens now? He asked. V glanced at the sky, where the last stars blinked out over a bleeding horizon. Now, you rest, you kiss, you get drunk, because tomorrow, the hollow is going to start moving. Amara looked at her. You mean it wasn't already? V's eyes twinkled. Child, the hollow didn't just move. She stirs. And she felt you tonight. Trust that. She felt you call fire back into this world, and she won't let it go unchecked. Amara folded her arms. Then we don't wait. Didn't say we would, V said. Just said you should kiss first. That made Malachi chuckle, and he pulled Amara toward him. You heard the woman. She blinked, startled for a breath. Right now? He shrugged. Unless you're still mad I didn't catch you when you passed out. She rolled her eyes. You didn't even try. I was stunned. She smiled despite herself. You're still stunned. Always, he said, and kissed her. It wasn't like the last time. This one was deeper, slower, like something broken in both of them had started knitting itself back together. His hand in her curls, hers fisted in his coat, the porch spinning around them like a memory they hadn't lived yet. Viola sighed dramatically. Finally, took you too long enough. Amara pulled away just enough to whisper, Still think I need rest? Malachi looked at her, like the sun had risen just for her face. Maybe, or maybe you need a bottle of whatever V keeps buried under the floorboards. Oh, hell no, V barked. That stuff's for summoning, not smooching. They all laughed, soft and surprised, and for the first time in days, the night didn't feel like it was pressing against their backs. Inside the shack, the walls seemed warmer now, less haunted. Vi poured them each a cup of something sweet and golden and passed out blankets. She didn't ask any more questions. She just watched them, observed them, like a woman who had seen too many love stories burn out before the fire ever caught. Amara lay curled under one of Vi's patchwork quilts, her legs draped over Malachi's as he leaned against the wall beside her. He ran a hand down her arm, and her skin shivered in response. Did it change you? He asked softly. She turned her head toward him. The flame? He nodded. She thought for a long time. No, she said finally. It reminded me who I was before the fear, who I could still be if I stopped running. Malachi brushed his thumb across her knuckles. You were never weak. I didn't say I was. I just forgot. I let everything I lost define me instead of everything I survived. He kissed the back of her hand. Then maybe you needed to be reminded. She closed her eyes, but her lips curled faintly. Maybe I needed you. Vi snorted from the corner. I swear to gods, if y'all start spouting poetry, I'm gonna call a ghost just to interrupt. Amara cracked one eye open. You already did. That flamekeeper? She wasn't just a test. She was a warning. Vi leaned forward, her grin now gone. That's right. And you best listen, girl. The Hollow won't face you alone. She'll send her worst first, what we call echoed. Half-dead things, made from all the voices she swallowed. You'll see familiar faces, hear dead names, feel the past crawling under your skin. That's how she breaks you, before you even step foot near her. Amara nodded slowly. Then we go first. We find her before she finds us. You sure? Vi asked. That ain't fire talking through you again. Amara stood, her hands steady as she tightened the strap on her boots. It's me talking now. Vi raised her glass. Then may your fire stay lit and your enemies catch splinters. Amara clinked her cup against hers. And may we run faster than our ghosts. As the sun broke over the trees and the first birds began to stir in the branches, Amara and Malachi stepped onto the porch together. The air was thick with dew and the scent of brine and earth. Somewhere out in that marshland, the Hollow had already begun to move. Maybe not toward them yet, but soon. Malachi wrapped an arm around her waist. You ready? She looked toward the horizon, her eyes gleaming like whiskey and witchlight. I was born ready, she said. I just forgot for a while. Together, they walked down the creaking steps and into the mist. The flame had spread, but the storm was still coming, and this time, Amara Whitaker would not be swallowed by it. Chapter 15. Buried with her name on my tongue. Chapter separator. The marsh had gone silent. Not the peaceful hush of dawn, nor the sleepy quiet of a world stretching into day, but a tense, unnatural stillness that pressed against Amara's eardrums like water too deep. A kind of silence that followed something sacred being disturbed. They'd walked nearly a mile from Viola's place, the soft slap of mud beneath their boots, the only sound that dared break the quiet. Crows had vanished, even the mosquitoes kept their distance. And up ahead, the path split. One trail veering toward the open floodlands, the other toward a tangle of cypress roots and weeping willow groves that dipped like mourning women toward black water. Amara stopped walking. What is it? Malachi asked, beside her, low and sharp. She held up a hand, listening. Something's wrong. He scanned the trees, hand already drifting toward the blade hidden in his coat. You mean other than the sky being too still and the swamp breathing funny? She didn't answer. Her eyes were locked on the water's edge, where cattails grew in bunches and moss slung low. She took a slow step forward, then another. There, a shimmer, barely visible, a ripple of silver like moonlight trapped underwater. It passed through the reeds, brushed over the mud, and faded before it could take shape. But Amara knew what it was. An echo. Her mother's voice drifted to her memory like smoke through a cracked door. The Hollow doesn't send soldiers. She sends stories in skin, faces that remember who you were before you learned to fight. Do you feel that? Amara whispered. Malachi gave a curt nod. Cold, but not wind. No, it's her, she swallowed. She's watching us through something she's already taken. A figure began to form near the edge of the trees. Not walking, floating. And though its face was cloaked in shadow, Amara knew that outline. The slope of the shoulders, the angle of the chin. The hair coiled high and regal. Her throat tightened. Jara, she breathed. But it wasn't her. Not really. This echo wore her face, like a veil. Her mother's eyes, but hollowed. Her mother's smile, but wrong, too wide. too smooth, the edges stitched with absence. You left me buried, the echo said. Malachi stepped between them. That's not her. Amara touched his arm. I know. The echo tilted its head. You carried my name, but not my memory. I carried everything, Amara said. Even the parts you were too afraid to say out loud. The echo smiled. Then die with it. Like I did. The ground split beneath them. One moment they stood on the path. The next, Amara was falling. Into muck. Into salt water. Into memory. She hit hard. The air crushed from her lungs. And when she looked up, she wasn't in the marsh anymore. She was in a room. Small. Dim. And filled with the scent of cinnamon and dried flowers. A girl sat in the center, maybe 7 years old, hands wrapped around a candle that wouldn't stay lit. Come on, the girl muttered. Come on. Amara's voice caught in her throat. That child, she recognized her. Herself. The younger version of her scowled, wiped her nose, and tried again. The flame flickered, caught, then sputtered out. Again. Again. Her small fists trembled. Why can't I hold it? The girl cried. Why won't it stay? Behind her, the door opened. Jara stepped in. Not the echo, not the shadow, but her mother in full color, warm and alive. Because you're trying to light it like a match, she said gently. And flame doesn't obey fear. It obeys grief. Little Amara blinked up at her. But I'm not sad. Jara knelt beside her. Oh, baby, you are. You just don't know what to name it yet. The vision blurred, darkened. When Amara opened her eyes, she was back in the swamp, on her knees in the mud, soaked and shaking. Malachi crouched beside her, holding her upright. You went still, he said. You were looking right at me, but your eyes were gone. She swallowed hard. She made me remember. He brushed damp hair from her face. What I buried with her, the part of me that didn't want to come back. From behind them, the echo still hovered, its face rippling. You will never carry her the way I did, it said. Amara stood, slowly. You're not her, and you don't speak for what she gave me. The echo moved forward. Malachi drew his blade, but Amara didn't flinch. She raised her hand, and flames sparked between her fingers. Not summoned, remembered. The fire didn't roar, it didn't rage. It wept, soft, steady, flickering with the sorrow of everything she'd never said out loud. My mother, she said, voice trembling, taught me that grief is not weakness, it's a gift. It teaches you who to keep living for. She took one step forward. The flame grew. Another step. The echo began to tremble, its form shaking under the weight of truth. Amara reached it, pressed her hand gently to its chest. Go back to her, she whispered. Tell her I didn't forget. The echo shuddered and with a breath scattered like ashes in the wind. Malachi exhaled. You didn't burn it. No, she said, because it wasn't a monster. It was a wound, one I needed to look in the eye. They stood in the stillness, the crows now slowly returning overhead, their cries harsh and familiar. I think the hollow's afraid of you now, Malachi said. Amara shook her head. No, she's curious. That was her way of asking if I remembered what I'd lost. And she turned to him, her eyes deep as the water they'd just climbed from. I do, and I'll carry her name on my tongue until the end. The fog had lifted from the salt marsh by the time they reached higher ground, but the heaviness clung to them like wet cotton. Amara's fingers still burned faintly with the warmth of the flame she'd conjured, not with rage or power, but with memory. Each step she took away from the place where the echo had dissolved felt like walking away from a grave she'd only just dared to dig up. Malachi kept close, not hovering, not coddling, but near enough that if her knees buckled again, he'd catch her before the earth did. That quiet kind of loyalty did something sharp and aching inside her chest. They moved in silence until they reached a rickety bridge, crossing a thin stretch of black water. Planks groaned beneath them. every footfall sending tiny ripples skittering out into the reeds. "You ever think about the end?" she asked suddenly, not looking at him. Malachi's brow furrowed. "You mean like dying?" "No, not exactly. I mean the end of all this. The end of running, of fighting, of every cursed shadow following you with your own mother's voice." He was quiet for a beat. "I used to think the end meant freedom. These days, I think it just means peace. Or at least, silence." They stepped off the bridge and followed the path that curled beneath hanging moss. The world had started to hum again. Insects returned to their buzzing. Crickets struck up their night song. Though dusk was still far off, the land was breathing again. Amara stopped, brushing her hand along the bark of an old live oak. Its roots were thick and exposed, gnarled like the fingers of the dead. "She was buried under a willow," she murmured. "But she always said the oaks were stronger, said their roots could remember longer." Malachi stepped beside her, resting a hand on the tree. "Maybe she's listening now." Amara let her forehead touch the bark. Her voice dropped to a hush. "Mama, I'm still walking. I know you told me to run, but I've been walking. Toward you, away from you, through you. I carry your name like a blade in my mouth, and some nights it cuts me worse than the monsters ever could." The wind stirred gently. A leaf fell near her foot. No ghosts rose. No voices echoed. But something in her bones eased, just a little. They kept moving. The trail curved past a rusted iron gate, half swallowed by kudzu. Beyond it lay the ruin of an old shack, walls half collapsed, roof caved in, porch overtaken by ivy. Malachi moved toward it, but Amara grabbed his arm. "Wait." She crouched and ran her fingers through the soil, just outside the gate. Something glinted, a silver button. She pried it from the dirt. Its surface was worn, but the etched flame crest of the hollow still showed. "A scout's been here," she said. "Maybe recently, maybe waiting." Malachi's expression shifted. "Then we don't stay long." They pushed through the gate. The house groaned as they stepped onto the porch. Inside it was worse. Broken furniture, shattered glass, walls scratched with markings that looked half spellwork, half madness. Amara knelt beside a collapsed bookcase and brushed dust from the floorboards. Runes. Familiar. She traced one with a fingertip and felt it pulse faintly beneath her skin. "This was a refuge," she whispered. "One of the old ones. The kind my mother said they burned when the covens scattered. Think it still works?" She shook her head. "Not fully, but the bones remember." She stood and walked to the center of the room. Her voice dropped into rhythm, into ritual. She didn't need an altar, didn't need candles or chalk. She had breath, she had grief, she had memory. "By ash and oak, by blood and flame, I call what once stood in your name. Shelter me, as you once did them. Wake this place, let it begin again." The floor shuddered. A faint glow stirred beneath her feet, the old sigils reawakening. Not strong enough to last, but enough for one night's safety. Malachi raised a brow. "That's not beginner's spellwork." Amara gave a weary smile. "Nothing about my life has been beginner level." They set up what little camp they could, blankets on dry boards, a few food rations shared between them. The shack breathed around them, creaking like it remembered how to hold warmth. Later, as dusk bled into a deep purple haze outside, Malachi poured them each a small measure of whiskey from a flask he'd kept hidden. He handed her the tin cup and clinked it gently against his. "To your mother," he said. Amara nodded. "To the flame she left in me." They drank. The whiskey burned, hot, bitter, smoky. It kissed her throat, like firelight and regret. She coughed, wiped her mouth, and laughed softly. She used to say whiskey was the only thing that could tell the truth without using words. Malachi leaned against the wall beside her. You believe that? She looked down at her cup, the golden liquid catching the light. Some truths don't need to be spoken. They just sit in you, waiting for the right night, the right silence. He looked at her then, really looked. And for the first time since the salt marsh, she let him. No armor, no fire. Just the girl who had held a candle too tightly, and the boy who had watched the stars fall in silence. Amara, he said softly. She turned to him. Yeah? You don't have to carry all of her. Not all the time. She blinked. I don't know how not to. Then let me carry a piece. Just a small one. The part that still laughs. The part that still wants. She said nothing. Just let her forehead rest against his shoulder. Her breath warm against his collarbone. For a long time, they didn't speak. When she finally whispered, it was barely more than air. She called me her last light. Malachi kissed the top of her head, slow and reverent. Then let me be the one who helps you keep it lit. Outside, the wind shifted. But inside the old bones of the house, something sacred had returned. Not power, not magic, just presence, just promise. And in that quiet moment, beneath ruin, within memory, Amara finally wept, not out of fear, not even out of pain. She wept because she could, because grief had a name, and she'd buried it with love on her tongue. Amara didn't sleep. Not really. Her eyes closed, but her mind didn't still. Every time she drifted near the edge of dreaming, her mother's voice dragged her back. Not in words, but in feelings. Those same embers in her blood, the pull of something sacred and old just beneath her ribs. She rose from the makeshift bedding sometime past midnight, careful not to wake Malachi, and stepped barefoot onto the cold floorboards. The moonlight spilled through the broken roof in threads, catching on the dust motes in the air. She moved like a shadow through the ruin, stepping over broken beams, cracked glass, the curled spines of books too old to save. In the far corner of what once might have been a study, a chest half swallowed by ivy caught her eye. She knelt and tugged it free, the hinges groaning. Inside, wrapped in moth-eaten velvet, was a mirror, small, oval, framed in tarnished silver. Not magical, not enchanted, just a mirror. She stared at her own face for a long time. The girl looking back at her wasn't the same one who left the bayou months ago. There was fire in her eyes now, not just pain. There was resolve. Her mother's cheekbones, her father's stillness, her own storm. Amara touched the glass. I'm still here, she said quietly. You didn't break me. Behind her, a floorboard creaked. She didn't flinch. Malachi stood in the doorway, arms crossed, his voice low. Couldn't sleep either. She turned toward him, holding the mirror out like an offering. She used to keep one like this in her satchel. Said you had to know your face to speak your name with power. He approached slowly, eyes catching the silver glint. Names are dangerous things. Only when they're true. He sat beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. They stared into the mirror together. And for a moment, she imagined the two of them not as fighters or fugitives, but as something softer. Survivors. People who had tasted loss and still chose to live. Malachi, she said suddenly. He looked at her. She didn't look away. What's your real name? He didn't answer at first. His jaw flexed. His gaze dropped to the floor. It was Khalil, he said at last, like the word was foreign in his mouth. My mother called me that before they took her. Before I changed it to something harder, something they couldn't twist. Amara let the name settle between them like a sacred thing. Khalil. He met her eyes. You still carry it, she said. even if you buried it. His hand closed around hers. Not tight, but steady, grounding. I carry a lot of things, he said, but some burdens feel lighter when you're not alone. They sat like that for a long time. No magic, no monsters, no blood in their teeth. Just breath and warmth and the quiet bond of shared scar tissue. When they finally rose, dawn was beginning to smudge the edges of the sky. They packed in silence, but it wasn't the heavy kind. It was the quiet that came after a storm, when the land had survived and the sky forgot how to scream. As they stepped through the gate and back into the waking world, Amara paused. She turned back to the shack, raised her hand, and whispered one final spell. Gentle, grateful, not meant to command. The runes on the house flickered once more, then went dark. Ready? Malachi? No, Khalil asked. She nodded. Let's walk. They followed the path into the pale light, their steps aligned, their shadows long, but not alone. Behind them, the marsh exhaled. Ahead of them, something waited. But for the first time, Amara didn't dread the waiting. She welcomed it, because her name was still burning, and her mother's memory would never be buried again. Chapter 16. The curse uncoils. Chapter separator. The wind shifted. Not the kind of shift that stirred leaves or tousled hair. This was deeper. Beneath the skin, along the bones, in the marrow of things long buried and better left untouched. Amara felt it first in the pit of her stomach, a tightening that made her breath catch. Khalil noticed it in the silence between trees. The birds no longer sang. The frogs no longer croaked. Even the marsh had gone still. They had crossed into the salt, bitter flatlands by midday, the path narrowing to a muddy trail that twisted like a scar between black cypress and willows draped in Spanish moss. Sunlight bled down in fractured rays. The land was quiet, too quiet. There's something here, Khalil murmured, his voice low. Something watching, Amara replied, already gripping the hilt of her mother's knife. The air thickened, hot and damp as breath. Every footstep felt like it sunk too deep, as if the land resented their presence. Then came the whispers, not loud, not clear, but steady, like salt grinding against old bone, like the past refusing to stay buried. Amara slowed. Her fingers burned faintly where the blade touched her skin. The mark on her shoulder, that blooming sigil of Zahara's fire, pulsed beneath her shirt like a second heartbeat. She didn't need to ask what it meant. The curse had found them. Khalil pointed ahead. There, in the middle of the clearing, stood a figure. It was a woman, barefoot, cloaked in a dress made of ash-colored linen and tangled vines. Her hair coiled in silver threads that didn't shimmer, but hissed. Her eyes glowed faintly yellow. Not alive, not dead, somewhere in between. Amara's voice was steady, but it cost her. Are you the witch of this place? The woman smiled, but it wasn't kind. I am what your blood called. Khalil moved to step in front of Amara, but she held firm. Why now? Because the fire in you has unbound the coil. The curse you carry is not new. It is old, older than your mother's line, older than even the gods you name. It has tasted salt and sorrow for centuries. Now it wants to be fed. Amara took a step forward. I'm not feeding anything. I came to break it. The woman tilted her head. Then you are a fool, or a flame brave enough to burn itself. The vines at the woman's feet slithered. One wrapped around Amara's ankle before she could react, pulling her down to her knees in the slick mud. Khalil lunged forward with a blade drawn, severing the vine with a hiss and splatter of black sap. More vines writhed up from the earth, clawing, grasping, screeching in tongues neither of them understood. Amara raised her palm. By Zahara's breath, I name you false. Fire burst from her fingers, not a blaze, but a pulse, like a wave of sunlight breaking through clouds. The vines recoiled, screaming, and the woman hissed, staggering back as her form shimmered, cracked, and then mended. You carry her light, the woman said, voice sharp with old grief. But light cannot kill shadow. Not here, not where the curse was born. Then I'll carry both, Amara said, the light and the shadow, and I'll choose which lives. The wind screamed suddenly, violent and angry. The clearing twisted, reality folding in on itself. Khalil pulled Amara to her feet, just as the woman's form collapsed into a pile of tangled roots and melted silk. Where she'd stood, only salt remained, a circle of it. Burning, smoking, hungry, they ran. Branches clawed at their skin, mud pulled at their boots, the sky itself seeming to twist overhead like it resented their escape. It wasn't until they reached the other side of the clearing that the sounds began again. Frogs croaking, trees rustling, breath returning to the world. They didn't stop until they reached the ridge, overlooking a thin river. Amara bent over, hands on her knees, panting hard. She wasn't alive. No, Khalil said, his shirt torn, sweat painting his brow. She was a memory, a cursed echo. She said it came from before Zahara. Khalil nodded grimly. Then we're not just fighting your past, Amara. We're fighting something older, something patient. Amara straightened. Then it should have killed me when it had the chance. Khalil looked at her, a flicker of awe in his eyes. You think it can? She stared into the trees. The fire behind her ribs no longer flickered. It roared. No, she said, but it can try. The river glinted like a blade under the late sun, its surface broken only by drifting lily pads and the occasional croak of a frog too stubborn to stay silent. Khalil crouched beside it, rinsing the black sap from his blade. The water hissed faintly as the cursed ichor bled into it, vanishing with a ripple. Amara knelt on the embankment. Her hands trembled in her lap, and though she tried to will them still, the memory of the witch's voice curled around her spine like smoke. The fire in you has unbound the coil. The words wouldn't leave her. They clung to her ribs like damp linen. Khalil glanced at her. You good? No, she said, but I will be. It was the most honest thing she'd said all day. He nodded. That wasn't just a spirit. It was a tether. A what? Like an anchor, maybe. A piece of the curse that still remembers what it was, what it lost. Amara stared at the water, her reflection quivering and broken. Then it remembers Zahara, or maybe the one before her. Khalil shook water from his hands. Do you think your mother knew? She didn't answer immediately. The silence pressed close again. She knew something, she finally said. I think she was trying to protect me from it. But you can't outrun blood. You can't unbirth a flame once it's lit. They rested for a while, the stillness laced with a new weight. Every breath of air seemed to carry the taste of history, salt and fire, memory and rot. Amara could feel the curse tightening around her, like a looped thread being pulled from opposite ends. When they rose to continue, the trees had shifted again. The path that had led them in was gone, devoured by marsh and moss. Ahead, the land sloped upward into a ridge crowned by crumbling stones, an old graveyard, sunken and half-forgotten. The air grew colder. Khalil slowed his steps. You feel that? Amara nodded. It's like we're walking through someone else's memory. They reached the first grave marker. It was little more than a slab of slate, worn smooth by centuries of wind and weather. No name, just the faint outline of a sigil etched in curling script. Something ancient, something burned into Amara's dreams since childhood. She knelt and pressed her hand to it. The world tilted. Heat exploded behind her eyes, and suddenly she wasn't kneeling in a marsh, but standing barefoot in a field of fire. The sky was violet. The stars bled gold. A figure stood before her, a woman cloaked in a gown of stitched flame, hair coiled in a crown of smoke and braided bone. Zahara, or something older. The woman's mouth moved, but Amara couldn't hear the words. Flames danced around her feet, and in each flicker, Amara saw faces: her mother, her grandmother, the ancestors who had kept this curse at bay with ritual, with silence, with sacrifice. Then a whisper: name it, and it will break. Deny it, and it will consume. Amara staggered back into herself. Khalil caught her as she fell, gripping her shoulders. What did you see? I don't know. I think, she swallowed hard. I think I saw the beginning. She turned back to the stone, and as if her blood had opened a door, the sigil carved into the surface ignited with faint gold light. It shimmered for a moment, then faded. The wind died, and the ridge opened. A rumble passed beneath their feet. Roots pulled back like retreating fingers. The graves shifted, stones rolling aside to reveal a staircase made of salt and bone leading downward into the earth. Amara stared at it. Khalil stepped forward. Are you ready? She didn't answer with words. She stepped past him, her bare feet meeting the first stair. It was warm. The deeper they went, the darker the world became, but not with ordinary darkness. This was ancestral shadow, thick with grief and the weight of all that had gone unsaid between bloodlines. The walls pulsed faintly with the same golden sigils, names, prayers, curses. At the base of the stairs stood a door. It wasn't made of wood or iron, but something in between, a lacquered weave of bone and river rock, sealed with wax that still bled. Amara reached into her satchel and withdrew the vial of Zahara's flame. It flickered as she touched it to the wax. The door hissed open. The chamber beyond was circular, carved into the earth with sacred symmetry. In its center was a pool, black and still. Hanging above it, suspended by threads of braided hair, was a mask, gold and obsidian, split down the center, just like her dreams. Amara approached slowly. The Curse Keeper's mask, Khalil whispered. She nodded. And it's been waiting for me. As she reached for it, her reflection in the pool shifted. Not just her face, but her mother's and her grandmother's. All their features stitched together into one long gaze, watching her, waiting to see what she'd choose. She lifted the mask. Heat surged through her arms, into her chest, down her spine. She could feel her blood burning with memory. Names, rituals, forbidden knowledge seared into her mind with every heartbeat. She saw Zahara lighting the first flame with bare hands. She saw her mother weeping as she buried a locket in the swamp. She saw herself, wrapped in shadows, crowned in fire, breaking a chain that had bound her family for generations. The mask pulsed once, then melted into her skin. Khalil stepped back, eyes wide. What did it do? Amara turned to him, her voice steady, eyes burning gold. It made me the last link, and the first key. The chamber trembled. Somewhere above, under rolled. Outside, the marsh shifted again. The curse was uncoiling, but now so was she. The chamber trembled like a great beast waking from long sleep. Dust sifted down from the earthen ceiling, catching the flicker of flame that still hovered over the pool. Amara stood at the center, barefoot on the old sigils carved into the stone, her breath shallow but steady. Khalil watched her carefully. That thing inside you, he said quietly. You're not afraid of it anymore, are you? She didn't answer right away. Her fingers flexed at her sides, testing the weight of the mask that had fused into her. It wasn't just part of her face, it was part of her now, like marrow, like memory. She could feel Zahara's sorrow curling behind her ribs, but there was no fear in it, only resolve. I was raised to fear it, she said, to believe that the fire in me would burn everything I touched. But now I see it for what it is. A weapon? Khalil offered. A voice, she said. A history, a warning. Khalil came closer, gaze never leaving hers. And what is it saying? That if I don't break the chain, it'll wrap around the next daughter's throat. Just like it did mine. Just like it did Zahara's. The room began to hum. Not loud, but low, like a heartbeat echoing through stone. The pool at their feet rippled once, and then a shape began to rise from it. Khalil reached for his blade. Amara stopped him with a glance. No, let it speak. What rose from the pool was not a person, but an impression, a form made of mist and water, coalescing into the likeness of a woman, whose face shimmered between ages. In one breath, she looked young, barely older than Amara. In the next, she bore 1,000 lifetimes in her gaze. Her voice, when it came, was deep and many-layered. The figure bowed its head. Then the coil breaks here. A crack split across the floor. The old sigils glowed white-hot, and for a moment, the chamber was flooded with light so bright it erased the shadows from every corner of the room. Amara fell to her knees. Her ears rang. Her skin prickled, like fire and salt pressed against it. When the light dimmed, the figure was gone. The pool was still, but something had shifted in the air, something vital and final. Khalil stepped forward, offering his hand. That was it, wasn't it? She let him pull her up. No, she said, voice rasping. That was the door opening. Now we walk through. They left the chamber behind. The staircase led them back to the marsh, but it was changed now. No longer tangled and shifting, but clear. The trees stood still. The frogs were silent. Even the wind held its breath. As they emerged from the ridge, the sun was setting, deep orange bleeding into violet. The salt marsh shimmered like a bruise. Khalil walked beside her in silence for a while, until the cabin came into view in the distance. You think the curse is done? He asked. Amara didn't answer immediately. She touched her chest, where the heat still lingered. It's changed, she said. We uncoiled it. But that doesn't mean it's gone. It means it has to take new shape. Like what? She glanced at him. Like fire that heals, not burns. Like memory that frees, not binds. When they reached the cabin, the porch light flickered to life, without either of them touching it. The air smelled of pine and old whiskey. Inside, the house was quiet, except for the soft creak of floorboards and the gentle clatter of wind chimes hung by her mother long ago. On the table lay a letter she hadn't seen before, folded neatly, her name written in her mother's hand. Her throat tightened. Khalil touched her shoulder. Want me to give you a minute? She nodded. When he stepped out, she sat, staring at the letter for a long time before opening it. My sweet girl, it began. If you're reading this, it means you've come further than I ever could. It means you faced what I was too afraid to name. The fire in you doesn't have to be a curse. I thought keeping the truth from you would protect you. But I see now I only delayed the inevitable. You were always meant to uncoil it, to free us. And I was always meant to love you, even if I didn't know how to show it right. Don't let this land swallow you the way it swallowed me. Don't let the silence win. Speak, burn, begin again. With all I was too scared to be. Mama Amara folded the letter slowly. Pressing her forehead to it, she didn't cry. Not yet. She simply sat there, letting the last of the sun stain the wood floor gold, letting the ache bloom and settle, letting her name carry through the hush of the house like a prayer. Then she stood and began to pack, because the curse had uncoiled, but now came the hard part, living after it. Chapter 17, When Blood Remembers. Chapter Separator. The road stretched ahead like a ribbon soaked in dusk, the kind of fading light that made ghosts out of trees and memories out of men. Amara drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the old leather satchel in the passenger seat, the one that held her mother's letter, Zahara's broken medallion, and the charred remains of the binding mask. She hadn't spoken much since they left the marsh. Khalil didn't press her. He seemed content to let the silence sit between them like an old friend, one they both knew well. The kind of silence that wasn't empty, but thick with things neither of them were ready to say yet. Her phone buzzed against the dash. No reception. No signal for the last 30 miles. "I think it's trying to tell us something," Khalil said with a faint smile. "Yeah," she murmured, "that we're not done." Ahead, the highway curved toward the heart of the parish. Not the part tourists visited, but the old bloodland, the kind where stories were carried by rusted signs, peeling church paint, and women who still left salt at their thresholds. The closer they got to her grandmother's house, the heavier the air became, not with heat, but with memory. Because when blood remembers, it doesn't do so quietly. She parked beneath a crooked cypress that leaned like it had been whispering to the house for decades. The porch sagged under its own history, and the wood steps let out a long groan when she stepped up. Khalil hung back, hand resting on the hilt of his blade even here. Amara didn't knock,